first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what?
We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Finna go all out, finna go all out.
Say what?
How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up, hey.
On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them free load. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I step in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can not fly, so run me, get down, make it minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back at my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should never been better. You gon' let it count, shit fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign, yeah, oh. Can't I get out of my way, they shouldn't know what I'm trying, yeah, oh. Don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth, yeah, oh. I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever, yeah. Mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever, yeah. Mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, ain't no switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's you listen, I didn't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's you listen, we don't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's you listen, we don't get as fast, do it die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So now I'm looking back, I got ways on my mind. I got ways on my mind. I got ways on my mind, yeah. I got ways on my mind. I got ways on my mind, yeah.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Don't stop, that music don't stop. Don't stop, that music don't, music don't. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. Yeah. My problems, I'm leaving at the door. Give it up good and don't stop.
Not about the money, not the time. Heavy is the price you pay. You know you had it coming all your life. Everybody knows your name. Taking it one step at a time. I might be wrong, but don't think twice. It's an illusion.
Right now I need it. Yeah, it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Spent too much on the wrist on me. Man upstairs, never diss on me. Way too many bands, it's a lick on me. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take it easy, baby. If you need a baby, I be singing songs like I'ma need a baker. I'ma need a baker for what I'm cooking, baby. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm ballin', finna go pro. Yeah, I'm kicking it in a dojo. Make a movie, get a GoPro. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All my goals, I'ma hit them all. Mama told me go hard. Now I'm outside finna ball. Cause it's game time. Gotta get bands in the late night. Put it in work on the main line. Spend a couple racks just to save time. Cause it's game time. Doing everything at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the way, just hang tight. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. Cause it's game time. You can hang tight. Yeah. Cause it's game time.
I hope we're gonna have a good battle, and I hope it's gonna be an enjoyable one as well.
I don't care whoever is my opponent, I'm just gonna play my own game.
If you want the throne that badly, you have to go through us first. So to our teams in our group, be ready. We are here.
Good luck on every match and hope for good matches.
All right, this is it. Hold on 1 second. Let's do this. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2025. This is the final tournament of the season where teams from every corner of the globe are here under one roof with one mission: to prove that they are, of course, the best team on the planet. 16 of them made it here through several different ways, and it could lead to being our most unpredictable and explosive tournament yet. Favorites and absolute outsiders will step onto this stage to compete, and across our other 3 streams today as we move towards Championship Sunday. So, wherever you are in the world, welcome to day 1. This is where the story of our next world champions begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025 here in Katowice, Poland. I'm Enigma. I'm one half of the duo that'll be bringing you the energy across Stream B today. But alongside me is a man that should need very little introduction in this space. Gilmania, my friend, how are you feeling ahead of today?
Super happy to be here. Super thrilled to begin. A lot of great teams, a lot of good action ahead of us. Cannot wait.
No, it's going to be a hell of a day. But as said before, there are 4 different streams running today, and if you want to keep up with all the action, you should check us out on the social media. It is going to be at PlayCodM Esports. That's across X and Instagram. And as said, there's going to be so much going on today, so if you want to know the scores, the storylines, the incredible plays, check it all out there, ladies and gentlemen. But in order for us to get on through what is going to be a gauntlet of a day, we need a format. We need to tell you exactly how this is all going to break down. Now today, it's about the group stages, that column there on the left. 4 different groups. The 2 best teams from each group will qualify. Now this is GLS style. No games that don't matter here in World Championships. Everything is on the line every time you step out there, and each matchup will be a best of 5 to get us through to the playoffs.
That's right, and as we move on to the playoffs, day number 2, the top 8 teams will be playing on a double elimination bracket. Everything will continue to be a best of 5, all of them will, and then we would be moving on to day number 3, the grand finals, where there will be a map advantage for the team who's coming from the upper bracket on that best of 7. What a weekend is ahead of us.
What a weekend indeed, and across those 3 days, we'll be handing out $850,000, and you mentioned that Sunday there, my friend. You get yourself to Championship Sunday. There's a hell of a lot of money on the line, with first place walking away with $350,000 of it. A whole lot of cheddar by proving that you are the world's best team. So much on the line. But when we talk about the kind of stakes and everything else, we're also got to talk about the quality of the players that are involved in these matchups, the teams that are going to be taking part. As said, today it will be 4 different groups. So let's take a quick look through some of those and tell you who's going to be playing what nice and early. Starting with Group A, of course, where else but where the defending champions currently sit. Elevate and OUG will be starting off there, and then Mythic Dream, the exclusive, to follow on up. Group C, this is going to be, of course, 4 more squads raining in from different corners of the globe. Galoris, Sochital Gaming, Q9 and Diavolos are all going to be rolling in from there. Onto Group D, TLE Esports, Street Gaming, Star Wars Esports and Bear Clan, Africa's first ever representation, going to be rocking up there. But of course, you might have missed that we've seen no Group B there, and what we will be covering is all of that here on this stream with Wolves and Animus, but starting off with a Amigos Gaming and New Gen Ninjas. Going to be an incredible 4 days. Again, do make sure you're checking out social media and all the different streams to keep yourself locked in here. But with 4 different streams to cover, with all the different games, we've got to show you guys a schedule and how that is going to play out in front of us. It's going to be, again, 4 big games, 4 big streams full of 5 different matches across them all to settle groups. And we're going to be starting off nice and early here in Poland anyway. CEST is the time that we're going to be operating on, and the schedule is going to be telling us exactly how that looks. It's we had an early goal time this morning, my friend, and it was a case of we roll on from this game straight into the second one, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and you can see it pop up there in your top right. 9 o'clock, the first games kick things off. As mentioned, that will be Amigos and New Gen Ninjas. Then 10:40, it's Wolves looking for that redemption arc against Animus. 12:20 for game 3, 2 o'clock for game 4, and 3:40 for game 5. Again, Central European time. Do check what that is in your local regions. First game then. Let's talk about it. New Gen Ninjas and the story that they are, of course, bringing into this tournament. And this is a squad that is coming together very last minute. This is a team that have had to figure things out. And you're going to see 2 different sets of jerseys on this team, my friend. This is, of course, Warden and Viper coming in from Godlike, and then Marvel, Fran, and Jez coming in from Seoul. Now, this team are, of course, making it happen on the fly. But you see these 5 players, my friend. How do you think this is going to work?
I feel like it's going to be a really, really interesting scenario because, well, they are coming in from rivals to teammates, and at this point, the synergy has to be built rather quickly. They only had no more than a few days, a week at tops, so they are very, very experienced players. You got, like you mentioned, there's Garden, there's Viper, there's Marvel, Fran, and Jez. They even, on the side of Jez, have a champion from back in the day. Since then, he has been fighting to gain that top spot alongside with his teammates. I feel like it's going to be really, really interesting for us to begin with this match because, well, like you mentioned, they are team last minute. On the very last minute, they had to join forces, and as such, they will be facing none other than top 2 team from LATAM, that is Amigos.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that you're bringing it up. We'll talk about Amigos in a minute, but it is important, of course, to mention this is the Indian squad against LATAM. Going to be some incredible fan bases out there. We know how passionate you are in those regions. You're going to be coming in to back your team, no doubt. But let's continue to focus on this New Gen Ninjas roster. We have got at least a situation where I know this is 5 players coming together under circumstances that are quite difficult, but you do have some extensive experience in there. Marvel, ex-world champion, a couple of other players on that roster who have a lot of experience on this level, on this stage. I guess if you're in that team, you're trying to figure it out on the fly. You're looking at someone like him to lead you through the early adversity here. Of
course. Yeah, and it's going to be great to see also at the same time the fact that, well, they are joining their own experience, their own play styles, because, well, on the side of, for example, Marvel, Fran, and Yes, they have been playing together for the past 6 months. Of course, Viper and Garden have been playing for way longer, but as they do get together, how well are they going to be able to dance in this game?
Absolutely. It will be a case of dancing in the rain for them as they very much will figure it out. And it's just a case of, gentlemen, you are playing for $850,000 on the World Championships. You've got an incredible fan base backing you at home. So you got to just step up and make it work, I guess. But we move on then. Amigos Gaming, this is who they're going to be up against. The LATAM team that you just talked about, the other very well supported team out here in Poland. Now, this squad are going to be rolling into this. This is, of course, going to be a team that a lot of us are kind of looking at as like, how well are you going to stack up against the competition here? It's going to be Rafa, Sapuka, Spades, Krozen, and Swiwa. Now, one of the interesting things about this team, and I was discussing it with you, you're obviously from the LATAM region, and there's a lot to kind of break down about the way this team's made up, but a mixed nationality roster, not something you often see.
Absolutely correct, and that's the thing. When last year they changed Mexico onto the NA region, it definitely flipped things around. We've had Brazil just dominating when it comes down to LATAM, but as you mentioned, with the addition of both Spades and Swiwa, it's a very, very interesting team for us to see. You can see him over there with Spades making his first appearance when it comes down to stage 5, alongside with Swiwa, who does have a little experience, but if you combine that with Rafa, Krozen, and Sapuka, it is going to be very, very good to see. They are the team that has finally been able to at least fight against as strong as a team as is Galorius in the area of LATAM. So I feel like with the level that they managed to already gain throughout this year, and if they were able to even continue working together to improve said level, I feel like we are in for a fun match number 1.
Yeah, well, it's all about that growth, right? That's what you're alluding to there. The fact that through the year they've gotten better and better. And for many of these teams, it's about peaking at the right moment. Your year could have been mismatched, could have been a bit here and there. You step up here on the biggest stage, and your year's going to look fantastic when you're staring back at it after this weekend. And well, for everything that's going down, we've talked about the stakes, the players, the storylines coming into this matchup, but there's nothing better than hearing it from the mouths of the players themselves. And we have got an interview right now down the stage.
I'm here with Amigos, and Spades. SMG Sniper is your role, and you're going up against a newly formed team. How has your team prepared for this?
Okay, the first thing we do is make a lot of votes to analyze to see how the other team play, because it's one of the most important things in the Eastern right now. We see they have a player that have a long trajectory in the game, like Viper is one of the best SNGs in Gold Lake. So the first thing we do is make a lot of bots.
And now you have an addition of Marvel on the team as well. You're going to be a sniper going up against him. How have you prepared yourself as a sniper going up against a team like that?
Well, the first thing is see how the other sniper play, because in S&D, the sniper maybe is the person most important, and basically in every round is the last person to be alive. So a good sniper makes a difference. So how S&D can end. So we train a lot about that.
Thank you so much, Paige. Good luck on your game, dude. Hoping you the best.
Incredible insights there from Spades, talking about how this new Gen Ninjas squad are coming together, because it's interesting that we focus on it from a this may be difficult for those 5 players coming together, but for anyone that was researching, playing against them, prepping for that, this is also now a very different challenge. You're not quite sure what you're about to face.
Absolutely, and well, who else but Spades to talk about the sniper play, because well, you have on the side of New Gen, you got players like Viper, like Marvel, like Fran, who are so very well experienced with the sniper. Spades is a really good sniper as well, but he has not been here yet. That's my biggest thing in here. How well is he going to be able to manage himself to be on the big stage, because he's way different when it comes down to being in the comfort of home or maybe being just together with your team. This time around, there's a lot of pressure on the line. There's a lot of eyes on you. So Spades in particular, I feel like he's got a lot to prove. He's been a historical player with very different teams, but this time around, he finally made it to stage 5. And as he mentioned, snipers are usually, for example, on S&D, the first to take a pick, the first to take a kill, but at the same time, they gotta survive across the round in order to have an even bigger impact in those maps.
They most certainly do, and while there is, of course, plenty to discuss about just the kind of challenge that Spades is alluding to there, it's also new Gen Ninjas who've got to just figure out how that sniper play is going to work. As you mentioned, you're limited to the amount of snipers you can play with here, but why don't we find out exactly how they feel about the situation with a quick little interview heading on down.
I'm here with India's Last Frontier. As we all know, Soul and Godlike merged to form New Gen Ninjas. And I'm here with Viper, one of the best up-and-coming players that we've had so far, but you're not new. You've been playing this for a long time now.
Yeah, I am, and this is my first stage 5. I'm really nervous and confident on myself. Yeah.
And you're one of the best SMG players here. Like, I've heard it from other players as well. Like, how does it feel like to be having that title, essentially?
It feels good. I know like my SMG is good, and I'm very confident on that.
All right, he's very confident. Let's see if that confidence will translate, my dude. Good luck on your matchup. They're going up against Amigos, and let's see how that's going to perform. We'll see you in the battlefield.
Interesting to hear how he talks about the fact that he's feeling nervous but confident. I think there's an important distinction there. Personally, I think that a little bit of nerves is always a good thing. Shows how much you care, shows how much is on the line here when you step out. You're going to put it all on the table. There's no lackluster plays here. There's no slacking off, so to speak. So I think you're looking at Viper there to come out swinging and prove that you are going to be the best SMG in this tournament. And if you are going to be the best SMG, you're going to have to do it across a set of maps. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the veto waiting waiting for you. We're going to start off with a Combine Hardpoint. That will be map 1 to kick things off for both of these squads here in Poland. Then we're going to go Coastal Search and Destroy, a Crossfire Control, a Hacienda Hardpoint, and then a Firing Range S&D, of course, if we get to maps 4 and 5. This is a best of 5, first to 3 will take it all. And looking at these picks, these bans, the order in which they're in, my friend, anything you think plays into maybe strengths of players, weaknesses, what are you thinking?
Well, by looking at the first one there on Combine Hardpoint, I definitely feel like there's a slight chance that it could incline a little bit more for the side of Amigos. But as we've moved onto Coastal map number 2, it's going to be really, really important for New Gens to step up. There's a perfect opportunity there for them to make sure that the sniper play comes into big impact for them. I truly feel like there's a good chance that we go to at least map number 4. Because, well, these two teams, they have their own strengths, and in here with that map set, I feel like we at least are going to the 4th one and even a 5th if you were to ask me.
I agree with you, actually. Yeah, I think looking across this map set, it's a tough one for Amigos a little bit, I think. I think you end up in a situation where Combine Hardpoint isn't one of your specialties. This isn't somewhere you feel particularly strong. Maybe you're happy to play it now, see if you've managed to improve there, figure it out earlier, especially against a team that may be figuring a couple of things out on the fly.
Absolutely.
Can you get a good rep in on LAN on a map that isn't really your thing and add it to your playbook? Also, Coastal S&D, again, just not a spot that they'd like to really be in. So I think very early here, Amigos have got their work cut out a little bit. That being said, it could just be early stages. We're going to figure out whether or not this can be a map that we can rely on later through the tournament. So I think that what's saying to us, my friend, is we're in for a hell of a matchup. Now, I hate to do this, but have you got a leaning either way? You're bold enough to make a prediction about who? Because I don't think I am.
I feel like it's way too difficult for me, because specifically on the side of New Gen, I'm not too sure. I have not been able to actually get a good insight, a good look onto how well organized they have been. At this point, I'm not even fully sure who the IGL is going to be in here, and I feel like that's an opportunity for Amigos to ostigate them, to like be in their face as we begin on this this first matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a reminder before we get into that first matchup that OnePlus15 are the official partner of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here with the device that we're going to be running through this tournament. And of course, very appreciative of the support and love that they give to the space. And the players there, you can see locking in with getting themselves all ready to go. We talked about then the stage, the setups, the stakes. Tell me, the players down there, it's got to be, I don't know if this comes across on stream actually, but these players are not far from each other at all, staring straight across at one another. They're inside these pits, if you will. You're going to be feeling that pressure very early if you get off to slow starts. You can't afford for that to creep in and send you into a bit of a spiral.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You get to have them face to face, as you mentioned. By having them in front of you, there's always that option for you to have a little banter, have a little fun. You know, if you win a round, you just scream at them, showing who's the boss. And well, I was also thinking about the fact that, well, Amigos, I don't know how good you can prepare for a team like this. You don't fully know how good or bad they are on certain maps.
Yes.
So I am actually hoping and expecting for them to be really aggressive in a sense. I feel like they should try to look for an opportunity very early on so that the side of New Gen cannot feel that comfortable with themselves.
I agree with you. I think it's a very good point. And very early, I mean, you just want to make sure you get off to the best possible start. You spent so long preparing here. So much has built up to this moment through your calendar year. All the changes, all the trials and tribulations, the practice, the hard moments, quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, that we never see on camera. We never see the kind of blood, sweat, and tears these squads put in, and it all boils down to right now. If you're talking about Amigos and the fact that they've got to get over that hurdle very quickly, is there any player in this lineup that you're looking at to potentially lead the line? Because we spoke about how on the New Gen Ninjas you've got Marvel's experience, you've got a hell of a lineup there, despite the fact that they're coming together. For Amigos, is there a star?
For the side of Amigos, I mean, I would like to say that both Rafa and maybe even Swiwa could be showing a lot of action for themselves. like a pure one-star army. I wouldn't say so for the side of Amigos. I feel like they are a very well-balanced team. If you guys saw what happened on stage 4 for LATAM, they were a team that they didn't really necessarily have a single star, but every single one of them had an opportunity to shine on their own, which was very, very nice, very, very important. And they were very balanced when it came down to both being aggressive, but at the same time being smart with the way that they would rotate between points. It's going to be really, really important. And even more so because on the side of New Gen, they have 3 usual snipers, as we previously mentioned, Viper, Marvel, and Fran, but they also don't have a natural shotgun player. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, shotguns tend to have a really, really important impact throughout a lot of games, but this time around, I'm really intrigued as to who or if the side of New Gen will actually have a shotgun player.
Interesting points. I think the shotgun situation is a tough call, right? Do you try and force someone on it who isn't natural just to try and make sure you've got it in your arsenal? Then again, is that then weakening your squad perhaps because they're not entirely comfortable? So it's a tough spot to be in if you are New Gen. They've had a couple of days to try and figure that out, of course, and they'll have had those discussions internally. And I guess obviously it'd be very difficult to turn around and ask a natural sniper who's typically at a very different engagement distance to try and play on that shotgun. For Amigos, I love that you're bringing up their team. They're a balanced unit. I do think that that can really help you sometimes in LAN environments. I think if you come in, you're looking for your superstar and he doesn't get off to that hot start, it can add pressure to everybody else. But if you're a balanced team, if you're able to wrap your arm around your brother next to you and say, look, we've got this, we're okay, we'll support each other, I think that can be a really good team dynamic to be a part of and a good environment when the lights are brightest here in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just moments away from getting ourselves into map 1. And as we get the fly-throughs here, as we set ourselves up to go, everything that it's boiled down to, everything that's whittled down to, whatever we're trying to talk to you about, it's all in the minds of these players. Looking across, we've got, again, Rafa, Sapuka, Spades, Kruzin, and Swiwa for Amigos. For New Gen Ninjas, Warden, Viper, Marvel, Fran, and Jez. I wonder if, for Viper, you've just come off the back of the interview. We're talking about you as one of the world's best SMGs. Your peers here in Poland are talking about you in that light. Do you think that adds pressure or breeds confidence coming into map 1?
I mean, I would say both. Definitely has to be both. As you mentioned, he is joining the fun, joining the party. There's a lot of expectations onto what he can bring into the mix. So I feel like it's a little bit more pressure than it is anything else. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that it has to be something bad. There's a lot of players out there who under pressure perform a whole lot better, and I wouldn't be surprised if a player like Viper would be that type of player. And we are only a few seconds away from starting all the fun, starting all the action. So ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that you all are ready, because you are here for a treat here on Stream B, on Group B. Amigos and New Gen will open up the doors of the action on day number 1.
Most certainly will. And while we get ourselves set up, a reminder that there are 3 other streams today, covering 3 other group stages that all need settling inside these next couple of hours. In Stream A, you will see Group A. If you're looking to follow the defending champions, that's the spot to be. Group C and D, plenty of action there as well. And again, a reminder to follow on socials. They will keep you updated with everything across the board. I know you and me in the breaks will be pulling our phones up and having a good look to make sure we know what's going on. Plenty of superstars, storylines, defending champions, underdogs, all of it here in Poland, all going on. Let's talk more about this Amigos roster, my friend. Talking about the mixed nationality side of things. Now, I personally come from Europe, so this is quite a normal thing for me to see from teams from my region. This is a situation where I'm used to seeing a Frenchman, an Englishman, and so on kind of combine in and figure it out on the fly. If it's not a typical thing from LATAM, do you think that that adds a strength or a weakness? How do you think that plays into the team?
I definitely feel like it's a strength for them. Of course, the communication can be always something that can be tricky. Of course, Spanish and Portuguese are similar in a few senses, but at the same time, it's not necessarily the same. So I feel like it's gonna add a lot for this team. I feel like the combined forces of this player from Peru, as Swiwa is, this player from Venezuela, whose Spades is going to be really, really interesting to see. That's something that first happened and more noticeably on the side of NA, as there was Mexico just joining a lot of teams that already had a roster from both the USA and Canada. This time around, because of circumstances, it does make sense. It makes a lot of sense. Suiwa, in case you don't know this player, back in the day, I think it was 2022 when he was with iTitan. iTitan being a team who was filled with Peruvian players. They stayed on stage 4. They were one step away from actually moving on to stage 5. This time around, he made it alongside with a team who has been there before, as it is Amigos. Rafa Zapuca and Crossin are players that I feel like also have to share that knowledge, that experience as to how you can better manage your emotions. It's nothing out of the ordinary to feel nervous, to feel anxious, but at the same time, what you do with it is the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it comes back to that kind of the new gen ninjas situation where it's like, you've just got to make it work in the moment, right? You are competitors. No one cares about the excuses afterwards. No one's going to note that down in their history books. It's all going to be about where you placed, how you finished, the prize pool that you walked away with, how you represented your region. So seeing that team come in with the different nationality, hopefully it does turn out to be a strength for them, a band of brothers as such. It's tough. It's interesting, I guess, not coming from that region and just kind of getting a feel for how that might play into this first series. For both of these teams, for Amigos, New Gen Ninjas, I talked to you before about a potential prediction. I guess for either of these teams, if they lose here in the first series, do you think that that puts them into a really difficult spot to potentially double-rounded?
Definitely does. It definitely does. I'm sure it's not going to be easy to start off with an L, but well, before we know more as to what the future will show for these teams, we will have to toss it up for a quick break, and we will be right back.
The biggest opponent that I see for sure, Wolves Esports.
I believe this year the biggest challenge will be Wolves. Wolves come really strong this year because of their recent results from China.
The biggest challenge, I think everybody will agree with, would be Wolves.
For me, the biggest opponent is probably Wolves. I would like to play against them and try to win. But yeah, they are pretty good in this, particularly in this ending.
Elevate is the biggest, like they are the champs, so everyone wants to play against them.
I don't speak just for myself, but for the team. What we do with the money, I'm pretty sure it's the family, vacation, girlfriend, or any essential bills.
With the money, I want to help my family, to support them, to help them back, because they support me the whole years, all my life, so yeah, I want to give them back. I would give some to my family again, and also pursue college.
With the money, I think I will invest to get more money.
If I receive a blessing, I would share it, especially to my family who knows it. I know that giving back just because they became my inspiration and motivation to win this championship. Yeah.
Some incredible responses there to our questions. Very interesting to hear Animus players talking about how they're looking forward to playing Wolves, and well, I guess that they're the strongest team. You're about to find out just how strong. Not long away is that matchup. Also, pretty much everybody here going with, I mean, I'm a European stan, all right? So I'm going to sit here, I'm about Europe all day, but saying they're the strongest region, I don't know about that one, brother.
And he was actually an European player to say.
I know. Look, I'm all for it. I will fly the flag. We'll figure it out. But very clearly, everyone here just kind of on the board of China being the strongest region. Do you think that that's up for debate, or is it very clear-cut?
I feel like there's no debate that China as a whole is definitely the strongest region out there. They've shown year after year that they just like to be the best, and so far have been, but not last year though, because it was, of course, you all know it, Elevate who took the championship home. And well, this year I feel like the Chinese players, the Chinese teams were not too happy about what happened there.
Well, I'm glad that you bring it up, actually, because one of the things, I guess, to talk about when it comes to, I'm not sure what just happened, but Viper having a moment out here on the stage. But a hell of a personality, clearly, as he gets all animated. But it's a case, I guess, we've got that Wolves Animus matchup coming later, so we'll get to see how those two look. And Wolves obviously coming in, they're seen as the strongest team. They're seen as the squad. They obviously win in 2023. Last year, though, top 8. Now, that looks really harsh. That looks like a really bad placing, but of course, single elim bracket, they fall to Elevate, who go on to win the whole tournament. Does a double elimination bracket this year stand better instead for them in terms of taking this home again?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like the single elimination is way different to the double elimination bracket style. I feel like it allows for you to have a bit of more of a breathing room, and at the same time to be able to reorganize if you happen to take an L. So that's going to be really important for those who do move on to day number 2. But well, once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves as we're taking a look into the players. I gotta mention it once again. I find it rather interesting. Of course, it makes sense, but to see New Gen with their own respective team shirts and sweaters is very nice. It's a very unique experience to see something like that.
It is a beautiful thing because, of course, this team has the unique perspective of representing 2 different fan bases, Godlike and Soul. I mean, these are 2 storied organizations, not just in Call of Duty Mobile. They have an incredible fan base support back home. I know socials will be lit up with love for them, regardless of them coming together as a new unit under a new name, the New Gen Ninjas, all brand spanking new here in Poland. As the 5 players just get themselves locked in, loaded, ready to go here. We're trying to figure a few things on down in the pit. Again, just one of those things that I can't get it across to you. I'm not sure how it is feeling back home, but they're so close together, these players. You know, you've done a lot of playing, competing in your time, bits and pieces like such. You know, we're all a fan of competitive gaming. That's why we're here at the end of the day. If you're taking big plays, map 1, you getting up and screaming at your opponents, you're a humble kind of player.
I gotta say, like, if it's not a tournament, I'm gonna be humble. I'm gonna be just having fun, a little banter. But when it comes down to the big stage, I feel like it's also important to get into your opponent's heads, right?
Very true.
It's very important. You get to take a view onto those beautiful eyes. Look at them being ready, showing off the A from Amigos. It seems like they're ready, you know? It feels like they are truly ready. I actually had a chance to run onto Jez earlier in the morning when I was starting the day. He told me that he was feeling nervous, but at the same time that he was ready. That he was nervous because he wanted to start, but at the same time he was confident in his team. And I feel like that was a great intel as to what we could expect from New Gen Ninjas. Maybe they are not as fully prepared as they would like to, but they are ready to go.
Well, ready to go they are, and sensing very different vibes across these 2 teams. But while we get everything figured out here on Stream B, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is head into a very quick break. But what we're going to let you do is tune in with Stream D to check out all the action over there.
has the bomb. Let's drop the bomb. bomb. Last man standing. Finish it. Nice work. Ready for the next round. Defend the objective.
Frag out!
Bomb acquired. Bomb has been planted. Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objectives.
Frag out! Grenade out!
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Destroy the objective.
Frag! Flashbang!
Last one. Complete the mission. Nice work. Ready for the next round. Bomb spotted. We got the bomb. Bomb dropped. Enemy has dropped the bomb. He has the bomb. The bomb has been planted.
eliminated.
Defend the objective.
Frag!
They have the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
Welcome back here on Stream B, and we are off and underway. It's wonderful news. Amigos and New Gen Gaming square up here for map 1. And as expected, P1 is going to be a bloodbath, a mass of nades launched out in various directions, just trying to jostle the position, some early points, but also staking a claim that you're warmed up, nice and ready to go here.
Absolutely am, and I'm sure players are too in here. Just taking a quick look onto what everybody is playing, and I do notice, if I'm not mistaken, that Garden on the side of New Gen is actually going to be ruling or trying to with a shotgun game number 1. I hope you all are ready, and as we begin, we're gonna see a clean start for the side of New Gen Ninjas.
It is pretty clean, although we do get a bit of an instant answer back from Amigos here with 3 dead in the feed. A little bit of a back and forth is, again, just all jostling for position for now, and it feels like every time New Gen Ninjas manage to get themselves a decent set of points, Amigos are there to answer. That being said, Marvel will find 2. Sapuka will answer with his own. And as we start to look towards that P2 then, it's going to be New Gen Ninjas in control of that. Amigos will have to find their way through.
And funny enough, on the side of Amigos, it is actually Space, the one with the most kills so far, 7 in his belt, as we see Rafa taking that double kill, immediately trying to clean up the area. The rotation is going to be done early by the side of New Gen, and the spawns are in their favor. Look at here, Viper already trying to lock into the opponent there. He's going to have the opportunity to find one, gets killed, Suo with a knock, and they are trying to get inside on the side of Amigos, but they are struggling like crazy.
They are indeed. New Gen Ninjas will have control of the point for now, though, as Fran and Marvel find 2. Warden will answer with another. Warden with 2. Great work to back off this Amigos pressure. Just swat it away for now. 30 seconds, so plenty still to play for. Marvel with yet another in a second with the XM4. Great work, and 3 dead in the feed will give them breathing room for a second.
Over 30 seconds of clean New Gen action. Ladies and gentlemen, the rotation was pretty much flawless, and because of that, they have been able to keep up throughout the entirety of the heal so far, already nearly reaching 70 points. Finally, Crosini is going to be able to fight for half a second, immediately gets kicked out, and ladies and gentlemen, out of 60 possible points, the side of New Gen, what, 40, 50 seconds.
It was good. It wasn't bad at all. You've had a really good P2. That being said, the way that should now translate is Amigos back off, hold in for P3, opportunity to defend. Sparrow's going to come out, so Puka will find one. Just investing those operators to set yourself up, claw back a bit of this time that you're now trailing onto New Gen. Amigos finding a lot of kills in the feed elsewhere as well. Full investments, really. Plenty of operators brought to the party, but that's now going to now New Gen to answer with their own.
Ooh, 2 operators being popped at the same time. The Death Machine alongside with the Sparrow are going to try and clean up this area. Marvel in here, already onto double digits, trying to get inside. There's the usage from Garden using that 100 killer drone inside. Rafa going to be knocked down by Fran using that War Machine, immediately trying to clean up that area. Once again, New Gen are going to break through in here. Fran inside alive, trying to stay with his teammates. Not going to be possible. Amigos finally fighting off the opponents. New Gen was getting a bit too comfortable, and finally Amigos has put a stop to it.
I'm a big fan of that investment of the War Machine from Fran. I think that it's a very bottlenecked hill. You're very much stuck trying to force yourself through doorways. A War Machine to the face is one way to be sent back into your next life. New Gen Ninjas will maintain a solid lead here, now approaching 50 points as we look towards P4. Of course, Nate's going to come over the top from Amigos, just trying to destabilize any defenders. Viper finds one up close, will be shot down by Rafa. It's just pinstripe. That being said, Amigos find the lion's share of the kills. Wolf get in, but the spawns have flipped. This now turns into a scramble.
Yeah, they were really, really good on the first rotation on the side of Nugen, but now Amigos have finally caught on to it, have been able to at least not allow them to be as clean as before. In there, Spades was trying to get inside. He's going to get knocked out, but his allies are still alive inside of the hill. I think that Sapuk alongside with Rafa, they're finally going to be able to clean up this area, and there you have it, Amigos already with the opportunity. That's a double, nearly a triple for Rafa. Going to be stopped at a distance there.
Well, we know that Amigos are going to find their way back into this. It's all been pressure from the New Gen Ninjas early, and Rafa with a very tidy couple of kills that will help get you in, close the gap to 30. But you break in if you are Jez, a marvel. Viper will also find another. Viper, by the way, on 23 kills already. Pace, relentless, and not intending to give Amigos any opportunity to breathe. Into our second set of rotations, then New Gen Ninjas will hold around about a 30-point lead that they've kept ever since that really good P2. But Amigos, they're refusing to go away. They're keeping themselves in the fight.
That's right, they're refusing to give up in here as we're going back into hill number 1. We see Rafa trying to make something not going to be possible. The control, the initial hold is going to be for New Gen in here. Marvel at the distance trying to clean up the area for his allies. There's Viper with already 26 kills. Viper, who was nervous but ready, and he sure is ready in this map number 1. The side of New Gen, of course, already with triple digits, trying to get as much of a hold as they can. Is going to be very, very back and forward. And I feel like although Amigos are definitely not doing a bad job, they have not yet been able to have a proper control of these hills.
No, I agree with you. I think that this is a case of New Gen Ninjas. When they get a clean passage, it's far more efficient than Amigos are achieving with theirs. The equalizer going to come to great effect by Warden here. Viper will follow him up with one as well. And that spawns so far away for Amigos, not only for P1 and the remainder of it, which will give New Gen Ninjas another healthy lead, but also for P2. That rotation already starting to come in. Feels like if you're Amigos, you've got to break through 2 different lines of pressure to even get close, as Krozen's doing his very best on 23, but needs the backup.
And I mean, that's the problem on the side of Amigos. New Gen and Amigos have a very, very similar gun skill to what I see so far, but the rotation is taking a huge, huge impact on the side of New Gen. Once again, getting there early. You have Viper there with a Tempest, trying to clean off this area, and that's the biggest issue. There's 3 operators being popped at the same time, and as such, and actually clean there by Sapuka alongside with the Sparrow.
Jez does very well as well. Krozen actually brings out his Death Machine, and Jez shuts him down instantly with the Sparrow, just countering that investment. Spades, though, going to try and get forward with the Death Machine here. Rings a couple of bullets off. Now picks up on where the spawn should come through. Finds the player in the back that was causing an issue, and will get themselves in. So can you claw yourself back into this? The only thing is as you said, they're staying in the fight, but they're not exactly taking control of it either.
That's the biggest thing. They need to actually gain some sort of momentum, but if they continue to be like this, they're constantly close, but not quite in the lead in here at 108, 141. The advantage continues to be in favor of New Gen. Look at the map. They have already rotated into the next hill, and they are actually going to have the opportunity to keep up with those spawns.
Big kill, though, from Krozen through the middle that will actually open up a wave in through, and the spawns have flipped. Do you read this? Do you understand there's actually a player inside your backline? You do get a turn and a face, and Jez will do well to find 2. Marvel and Fran go big. Trying to just hold out here. Feels like you're being swarmed in from all sides. And despite spawns not being in your hand, New Gen Ninjas will still have control of the time and just eke ever further away. And well, you can have the spawns all you want, but if you haven't got the gunfights, it does not matter. And New Gen looking great here through our second rotation.
Trying to push in. There's Krozen taking a double, trying to push for more. They are finally going to go with the break. 30 seconds left. That's the perfect opportunity for them to take some sort of control. Let's see if they can do it. Jess going to be knocked out. The next one to try to get in is going to be Fran. Fran pushing, immediately getting inside their swivel with the Tempest, taking 1, going for 2. Not going to be possible. And they continue to be with the lead with a nearly 50-point lead in favor of New Gen.
Nearly 50-point lead, and Viper's getting ever closer to 50 kills, 38 at the minute, and you don't see him slowing down with the pressure that he's putting up right now. Suiwa, Sapuka, Spades, all fine kills though, so this is better for Amigos. The problem is, it's 1 second left on the hill. You'll be rotated in, but their holding hasn't been great so far, so New Gen Ninjas will take a big swing at this here, and Viper finds 2 in the feed. This guy is cooking right now, answering every bit the greatest SMG player that his peers have put on his back. Marvel going to squeeze forward, will be shut down. Fran then to provide the next wave of support, invest the War Machine, going to ring it out. And again, it's these bottleneck corridors. It's that decision to, okay, if you're going to try and push forward, you're going to squeeze up on us, I've got a little present for you, and going to send Amigos trailing back. And they'll split the hill for now, but New Gen Ninjas, they'll be happy to just buy time.
Yeah, Sapuka with the double there, using that Sparrow is going to clean up the area, but not good enough. The nades are going to be flying by inside of the hill. There's only Sapuka inside of there trying to fight, trying to hold them up. Not going to be possible. Double kill there with the equalizer for Jez. And once again, the side of New Gen will try to fight off the control from Amigos in here, approaching already 200 points.
When you get over that line, you start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. That finishing line grows ever closer. Sweeper going to set himself up middle of the map for now. Just control these corridors in towards P1. It will be still a 50-point lead for New Gen Ninjas. And they will now break straight back in. It feels like just, again, a couple of clean kills and never more exemplified than Jez picking up a lovely two-piece. Viper gets his own as well, who is approaching that 50-kill mark extremely quickly. And despite everything that we could say about this last-minute team, it doesn't matter when Jez is doing things like that.
Oh my god, triple kill to clean pretty much everybody out of that kill. There's gonna be the Thunder coming from up above. The Thunder, the Predator missile coming from Jez, going to at least get the intel for his allies who are less than 25 seconds away from victory with complete control. There's another Pred missile being used, another kill going in favor of Marvel, who's approaching 40, but who's in merely a few kills away from the 50. Is actually Viper with a 46, only 15 seconds away from victory.
Yeah, the only reason Viper might not hit the 50 is purely because New Gen Ninjas have turned the screw, the dial, their pressure, and Amigos cannot keep up. They find themselves a few kills for at least the scrap time here on this P1, but it is rotated in for P2 again. I feel like I've said that every single set so far for New Gen Ninjas, doing a great job of giving up hold, setting themselves in for New, and begging and daring Amigos to try and break them. And Marvel finds himself the death machine and sends a couple more players fleeing.
In here, only less than 10 seconds away, inside of the hill, there's Viper with the Tempest trying to survive. We're gonna be pushing with the Operator, gonna get one, gonna go for two, gonna try to find the third one here with a Hunter Killer. Drone is not gonna connect, but it does not matter. 250, and that's game number one. That's map number one. Very, very well played. We questioned how well they would manage to organize themselves as they are combining forces with Godlike and Soul, and so far, seems like they did a great job.
Certainly does. It was very different vibes before we cut to the break. It felt like Amigos were feeling well free, comfortable out there. Those heads are dipped right now, and for good reason. You just got a little bit of slant here in map one. You put up a good fight throughout the first rotation, second rotation, felt like you were always within arm's length, but it was always that moment, that pressure from New Gen Ninjas of, we're just continuing to hold this lead, and as soon as we decide to invest our operators, and you see those little three pieces pop off from Jez, that's when they suddenly picked up an unassailable lead. We're going to get a look here at the scores.
Viper, he did get 50.
It's no, I was wondering if he did cross the line, but no surprise at all to see Viper leading the way in the lobby when it comes to kills. We did the interviews here. So many people put the pressure on him of, this is one of the best SMGs in the world. Showing it nice and early to settle any nerves that may have come from this new squad.
Yeah, and even on top of that, 1 minute and 14 seconds inside of the hill. That was really, really well played. And as you pointed out, there was that initial rotation from point 1 to point 2 from New Gen that gave them around a 50 or so lead that they maintained across the majority of the game. And when it came down to just finishing it all off, they did with nearly 100 points ahead of their opponents. Really, really well done. And that goes to show that, well, maybe Amigos were not fully ready to, in a sense, this map. I'm unsure right now. I would like to check who was the one who picked that map, because in here, it definitely felt like New Gen had a better understanding on how they wanted to rotate here.
Well, we talked a little bit about it when we came to the veto. For Amigos, Combine hardpoint is not necessarily something they feel extremely comfortable on. I think we're seeing that there. It felt like, I feel like Crozen started well. It felt like he was having himself a bit of a game through the early stage. I think he does eventually slow up. The pedal comes comes up a little bit less gas, but you needed the teammates there, and I think that they came out the blocks a little bit slowly. In the end, you do get 2 or 3 players who catch Crozin up, but I think that that's part of the problem. You end up in a spot where it's like, okay, we've got one player really popping off, then he slows down these other couple of players, but you need all of them on a bit of a wavelength. Felt like on the opposite side of things for New Gen, how many times did we say Marvel, Jazz, Viper? We said every name on that board, picking up 2 and 3 pieces, and when that's happening, you're just going to fall to that wave of pressure. So 1-0 up if you are the New Gen Ninjas here. We talked about how Combine wasn't really something that Amigos were going to feel too comfortable on, but with them being a squad that, you know, full 5 coming up against a new team, could they take that hard point? I'm looking at this S&D. If we're on Coastal, this is somewhere that, again, Amigos struggle here. What, I mean, from the evidence that you've seen in map 1, are you seeing this go straight to a 2-0, or can Amigos bounce back in the S&D?
I definitely thought that map 1 could go for Amigos. It didn't. Now as we move, as you mentioned, onto Coastal, I think it's not going to be pretty. I think it's not going to be pretty. I'm not too sure on the side of Amigos anymore, because like I mentioned, they tend to be a team that overall, they all either do good or they are just struggling a bit. And as they start with an L on map number 1, I definitely feel like there's a good opportunity for New Gen Ninjas to take that 2-0 lead on map 2.
And that would be a very difficult mountain to climb from that point. So Amigos, of course, trying to figure out how to fix this here. You can see Dad here at the front talking to them, trying to set up some sort of strategy play. Of course, Search and Destroy is so much about the rollouts. Quite often here in COD Mobile, you get that opening exchange, maybe a sniper shot or 2, a couple of nades over the top, but often you then get that moment to just pause, assess where the chess pieces lay, and then start to play out from there. And I think it's that window where if Amigos are going to do this, you talked about how good of a team unit they are. They've got to beat that to come out, to beat this New Gen Ninjas roster.
Yeah, and I mean, Dad is a really experienced coach, so I'm guessing that he definitely has had a few words with the players to make sure that they are still not losing their marbles, they're still under control, you know. They have to make sure that they don't get snowballed too hard, because we already saw that if New Gen has a lead, they will try to maintain it for as long as possible. Look at them all fist bumping each other. It seems like they have managed not to get too nervous by losing game number 1 as we move on to the next one.
I think that's one of the things about LAN, right? You can look across at your brother, your compadre, and give him a fist bump. It's all right, we'll lock in, we'll reassure ourselves, we'll be fine. Of course, you mentioned Dad there, extremely experienced coach, hell of a mind that will support you through what was a difficult map 1 into map 2. Now this, what we're looking for here is who runs the sniper, and it looks like it's going to be Marvel and Viper early, Warden on the shotgun.
It actually makes perfect sense. Crozin is actually going to be the first one to take a kill onto Jess. Jess falling down early. Now, round number 1. Let's see how it's going to happen. And the bomb is actually on the ground. No one picked it up.
Yeah, interesting play call. Some teams do like this. Then they can run back for it and hit whichever site that they prefer. But the problem you have right now for New Gen Ninjas is you're down a man. And well, Fran nearly gets caught out a little bit there as well. I'm sort of worried you're trapped in the corridor. Viper is going to peer over down long.
Nearly a minute on the line. Only a single life has been taken away. Jess just watching from up above. And that's a Puka with a novel now in favor of Amigos. Great start in here. Garden onto the ground. So far, no opening kill for the side of New Gen. And, well, let's see. It seems like walking back, there's going to be Sapuka taking the bomb. Marvel is going to answer by eliminating Crozin.
I think Crozin might be a little bit disappointed there. You're up by 2 lives. You can really slow this down if you wish. And we'll give a life up to Viper, but slowly start to move forward. And when I say slowly, Viper's about to find out that pace changed real quick. That play call comes in. That team unit barrels on through the door. Bomb will go down at B. 45 seconds on the clock. In a 2v4, I mean, Marvel and Fran are fantastic players, but this is going to be a difficult one to retake.
Yeah, that first kill from the side of Amigos had a huge impact in here. Only Marvel and Fran remain alive. So let's see how much of an impact they can have in here. There's only 25 seconds left. The clock is ticking. And in here, they're trying to get inside at the same time. That's going to be the first, but Marvel eliminated. Rafa gets the kill against Fran. And that's the 1-0 lead. A really good round for the side of Amigos. A single kill allowed them to have the doors full open and to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I love the play that they make midway through that round. They just decide, okay, we've got the intel of the players at A, we've got the intel of the players at B. We know which one we want to rush. We're going to move this as a team unit, essentially snowball their way in through the front door. Do a great job. Into round 2 then. Amigos, this time pressure towards A. And looking for a first blood, much to mirror round 1. Round not going to be pulled out just yet, and for New Gen Ninjas, this is what you really need to do. Just slow it down, your defending team, force Amigos to make the first move.
It definitely feels like Amigos are going for picks more than anything. There's Fran trying to throw a nade, not a whole lot that's going to happen. Good trophy on the side of Amigos, fully prepared for it. Now, in the middle of the map, that's the fight about to unfold. Crucine finds that kill onto Viper, immediately backs out, trying to make sure that he does not get traded. And once again, they take the first blood.
Yeah, another first blood indeed. Capitalized on it last time, used that numbers advantage to overwhelm at B. As a 4, you can stack 2 bodies on each side, but having paid attention to how Amigos played it out last time, you'll be aware that they might just gang up as a 5 here, send it straight down one side. So trying to pick up any intel you can. The last thing you want to be doing is revealing your position to these snipers with crows and finding that first. 35 seconds going to be on the clock, so Amigos, they're going to have to decide something here. Do you have the intel? Do you recognize as a player just tucked into a corner here? Jez could be a spoiler.
Nothing gonna happen now. Marvel with the first. Great kill onto Rafa. That's gonna shut them down rather quickly. Only 20 seconds left. Now the clock is ticking against Amigos. That's a bunch of kills. A double for Fran. And another answer back by Crucine by eliminating Fran. All of a sudden, that's a 1-for-2. Garden with the shotgun will take the last kill and trade things off, evening things out. Great job done on the side of New Gen. They knew that they were defending. They knew that they could hold them up, and they did. I feel like Amigos definitely felt a bit too slow as they started onto the second half of that round.
I think Amigos were just looking for the perfect situations to start to push forward, and they didn't get it in round 2. Most certainly won't in round 3. As you lose crows in that early sniper fight, then again, you'll answer back. So 4 players apiece for these 2 teams. It's just high aggression here. Jez will slap Spades away, send him into the next round. Still 90 seconds on this, and yeah, all these players just want to square up. This is going to be a duel over at A. Beautiful shotgun work from Warden. We were asking who was going to pick it up, and a 2-piece, dancing a little bit to allow his teammates to find the cleanups. Great work there from a player that we typically don't see on that role. Up 2-1 now, and well, for everything that Amigos look great with in terms of finding that pick and slowing things down in round 1, then making their execute, we're not seeing that here in rounds 2 and 3.
The side of Amigos tried to be aggressive on round 3, but New Gen definitely had an answer to that. And a key part, as you mentioned, was that shotgun by Garden. There, Fran with the opportunity. No! Rafa gonna take the kill onto Fran. Once again, the shotgun having an impact. Crucine taking the kill onto Viper, immediately looking for more. There's Suiwa going right into the middle. So far, 3v5. Suiwa with the opportunity to try to capitalize some more. Let's see if he does. At a distance there, yes. Just slowly peeking. They could encounter each other in here, and there it is. As you can see on the feed, Jess takes a kill onto Suiwa, evening things out. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 3 as Marvel takes that kill onto Crucine.
Yeah, huge moment to do that as well, because I think Amigos had just made the play call to rotate the bomb over towards A. Seppuku's going to be squeezed in from both sides. Rafa with the shotgun. You will have Jez close. Are they aware that you have slipped the net here? And you are getting that rotation come in from Warden. Is he going to be a spoiler to the party? The problem for Rafa here, you only want close range fights. You get the opportunity with the first, and nah, you miss everything. And I guess maybe that's the example there of where if you're not typically a shotgun player, it can be a bit overwhelming in those moments.
It definitely can be. It definitely can be overwhelming. Now that's going to be an even higher round for the side of New Gen. They've been defending really, really good, and I feel like Amigos are slowly losing control, losing the grip. They are taking kills at the beginning, but they are no longer capitalizing on them. A few nades are going to be dropped, are going to be now waiting onto holding that bomb. They're destroying things out, and I'm actually quite surprised that, for example, Suiwa has still had no kills.
It's always a tough one to pull any attention to, right? The big circle donut sat in that top right, but hopefully Suiwa will get his afternoon going. As New Gen Ninjas, again, just doing a wonderful job of slowing things down here, giving nothing up for free. Rafa tried to bait with the noise that he made, but got no bite. And Fran will back one down. And again, just not over-investing. I think that the decision there was for Crozen to swing out, hopefully then get the chow. Crozen would have been then instantly traded by his teammate who was up close, but Fran doesn't fall for it, just taking his time. 55 seconds on the clock. Amigos have to make a play call, and the worrying thing for me is a lack of intel. Then again, that nade will connect. That gives you a little bit of something, but Viper instantly wins that fight again against Crozen.
My goodness, less than a minute left. They have finally picked up the bomb, seemingly going towards A. There's going to be the fight right in the middle. Suiwa trying to stay alive, not going to be possible. Jess finding kill number 6 into game number 2. Now Marvel going to be pushing here with the Tundra. Let's see what he can do in here, receiving a lot of damage. There is Rafa trying to survive, not going to be possible. So far a clean sheet for the side of Nugent. Finally Spades is going to answer with a kill, going for the double, not going to be possible, but at least allows for the squad to plant the bomb.
That's an important factor here. 2v4, and Spades will find another to open up on Viper, so you make that numbers deficit ever better. You are going to get, though, here, Nugent Ninjas deciding to run this down. Zapuka's going to find out just how much. Spades will answer with 1v2. Still plenty of time here, though, if you are Nugent Ninjas. And they just hop it. They just immediately dive the bomb.
And the problem for Amigos was always going to be that numbers disadvantage. And I think for Nugent Ninjas, they do a great job. But we're just going to squeeze you, force you to back off. One of the boys is going to hop the bomb. We don't have to worry about the kills.
They already had landed a few shots onto him, so he had to back out. They can just defuse the bomb, and so they did. Last round before we flip spawns, before we switch sides. And so far, Nugent once again with a great lead in their favor. There's Marvel missing the first shot, going for the second, gets a hit marker, but not a kill. They're immediately pushing for him. Heavy push towards A. There's going to be a few traded in. Now Fran trying to push. Viper with a kill. Spades also got another one onto Fran. That's all of a sudden a 3v2. The advantage is in favor of Amigos. They are immediately going to try to capitalize by planting the bomb, but there's the shotgun by Garden. He took the kill onto Spades, immediately trying to go for more. Look at him go, pushing for the kill. He gets a hit marker, but not a kill. That's really, really good for Amigos. Only Viper is alive. Bomb is down. Less than 40 seconds left, and there's the perfect opportunity to not completely lose control of what's going on the side of Amigos.
Zapuka here just trying to do the dance and set things up with Suiwa as well. Cover over each other. You do find damage into Viper, so he's going to back off. Reset this fight. 23 seconds on the clock. You have to make a decision. Talked about so highly coming into this, sniper in hand. He's hoping for a shoulder, and he will get one. Suiwa's going to be found. It's actually a forehead, but do you find the second? The answer is no. Great job from Amigos to buy the time you needed. Force Viper, and while he hits the beauty of a first effort, makes it look real pretty, you close it out if you're Amigos. Great stuff. They'll be down 4-2. Well, what I will say, the first blood situation, they're winning that more often than not. They just need to figure out how to convert that.
They did it on a couple of rounds. Can they do it some more? Now they are the ones defending, so let's see how good they can do it in here now. Marvel looking for an opener. So far, not had the opportunity just yet. Garden pushing with a shotgun will get a hit marker, backs out. Goes for another shot, lands it, no! He's gonna whiff that shot. Now Garden has to back out. He's completely alone and manages to survive, you know, at least getting that intel, making sure that the team sort of knows what's going on. Once again, although he's the one with the most kills, once again, the first blood is in favor of Amigos. Jess to the ground.
I wonder how much the first blood there changed Rafa's game plan. I think he wanted to force the situation over towards B, but Spades actually finds the kill, so I think he's looking to rotate back towards his teammate. Unfortunately, you will then lose and answer things up elsewhere. And then there goes Spade, Warden finding that kill. So yeah, he's also going to find pressure though from Suiwa. And yeah, it's all shotguns over towards B. We didn't see much of this on the flip side, but apparently Amigos and Nugen, they're just going to throw down here in the close confines of the cellar. Finds Viper. Do you get the second? You get the hit marker. Hits the reload. Wants to get the ammo in and just doesn't happen. Beaten down. And it will be a 1v2, and Zapuka cleans things up. Great work, but a very different round to anything we saw in the first half.
Very, very chaotic. Not... I mean, I don't know, everything happened just so fast, and that was heavily because the side of Amigos seemingly were going to struggle, but all of a sudden that shotgun came into play, and that was very, very well played for the side of Amigos. Now Nugen losing the first round as they switch sides. It's fine, they're still probably feeling confident, but let's see how good they can do in here. Spades once again get the first blood onto Jess, and I feel like that could begin to be an issue. Jess is dying in a lot of rounds quite early.
He is indeed. And while New Gen Ninjas have had no issues so far of making up for that numbers deficit, that lack of first blood, you can't consistently expect yourself to overcome that against some of the best players in the world. That being said, Spades will hand his forehead to Viper, and Marvel will also find Spades. Great work from the sniper duo to flip what was a deficit into an advantage. It looks like the play call for A has come through as 3 players squeeze up, get their nades over, and unfortunately, poor Rafa is about to catch him in the teeth, and does.
My goodness, that was a lot of damage with the nade immediately trying to capitalize on that. Frank gonna take the kill into Crosin. Now the defense has been broken. They have the perfect opportunity to plant the bomb, and that's exactly what they are gonna be doing on the side of New Gen. And let's see how Amigos can react to that. There's 2 shotgun players left. That's Rafa and Suiwa, who Suiwa also has an SMG. So let's see how much damage he can do with it. They're pushing in together. Rafa with the shotgun. They're gonna be finding Garden, finding the first blood. Now they truly know where they're at. Double there with a sniper for Rafa. That's a great trade. Now 25 seconds left. They continue to try to push forward, but there's Marvel with a sniper.
20 seconds. Rafa's going to try and put the sniper to work. Bullets are going to ring out, and it's just a thrown shoulder. It's just a little bit of bait. Rafa gets forward, finds one, finds both, and that'll give you the work. I made a misslip through that round, ladies and gentlemen. I said that Rafa was going to catch the nades. It was actually Crosin. Rafa was fine, and if you are Amigos, you're going to be very glad about that, because he just had himself a hell of a round, not just with the shotgun, but picking the sniper up as well, bouncing between the 2 playstyles, going huge to tie us up in the map.
Here you very well played. That was a 4v2, no problem, said Rafa alongside with Suiwa. Really well executed. Made sure to defuse that bomb, and as such, we're now back onto square one. They're even 4-4 for each. Now, the side of New Gen are definitely not going to be happening about what's going on. That's 3 rounds in a row going in favor of Amigos now. The nades are still going to be thrown all over the place. But now, what is the next step for New Gen? What are they going to try to do differently? Because so far, it has not been working for them. And just for the 3rd time in a row, is going to be the first blood.
Just isn't having success in that fight against Crosin. Then again, Crosin will die to Marvel, makes it 4 apiece. I think the problem for New Gen Ninja so far, the attacking rounds, we've seen a little bit at B, a little bit at A. None of that successful. So they're trying to slowly pick this apart, and with this team coming together so last minute, S&D is always going to be a place where it's hard to come up with those strategies on the fly. It looks like they've made the decision here as they 4v2 overwhelming the cellar.
Ooh, it's gonna miss that shot. Double kill for Spades, but gets picked by Viper. Well done by Viper. Now Suiwa trying to defend himself, gonna take that kill onto Marvel. All of a sudden, Viper is the only one alive. Viper pushing in, gonna get a kill, but immediately Rafa gonna trade him out, and another round going in favor of Amigos. Ladies and gentlemen, the ball is rolling on the court, and Amigos are definitely doing a super solid job. For the first time, we're gonna see them with a slight lead.
Suiwa does so well there, by the way, just to buy time, finds that first kill, and just lets his reinforcements get in. Which meant that New Gen Ninjas, as you said, fall to a 3rd round in a row. They just decided to flood 5 through the front door at A. You find almost every kill. Crosin goes huge. Find himself 2. It will make it a, well, I was about to say a 3v2, but make it a 2v1 as I'll see a blistering start to round 10. And Suiwa now trying to find out where Marvel and Fran have gotten to.
Oh, that's a perfect opportunity. Gonna take the double. The timing is just perfect for Suiwa once again. I thought that New Gen finally was gonna be able to caught Amigos off guard, but Suiwa said, no, you have no idea where I am, but I perfectly know where you're at. Double kill, another round, and map point now in favor of Amigos. Ladies and gentlemen, they could be tying it up, but Viper want to say no to that by taking the first kill there into Suiwa.
Well, that is finally a victory in the column of first bloods for New Gen Ninjas. We haven't seen that in a while. So can you convert? You need to, you must, or we tie up the series. Talked about how Coastal S&D wasn't really a place Amigos like to play. You wouldn't know that based on these last 4 rounds. And Sapuka will be rushed in, but finds the first 2 as the bodies stack and fall. The cellar becomes the cemetery for New Gen, but then they answer back and find plenty of their own. Sapuka and Rafa cleaned up 3v2 in favor of the Indian roster.
Bomb has been planted.
It doesn't make sense. I feel like every single round has become more and more chaotic here. Spades gonna take the kill to Marvel. The opportunity to take some more. 2 for 2 now. Viper and Fran. Viper with the sniper. Fran having that AR at hand. Now Crossing gonna be pushing here now with the Tundra. Let's see how much he can do now so far. 9 kills for him. He tries to get into double digits. Viper already waiting for him, gonna whiff that first shot, goes for the Odin, gets taken down. Ladies and gentlemen, that could be the end, but Fran is gonna say no to that. Double kill for Fran, and another round going in favor of Nugen, not willing to give up, trying to continue, and trying to take us onto that overtime.
I wonder just how much belief that then puts back into New Gen Ninjas, and just how much doubt starts to creep into the mind of Amigos. You might have thought that you'd done enough in that moment, but Fran goes huge to send us on further, and it's another rush strategy out of New Gen Ninjas. Last time they did a great job of clearing out this A point, but it won't matter because Rafa with 2 with the shotgun finds time for the teammates to arrive and find kills as well. So great work there. That being said, it will reset into a 3v3. Nade's going out to clear the backside. That's what New Gen Ninjas got wrong last time. That's also who slipped the net. No such mistake here. Just trying to find the timing for the bomb, but there's a setup and a squeeze coming through if you are Amigos.
Aye, aye, aye. 3 for 3. Bomb's not down. You can hear it at a distance. They're planning right now, and Suiwa knows it. Slowly but surely getting close. That's going to be now 40 seconds on the clock. Suiwa with the shotgun still walking closely to the opponents. They need to do something, and they need to do it now. Can they capitalize on this on the side of Nugen? Marvel will take that kill onto Sapuka. Marvel gonna take the double onto Spades. It's only one alive, and it's Marvel with a triple who's gonna take the... He's gonna take the lead for the team. Great job done in there. Great triple kill for Marvel. Already onto 13 kills, and ladies and gentlemen, map number 2, and we already got some overtime.
Well, we were talking about who would be picking up the sniper for the New Gen Ninjas. Looks like they made the call of Marvel, and that turned out to be a very good call. 13 kills, doing it all out here, and will push us on into overtime. So Amigos now on the attack. Last time we got to see them, it was a mixed bag, but despite a lot of first bloods, they didn't capitalize as often as they probably would have liked. So it's about doing ever better. They will find it this time. Again, Crozen onto Fran. Raf's going to pop the nade over towards A. Now, is that a dummy, or is that a play for intel? Because we saw quite often in their attack rounds, they send some utility over and then decide, actually, what we're going to do is rotate this to B. And you get a lot of bodies dragged to A, so that play call could have had a window of opportunity, and still really does, considering 3 of the 4 bodies for New Gen are on one site.
In here, Marvel with the jump shots. Not really getting kills, but he still gets the information for the squad. Less than a minute left, and now it's where we tend to be seeing Amigos not fully sure as to where they want to go to. Once again, it's going to be Sapuka rotating for that bomb control. It seems like they are going to be pushing towards A. At a distance, no kills yet, but the time is going to be quite short now for Amigos.
New Gen Ninjas were so good at this when we saw them early on the map. Just forced the play out of Amigos and Spades. Are you going to miss Jazz? You do, and it's not just Jazz. Oh no, I was very worried there that you were about to get multiple kills, but Sapuka turns just in time. You can squeeze forward. The problem you have here, if you're on the site, if you're Marvel, you need help. Have you been missed? Does anyone know that you're here? And finally, cleared off. But just 15 seconds. Bomb being planted. And Viper, while a ridiculously talented player, 1v3 with bomb down, not a chance, not a flicker of hope. So Amigos strike first blood here in overtime.
That is huge, that is huge. Amigos taking the offensive round is where they struggle the most. Now they have the perfect opportunity once again to just close this one up. Can they do it though? So far it has been Crosin with the one taking, I want to say like 5 first bloods. Can he do it again though? Can he bring in an opener for the squad? Now it's not going to be the case. 2 kills going in favor of New Gen. Marvel and Viper doing what they do best, which is just destroying opponents. They are pushing for more, but Viper is going to be stopped in his tracks by Crosin, who takes a double, goes for the triple, takes it like it's nothing, and all of a sudden they're getting crushed. Garden finally bites the bullet onto the opponent, but will it be enough? Yes, it will. Double for Jess, and all of a sudden that was a super quick round and a chaotic momentum flip going in favor of New Gen.
called Crozin has done something insane there, but New Gen Ninjas continuing to rely on that strategy of overwhelming, quick pressure, hard hits, leaving Amigos in a bit of a scramble situation. So now, New Gen to themselves up, 3 bodies off towards A, and 2 of them are instantly cleared off. Crozin and Sweetwell finding the opens. It will be answered by 1, but quickly answered 4v2 then. Viper's going to be forced into the deep backside. You are getting a bit of rotation coming through from Warden, but he's running the shotgun, needs a close range fight. It's as difficult as you can really ask for as Amigos waste no time. Get the bomb down.
Okay, 40 seconds. Viper, Garden, what are you guys gonna do? Viper with the first blood there onto Crozin. They try to capitalize on it. Garden gonna be spotted by Rafa, and now all of a sudden it's yet again another 1v3 for Viper. Less than 30 seconds left, and let me tell you, this is just not looking pretty once again for the New Gen. 20 seconds, and slowly but surely trying to get there. But if you were to ask me, I feel like this is just way too little, way too late for the side of New Gen. He's gonna get spotted by Spades. That's the end of that. 8-7. We continue to be on overtime, and once again the advantage is for Amigos.
Very clever play there by Amigos towards the end. You know how good Viper is. You don't want to give him a hint of opportunities. They pop a smoke down, just cover off that entire side, ensure that they can't be squeezing through. No line of sight given up. And Amigos will play defense. 2 bodies go into B, 2 to A, 1 playing that middle corridor and aiming to win that sniper battle. Just jostling blows for now, sparring, but Marvel will find the first. That's onto Spades, and now play that numbers advantage. And so often we've seen them just decide to body stack, hit one site. For Amigos, that instantly applies the pressure. You've got to figure out where they're aiming to hit.
Ooh, there Crozin had the opportunity, unfortunately misses that shot, gets stunned, and now they are all going to be pushing towards A. The only one defending is going to be Rafa. Rafa trying to hold him up. He's going to be suffering a lot of pressure. They're coming for him. Let's see what he can do. Takes a kill before getting taken out. The trade is not as bad as it could have, but so far it's 4v3 now. Crozin trying to defend himself already with 17 kills and the sniper in hand. The bomb is going to be planted, and this is 4v3. Will continue to unfold with Jazz with the shotgun, missing that first shot, going for the second. Marvel takes the kill onto Sweetwell. Perfect opportunity to tie things up yet again here.
Slow things down if you're under the New Gen Ninjas. Amigos are just hoping someone overstrays, steps out, and gives them something, and well, you get not a bead of sweat onto New Gen. Tied up yet again. These two teams refusing to be separated, refusing to die, to go away. Of course, for New Gen, there's an opportunity to go up 2-0 in the series and put themselves within closing out the series. For Amigos, this is about staying in the fight. So plenty on the line for both of these teams. And look at this strategy come through from Amigos. We haven't seen much of this from them today. All 5 players are going to rush B.
That is wild. The only one defending first there is going to be Garden with the first. Garden look for the second. Going to be taken down. Rafa with the knock to trade things out. They're going to be trying to plant the bomb, and that's exactly what Sapuka is doing. Viper trying to defend. Going to be taken down by Crozin. Oh, the side of 4v3, and the side of New Gen has to look for an answer into this heavy aggression onto the B side. Really well done. Now that's a hit marker for Crozin. Immediately switches guns, takes that kill. 1v4. Frank going to take 1. Frank going to take 2. Frank going to look for 3. Still has more than enough bullets here now. 25 seconds left is good enough here. Can he do it though? Gets the triple. Well done. 20 seconds left. Oh my god, is Frank gonna do it though?
Oh, beautiful setup. Beautiful read by Crozin here. He's been great on the sniper for this team and needed to be right there. Otherwise, a 1v4 clutch. I don't know how we're recovering from that on land. Incredible work from both teams. But I love Amigos making the different play call there. They decided to drop something totally new in, keep New Gen on their toes for future attack rounds, and will be rewarded with the round lead. So New Gen looking to answer. They will play their typical spread approach. They've slowed down off the aggression that they were showing through the middle of the game. So just looking to respect their opponents a bit. That being said, they've gained a lot of map pressure, especially through the middle here, looking to split that defense in half.
And as overtime goes on, being creative, trying to surprise your opponent becomes more and more important. That's exactly what Amigos did on that round. That was round 17. We're now on to round 18. Let's see if they can finally manage to take it away from New Gen. So far, no one dead. It's nearly been a minute, and I feel like, you know, the side of New Gen having closed a lot of these rounds, but not quite gaining back that momentum that they lost earlier on. Now, they're slowly, seemingly trying to push towards A. The one defending there is Rafa, who, by the way, is no longer using a shotgun.
Good observation, has changed. Interesting considering how effective he's been on the shotgun at points. I suppose it's been a few rounds since we've really seen him take a hold. He's decided to change it up in case of a very different approach from New Gen. Warden will find one, finds two. And Rafa may have wanted that shotgun there because Warden planted his firmly into his chest. Goes up by 2, up by 3 lives now. And, well, I hate to ever call it early, but I do think we'll be seeing around 19 to add on to this. Again, lock it down, 5v2. Sapuka's trying to find anything at this point.
Anything at all. Not really the case, though.
Yep. Clinical. Jez will slip past. I think he... Oh,
how?
I mean, I guess someone else must have shot Sapuka, but well, that just pours salt into the wound for that round.
With a punch to the liver, takes that knock, and a round in favor of Nugen with a clean round for Nugen, not losing a single player this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, you called it. We are moving on to round 19. And so we go. It seems like they have not managed to find the W in here. And I feel that comes to show how much these two teams want it.
I fully agree. Both squads vying for any opportunity, advantage, situation that they can close out. Amigos slow things down. Viper will find the first blood. Perfectly placed nade at the feet of Swiwa. Crozin as well was almost caught in the radius of that. He's going to try and answer. You have a little bit of a gap and does find the backside of Jez. Do you then read the follow-up from Viper? No! The SMG God will clear things out through the mid. So 4v3. Can New Gen Ninjas finally, in overtime, take a defensive round? How that may finally draw a close in what has been a long search and destroy.
Back and forth, ladies and gentlemen. No clear indicator just yet as to who may be able to take map number 2. There, Viper trying to look for kill number 2. Almost got caught off guard. Manages to stay alive there at a distance. Sapuka receiving a lot of damage, yet surviving this interaction. Only 30 seconds left, and Amigos are gonna find the opener here now with the opportunity to plant the bomb. That's exactly what Sapuka gonna do.
I like this from Amigos. They know they're going to be forced into a play at some point, so they decide to gang it up, rotate back. That being said, I like the answer from Nugen. It was to back off, give them the sight, plays as a full 4 on the retake, and that numbers advantage will be made greater as Marvel finds Rafa. 4v2. Stun's going to connect as well, so you know exactly where those players are, and you can't get out. If you are Sapuka and Spades, they will fall, and Nugen take a defensive round in overtime here, forcing the situation onto Amigos.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, Nugen has the lead once more as we're moving on to round number 20. That's right. We are here for the long road, and the side of Nugen are now the ones with the opportunity to take even a further advantage in their favor. Going for a 2-0 would be disastrous for Amigos, would be amazing for the New Gen Ninjas. Now, what is Amigos going to do? What is going to be the answer to this situation? Seems like New Gen, they're taking it a single step at a time, and an explosion from Garden will take down Crozin, one of the key players on the side of Amigos.
So the task becomes tougher. The mountain becomes taller. And New Gen Ninjas are going to do their Old Faithful barreling through the front door. Jez was there on the backside regardless. You get an answer from Sapuka, but he's going to have to back off. Does he manage to bait anyone in at least? The answer is no. The pip will tell us bombs down. And up close and personal, Sweetwell will find Warden, at least finds 2. How that suddenly flips the situation. 2v3, New Gen Ninjas looking to hold, and they've got 33 seconds on the clock.
My goodness. All of a sudden, they could potentially defuse this bomb. Let's see if they do. Marble and Fran, the only ones alive, both with 17 kills each. They still have a good hold here as they try to defend for the next 15 seconds. The push comes through. Spades with a kill. Marvel with an answer back, but a double from Spades and a defusal from Sapuca will extend this even further. Amigos not willing to give up just yet.
Big fan of the way you play that. I think for Amigos it would have been easy to rush, right? Panic, throw your life away. They slow it down, buy their time. And I think if you're New Gen Ninja, you get a little bit itchy, you get a little bit uncomfortable. We haven't seen them in a moment. We were expecting an engagement, never came through. And Amigos hit it all at the right time, all from different angles. Squeeze, find a way back in. We march ever on, round 21 of our Search and Destroy. And it's a flood through the front door for Amigos. They want the seller fight, but this time it's not the clean entry that they had previously. Rafa finds the first.
Oh, that's Jez with a double and a triple now in favor of Nugen. There's a trade back. Jez with another double. Triple at the end. Well done by Jez. He's done with being the first blood. He takes a triple, takes a round and an advantage once again in favor of Nugen. It feels like whenever Jez is on a spree, he is in for a treat. And now he's actually the one with the most kills in his team.
I agree. It does feel like Jez very hot or cold inside these rounds, but it's been a lot more hot in these last few. Now going to squeeze forward, has the backup from the teammates as well. Crozen finds out exactly where the New Gen have decided to position themselves. So Puka with another double though. Up close with Warden, who just about does enough. That being said, pinstripe feed sets us up into a bit of a 2v2 then. Marvel's very isolated here and will be found by Swiwa. So it's all on Viper in the 1v2 and the bomb's been dropped.
Really, really good 6-10s there by Swiwa, turning around, taking that kill against Marvel. Still a lot of time for Viper to play around with. Slowly taking it one step at a time. Let's see what he can do though. Plenty of room to play with. There's no real need for him to rush. He knows where the bomb is at. He should have a general understanding of where both Swiwa and Sapuca could be, and with a sniper, that's going to be very, very important.
You'll know who it is who's still alive if you're Sapuca and Swiwa, so you know you want to not engage, in these long lanes. That being said, we've seen Viper do beautiful work already. Turns it into a 1v1 then. Swiwa found. Does he read Sapuca? Do you check this right-hand side? Sapuca looking to buy time. We get the split feed. Who sees each other's first? Who dares blink? Who dares dance? And Viper goes huge here to close things out in map 2. So much pressure here. His colleagues talked about it. One of the best SMGs in the world. A man with a lot of pressure on his shoulders, an entire region on his back. Put into a very difficult circumstance considering the team situation. Goes huge in map 1. Hit 50 kills for the dub. Now map 2 closes it out in an extremely tight S&D to go 2 up in the series.
That's incredible. 1v2 at the end, no problem for Viper. Just keeping his composure. Like we mentioned, he had plenty of time. You can see the handshake there with Marvel. Really, really well executed. And once again, Amigos are on the bad end of the stick. They could have gotten that multiple times, but we're not able to. And at this point, they need to change something, but what is it? What exactly is that you need to change to actually close it up? You can see the numbers there are quite even, but not good enough. You see that it's actually all on the side of Nugen, who have positive green numbers. The only one getting tied in there is Garden, 16-16. But I definitely feel like, I don't know if it could be coming more and more pressure on the shoulders of Amigos, because they should have, in a sense, gotten the victory here.
I think one of the things is we can obviously talk about the players who stood out for us. Of course, Viper with that clutch at the end there. Fran, Jez was one of those players very hot and cold, but when he was hot, really impactful. Yes. I think what I'm actually looking at is the players towards the bottom of the board and how they differ so much. For Warden, for example, here, you picked up 12 assists. So even though it doesn't look great in the kill deaths department, you were certainly a huge part of the victory, having set your teammates up in those rounds. On the opposite side of things, it wasn't the same story. It's a case of when things were bad, they were just bad. There's no silver lining to add there. And it's those small, tiny hairs sometimes, those threads that tell us the gap that's meant you're closing out on a 12-10 here. It's tough if you are Amigos, because I felt like they were good through a lot of that. I felt like they made brave calls at points. They decided to change up their strategy entirely, keep New Gen Ninjas on their toes. New Gen just showed that little bit of extra technical prowess in the moments that was required. They bullied on through several times various sites.
We look through this highlight package, you're going to see plenty of the same names standing up, and none more than this man. Viper will stand atop the shoulders of his teammates and atop the corpses of his enemies. Map 2 leading them on in this series, looking brilliant. We asked so much, what's this team going to look like? How are they going to feel? How are those roles going to play? I'd say they made some pretty good calls about who's going to be on the snipers, who's going to be on the shotgun, where they were going to set their pieces, especially overcoming an Amigos team that, again, looked very well structured and disciplined, with Dad leading them and guiding them on through that. And also just answering, essentially, when you're walking into that coastal S&D, they have a playbook. There was no such thing for New Gen. They were making it up as they went.
Pretty much it was the case, but I definitely like the way that New Gen are being really creative, trying to surprise the opponents. They were the ones who, although did not have the map point for the majority, if not all of the game, they were always super well organized. That's the thing that we were interested about, and they are showing to us, yes, we had very few time, but we are making the best of it. They are incredible players, and they are showing a lot of really good and surprising plays against this opponent.
They are, and it's glorious to watch. I mean, we obviously get that look back at the players there, the cams. I will say, very wind taken out of the sails vibe if you are Amigos. Heads down is a difficult conversation from there. It's a gut punch, really, to lose in that way when you've played it so close, so well. Only with one mistake in a 1v2 fashion as well. Whereas on the opposite side, we see Marvel getting up, shaking hands with a man who not long ago was his big adversary.
Absolutely.
In Viper. So a very different vibe on LAN as well. What that could do to the remainder of the series, how this story could play out, all remains to be settled. But it's I get the feeling that New Gen Ninja is now looking to take that momentum, roll on through into map 3, into the control. And even though it's hard to judge because this is a team that's obviously just coming together, I feel like on control, this is usually a squad that's going to be pretty good. These are usually players that understand this mode incredibly well.
I mean, I just feel like maybe the pressure could be now against Amigos. They are definitely not feeling as good as they could have. And although I did say that there was a good chance that we would see a 2-0, that was not the way I expected it to be. I did not expect for us to go to a round number 22, if I'm not mistaken. And I feel like in a sense that is also going to hurt the side of Amigos. Maybe they are not just feeling the vibe in a sense. I feel like the pressure of the moment is hurting them a little bit now.
Exactly. It's a tough one, right? And this is where you look to your leaders. You look to the people that are going to guide you in these moments. Who's wrapping an arm around who's having a conversation. Okay, maybe that wasn't your best map. It's fine. Don't worry. We move on. You got to lift very quickly as a squad. You can't afford to dwell on what just happened, or you'll very quickly find yourself in that lower part of your group. For the New Gen Ninjas, I mean, we're getting a quick look here. I'd say vibes are pretty good. I'm seeing smiles, I'm seeing loose body language, I'm seeing conversations, and obviously that man there, Viper, will be feeling, I'd say bloody fantastic after how all that went
I mean,
down.
he has to be. That 1v2 for the end, that was a masterclass on what to do, because a lot of people sometimes out there are like, it's a 1v2, it's a lost cause. He was keeping his cool, being calm, being collected, and waiting for his opportunity, and he shows up, you know. He's pretty chill, he's pretty happy. He is definitely getting ready for the next one. He's gonna be control on Crossfire. As you mentioned, the side of Amigos may have a plan in here, but can they actually execute against a team so new? Because in a sense, yeah, it's against them that they don't have as much synergy as they would like, but at the same time, how do you prepare against a team like that?
Well, I love that you're bringing it up, because this is where I wanted to take the conversation. You study for the opponents you're going to play for. Obviously the groups got changed, so that was kind of out the window a little bit, but you still look across and you go, all right, I know how these boys play, we're going to be fine, we're going to be able to do the bit of odd review. You kind of look at this and going, I don't know if they're going to be playing this side, I'm going to be playing how they open, roll out. I mean, you talk to me about how Control Crossfire tends to play out. If you're a new viewer stepping into Call of Duty Mobile and you're coming into this map 3, are you looking for teams to maybe break off a certain way or take advantage of certain parts of the map in order to then see themselves out for success, basically?
Okay. Well, for Crossfire on the side of Amigos, I definitely gotta say that I did not see them play as much as I would have loved to. But on the side of course, Soul and Godlike, when I saw them playing against all of these Chinese players, I felt like they had a really good gun one-on-one fight. And that's gonna be really important in a map like Crossfire. It's very difficult to actually get inside of these hills, actually get those points for the eventual last round. So I feel like the side of Nugen once again could have an advantage, as they not only have the 2-0 lead, they already have the things going their way. But even if we were blank, if we were 0-0, I feel like they still would have an advantage here.
Okay, so very much so looking at New Gen Ninjas to see it off 3-0 here. Of course, plenty of the story coming into this was that New Gen were trying to figure it out on the fly, and that they have as they stand up 2-0. For Amigos, it's bouncing back. It's recognizing that the mistakes made so far only matter if you lose the series. On Crossfire, you can start to right some of those wrongs. For certain, I will say for Amigos, statistically their control isn't too bad, but of course Crossfire, an interesting map at the best of times. No more deliberating, no more waffling. We're off and underway. Rafa will find the first, answered by Jez, and it starts to squeeze into the high street here as Marvel answers up with 2 and takes control along with Viper early on here. Just exchanging a couple of blows, nice and easy, as we'd expect, nothing spectacular.
Garden pretty much on enemy's territory, pushing with a shotgun. There we have a view of him, patiently waiting for the potential next victim. A kill lead going in favor of Nugen. Crossing gonna answer by eliminating Jess. We were with another knock onto Viper. Now Garden begins to push. He knows that his allies are dead, so he is more than freely to go forward. Rafa there with a shotgun takes the kill onto Jess. Great opportunity to continue taking A, and there's Fran taking the kill onto Rafa, finally trying to kick them out, but I feel like that's just a little too late. In the side of Amigos are gonna do a great job at capturing A. The trade is definitely there, and the life is not necessarily in anybody's lead just yet.
New Gen just decided to invest a hell of a lot of defense on the B side of the map, find themselves some kills. Marvel with a lovely little 2-piece through the windows. And a couple more. Will give you a 2-life lead if you are the New Gen. Now, Sweeber's going to squeeze forward here, try and help. I feel like every time I see Amigos get some kills, it's always answered back. There's little passages here where New Gen Ninjas just suddenly get a couple unanswered. That being the difference. Still 90 seconds, so time to play. But Amigos, I feel like this next wave has to be one that gives them good progress. Otherwise, it's a very difficult round.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what we're going to see the most. The offensive side taking the A side, and then B just trying to do what you can. So far, the kill lead is in favor of the defenders. That's 11-8, thanks to that kill by Viper onto Zapuka. And all of a sudden, pressure is once again onto the shoulders of Amigos. They have 8 lights left. A great wallbang there by Marvel. Great job done. Garden with another double now onto the side of Amigos, who no longer have lives left. That's only 5 and no more spawns. Crossing gets the kill onto Viper, but the answer is just near perfect by the side of Nugen. Garden with a knock onto Zapuka. There is Jess against Spades. Fran bites the dust, but it's still not going to be enough. The side of Amigos has to do something and has to do it right now.
Well, 7v3. It's going to be a very difficult situation to work. You're hoping to find a pick. Do you recognize Wardens in your back line? Viper playing the point. Slow things down.
War Machine.
Force Amigos to play forward here. 7v3. Viper's actually been picked up by Sweewa, so that might give them entry. Sweewa then finds the second, but will be cleaned up. And just as that window opened, slammed shut. 1v5, 2 seconds on the clock. And New Gen Ninjas clinical with it. They decided early to invest all their defensive resources into B. Looks like a solid call. Of course, they've still got to figure out their own attack rounds, but that strategy that they decide on very early, clearly all in synergy, clearly all making it work.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I did not like that War Machine coming down from Krosin. They're losing that opportunity of an operator. There's 4-5 now on the side of Nugen. It's going to be Fran, the one to pop him out first. Takes a kill at a distance, continues to push for more. That's a double. Opener for the squad, taking a good area, but still not going to be enough. Rafa with a double will be then traded back. Double kill for Jess as he begins to push. And there is the first tick on A, thanks to the hands of Marvel. Great job done in there, and as I mentioned, A is pretty quickly going to be potentially captured by both of these sides, but what you do after is what counts the most.
Absolutely. Feels like we're just running through the motions here. All about how Nugen performed from that point on. Rafa does great work with the equalizer to find 2 through the back. That being said, Warden will answer to shut that. Crows and Spades, Snipers putting in great work. So we have another clean passage from Amigos. This is actually better than Nugen Ninjas achieved last time out. And there goes the Sparrow too. So up by 6 already. A hasn't come through. It's knocked back to a full just 2 ticks. So you got to continue to invest today if you want that extra 60 seconds.
Oh, great kill there for Garden. Goes for the second, not gonna be possible. Good defensive push now for Amigos. There's Suiwa and Rafa trying to hold this fort. Let's see for how long. Fran gonna surprise them. Immediately gets the call for Rafa to turn back around. Still, Alpha gonna be captured. An extra minute on the clock. An Annihilator in the hands of Marvel. How much can he do though? Rafa with a kill onto Fran at a distance, wants to go for the double. It is Marvel here with the Annihilator. No kill so far for him, and only 5 lives left in the side of Nugen.
Amigos are giving nothing up. They're refusing to fall for him. Marvel does find 1, but you wanted more, really, from your investment. You wanted to find pressure towards B. You get A side control, I guess, but you're down 6 lives. Plenty of time to work with, but as another body falls in Marvel, it just becomes ever worse. Great work by Fran with the Type 63 through the smoke, but no, 1v8. That will be all she wrote. It will be even when it comes to the ticks. Slight life advantage overall if you are Amigos. I gotta say, on the face of things there, far better defensive round from Amigos. We were worried about that investment of the operator at the end of round 1. Great work there in round 2 to not only use their own, but to counter the work coming out from the Nugen.
Yeah, the counter they had for them was incredible. Marvel had the Annihilator for the entirety of that time, but I don't think he even got more than a single kill now, and that was great point by the side of Amigos. Now Garden with the equalizer gonna take a double, immediately goes for the triple, cleaning them like it's nothing, goes even further deep into enemy's territory. They know that he's there, but what can they do about this? Garden with the 4th one. Garden finally gonna be stopped by Crocin, but the damage is done, and the advantage immediately going in favor of Nugen. We were questioning the operator usage on the side of Nugen, but Garden showing us how the equalizer is used.
Yeah, that's the payout you want to see, right? Just punch a hole straight through the heart of Amigos, up by 10 lives. Not only that, for Amigos, you've got to find a way out. You're stuck deep side. As Fran finds another close, going to hear plenty of movement around him, but he's doing a great job of separating these fights into ones. For Amigos here, you've got to find a way of punching through. And when Fran's doing this all by himself, it's tough. Cold timing at its finest. He turns away just to fall to Rafa, but Viper and Jez, they'll answer, up by 12 right now. And for everything I said about how Amigos looked great last time out, Nugen have answered by saying, we're reminding you just how damn good we are.
They had an advantage. Let me show you an advantage. That's another double kill for Jess. Immediately tries to go for the triple. Let's see if he can find it. A lot of damage by Spades taking down Jess, but still the damage, the advantage, the kills are heavily in favor of Nugen. They are trying to capture Alpha, but is that possible though? I'm not too sure now. Only 5 lives left. There's Suiwa alongside with, I think that was Crocin, but there's no more response than a double with a nade. Just atrocious timing for Amigos. Only 2 are alive. Crocin gets the knock, but there's 3 defending here. That's a 1, that's a 2, that's a round, and a 13 lives left victory in favor of Nugen. Ladies and gentlemen, Amigos need to do something, and it has to happen right now because Nugen are a single round from taking a 3-0.
And the way in which they win that last one as well, that's wind in the sails. They're feeling great after that. And Crozin invests the War Machine, finds 2. That'll allow Rafa to push forward, find a 3rd. Fran's going to answer with his own, find Spade. Probably not the person you're hoping to shut down there. And, well, great EMP work to find and counter that War Machine. So, Amigos here feeling great early. We saw Nugen really tweak up their defense last time round. Can Amigos answer the exact same way?
You are down currently by 2 ticks. If you are Nugent, you got to find those first. Equalizer coming out as well from Rafa. Continues to just turn the screw here. Give Nugent no real reason to breathe, but well, that was a little bit too aggressive.
It may have been a little bit too aggressive, absolutely. In here now, Jess trying to defend themselves, trying to push towards Alpha through the wall, doing a lot of damage. There's Viper with the Tempest. Perfect opportunity to do a lot of damage. Let's see if he can actually do so. Defending his ally, Jess. Jess receiving the knock of a nade, but still surviving that explosion. Trying to go for more. There's a double for Marvel. Gets spotted. Doesn't matter too much. They finally hop in. They finally have the opportunity to go for more. There's Garden with his shotgun who misses the first shot. Goes for the second. Manages to survive. But at the same time, this is not looking that hot for them so far. And, well, for the time being, we are seeing what we thought we would, which is a lot of defensive rounds going in favor of whoever is defending.
No, it is a very tough map to break through on the offense for sure. It's Crossfire. The problem you have, if you're Nugent, you're still down a tick, so you don't want to be forced onto that offense afterwards. You've really got to squeeze forward here, and I think Amigos recognize it. They've set up shop here to defend. They want to go at this 13-5. Morden will see this through with the shotgun in hand, so you tie things up. Now it's about that life advantage. It's 12v4 right now. Last round you picked up 13. I think this is looking pretty good, unless a complete capitulation here. Don't know the exact math, but Warden's making it work. 9v2. Amigos set up to squeeze, and they were swatted away. Rafa's going to continue to be a nuisance. 8v1.
My goodness.
Well, for all his work, Warden will finally be cleaned up.
Great effort on the side of Nugent. They tried, and I mean, he did a lot of damage there before going down, but now round number 5, do or die for Amigos. Can they manage to keep afloat? I'm not too sure, but we will see, because the defense will be in favor of Nugent. Now that's a double for Sapuka using that Sparrow. It's going to be really, really important to take the most off of these operators now. He continues to push forward using that VMP. The opportunity for Marvel to capitalize on this is going to be really, really important. The kill lead is slightly in favor of Amigos. We see Sapuka bouncing onto the B side, immediately getting executed by Fran, and it felt like Amigos could bring in a surprise, but Nugent once again take control of this.
Well, the Predmare style investment from Warden's interesting there. Besides, this is the moment to bring it in. Just continuing to draw as much time as you can out of A. 1:03 currently standing on the clock here. Jazz Warden finding blows. Crozen answers with 2. Rafa with another. A little bit of a passage here for Amigos, but Nugent Ninja's refusing to go away. That being said, Crozen managed to slip through here. B side almost gets in through the back line, but will be found, cleaned out. So that allows Nugent to squeeze forward as a unit here, set up a defensive line.
Operator there for Marvel. So far, no kills. Last time it didn't have an impact. Let's see this time around. No! Kill for Crossing. Great kill at a distance using that sniper. Rafa also getting the knock onto Fran. Immediately bouncing inside of A. The nades are going to be thrown. Not going to have an impact. There's the War Machine. That's a kill. And that is cleaning the area for his allies, who now bounce onto both sides at the same time. Crossing just back and forth trying to survive. Going to be executed. Does not matter too much. There's going to be another operator. That's Suiwa onto enemy spawn. He has to cause an impact in here. That's a double kill now using the Tempest. Still manages to survive, to stay alive, and to try to go for more. The side of Amigos with a lot of momentum. The equalizer in the hands of Rafa will not be performing great. That's actually Fran with a War Machine.
It feels like Fran War Machine investment.
Lives.
Probably wants a little bit more than that because you're down 2 lives. It's a clean couple of kills just when you need them if you're Nugent Ninjas, but Sapuka might go crazy here. Finds one, second was just going to slip away. He's going to play close, but doesn't read Warden's shotgun. He's on 35 kills, leading the whole lobby. 5v5 sudden death situation here in round 5.
Oh my goodness. No more respawns for either of the two. A minute on the clock. There's plenty of time. What are you going to do next? And pretty much everything has been popped, but the operator from Viper, that could have a huge, huge impact. Currently waiting for the perfect opportunity, for the best moment to actually get whatever they can in here. So for now, it's going to be Suiwat who opens up the floodgate by eliminating Marvel.
Spades cooks nade. Not sure that went where you wanted it to go. Suiwa, can you find the open? You need information here as well. You need to know where these players are. Jez has the Sparrow in hand. Has it cooked? But just buying time. It's almost an S&D round at this point, and we know how good New Gen were on the defense. They just played the time. The clock comes down to 10 seconds. Traded 3v4 then. Got to dive the point. If you are Amigos, you got to go forward. Viper finds two, finds another. Jez with the Sparrow makes it a 3v1, and to close it all out, Warden with the shotgun. Superb work, and really, it should have been him. And after such an insane control map, brilliant all the way through the series. A lot of the headlines, of course, go to Viper for his clutch in game 2. But Warden there's making a light work of things in the end. It was a good series from Amigos in the point of view of very much showing it in the control, very much showing it in the S&D. I think they'll look back at the hard point as one that got away from them. But if I was to say to you before we came into the series, it's going to be a 3-0, but in the fashion that it was, would you have been surprised, disappointed?
With a 3-0, genuinely, I would be surprised, and I am surprised at how it went down, but that comes down to the fact that New Gen, every single player had a moment to shine. They were doing super, super good, and I like that. I like how good they managed to organize every single situation. They never felt like they were rushing onto anything. They had a strategy, and they committed to it. In here, you see those numbers, a bit back and forth between the two of them, but New Gen, they did it again. A 3-2 on control, a 3-0 overall. A round of applause for them. Like I mentioned, I was not too sure how they were gonna do, but it seems like by knowing your opponent, by playing so closely to him, it seems like they still had a general understanding of what they were looking for in each other, so that helped a lot, and it showed up heavily across these maps.
The fact they bring it up there, they had an understanding. I think that's important. You come into control, it's a mode that can very easily spiral if you're not on a wavelength. We saw in round 1 immediately, they said we're going to invest into B, we're going to give up A, we know what we want to control here. And seeing that from them so quickly having come together just speaks volumes to the brilliance of the 5 players on this roster. So it will be a 3-0, a clean sweep for the New Gen Ninjas, the squad coming out of India against Amigos, the team coming out of LATAM. I know that I saw my friend as a European. I've been there many, many a time. But I will say for all of that, for the 3-0, plenty of moments from Amigos individual players where they stood out and shone. Crozen, I think, had himself a really good series. We had moments from Rafa pop-offs, just little moments where we understand why these players are some of the best in the world, that are here, belong in this room, in this studio. And a fantastic team. We're looking forward to watching, but it's all about the victors, it's all about the New Gen Ninjas, and we've got an interview with Marvel to close it off.
Here we at, when it comes to the gameplay, the B stream gives it so much fire. Just because of that control, I was kind of scared for you guys, Marvel. I thought you were going to drop that control and possibly move on to that hardpoint matchup. What was going through your mind going through the first set of matches?
I mean, just come hot, come shooting. We had 2 days of practice with that team. Like, really what matters was just coming hot and shooting. And during that control, we have the chance to have experienced players, so everybody remain calm, and we count our ticks, our lives, and we know we had defense on the last one, so just matter after up usage and everything. So
you guys are your new team. How is it like building this team, knowing very well that you basically came from rivals in India? That pressure must be huge on your shoulders. And how is it like managing expectations going into this?
I mean, pressure is big, but we've been through this already. Like, I've been to every stage 5, so pressure, we cannot handle this. And I'm friendly with the players, everybody on Godlike, so there's tension, but we are fun at the end of the day. And how we came to prepare, like I said, just try to come hot, like get the gun is hot, and that's what we did. So,
what do you think is your best game mode right now as a team? And I know you guys are pretty powerful individually. You got Viper, who is one of the best SMGs in the game, and of course yourself, like one of the best snipers. Do you think you're a well-balanced team?
I think they complete us perfectly of what we needed. Yeah, Viper as an SMG. We just got the SMG duo from Godlike, so it's just like perfect for us. And our best, I think our best mod is gonna be hardpoint, because obviously control SMD. Yeah, we need more time, so we're just trying our best right now.
And honestly, I think we're seeing your best on screen. I was watching your matches, right? And control seemed to be kind of dicey. I thought it was going to be brought out to around number 5. And what do you think you can improve on with that control matchup?
It's really talking about our mistakes after and what we can improve. I think we did like a couple of mistakes, maybe some overeats and everything. So we're just gonna go through that and hopefully go to day 2 and then tonight watch like VODs.
An unexpected team, and honestly an unexpected blessing, the fact that you guys made into a very balanced team that could possibly bring it to day number 2. So big dub for day number 1. Congratulations, Marvel. And hopefully you get to have more games that are good as well later on. All right, we're headed back to our casters, Enigma and Jill Mania. Let's see what you guys can do after this one, because that is a tough matchup to beat.
A fantastic interview there coming out of Beef Mame. Of course, it's so much to break down, I think. Talking about the micro set of things, it's interesting to see how they just talked and went, okay, well, this is the tick situation. This is the live situation. We know if we just control this, we're going to put ourselves into a great situation to see ourselves out for this control. Nothing that we wouldn't expect, I guess, from 5 players who are so talented. But the fact that immediately they're on that wavelength, they all understand how to communicate with each other, play around each other. And as Marvel said, they complete us. It feels like they've already become a very good unit.
Absolutely, absolutely. It feels like they definitely found that thing that they were looking for, and it's working really, really good. It showed off perfectly for the new gen ninjas. And on the opposite end, I gotta be saying that Amigos, that's gotta hurt, that's gotta sting, because if you see a 3-0, you're like, they got dominated. In reality, they did not. They were just lacking that extra step to actually win these maps, and I feel like that hurts even more sometimes than just losing a match.
It does. You so close yet so far, right? It's that feeling of so much effort yet so little reward. Coming back to the interview with Marvel, I think there's something else there, which is that he talks about how Hardpoint is going to be their strongest mode. Control and S&D, they've still got a few things to figure out. I suppose as Call of Duty players, it doesn't matter where you are. Hardpoint's just the one that you naturally most understand, right? You kind of get it. You got to hit your rotations and so on and so forth. But they've got to figure out when it comes to S&D control, but of course, earn the right to get themselves to that VOD review that he mentioned, and as such, needs to get through their bracket. And we're going to get an update here on Group B showing that 3-0 for New Gen Ninjas. Amigos being dumped down into the low and wait on the Wolves v Animus game. New Gen Ninjas will also be waiting on that game because that, of course, tells them who they'll be playing against to qualify for Saturday. So much on the line. But that's not the only update we've got for you, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Group A as well. The bracket with the defending champions in. Elevate will 3-1 OUG. March on forward, and Mythic Dream exclusive coming up very shortly. For Group C, Galoris see off 3-0 against Xochitl. You and me got a quick look at the score in the hard point. It wasn't close.
Not at all.
Galoris looking really bloody good. And on to Group D, Street Gaming will 3-1 TLE and pass on through as well. I will say the squad's coming out of Brazil looking fantastic right
Absolutely, absolutely. It definitely feels like Brazil are in for a treat. Unfortunate situation for Amigos, but the remainder are doing really, really good, and even more so against what was the best team from North America, which is TLE. So great job done there by Street Gaming. And I gotta say that I'm so sure that everybody's enjoying this because it's been a blast all over the place. Remember that we are on the B stream, but there's plenty happening at the same time. Action just all over the place.
Absolutely. 4 different streams, 3 grueling days of competition. It's a blast here in Poland, in Katowice for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025. But that is just match 1 here. We've so much more to come. Very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, grab yourself a bite to eat, a bit of water, because we're going to head to a quick break and we'll see you on the other side.
My name is Gitila. I'm a player in Animus, and this is my main loadout for the World Cup Stage 5. Okay, so for me, I'm a rifle player, so I'm gonna take the Odin. It's basically the best rifle to win. So for the loadout of the Odin, I'm gonna add a monolithic suppressor. This, for the range, it's perfect. After, for the stock, I'm gonna use the UKM combat stock to be fast. The underbarrel to get a good recoil, the best is the operator foregrip. I'm gonna take the granulated grip for the bullet sprint. It's really important to get a good aim. And I'm gonna take the perk. I'm gonna use FMG. FMG really important with the Odin to wallbang. That's too good. So this is my favorite gun and my favorite loadout. Thanks for watching me. Don't forget to support Animus, and I hope with this loadout you will be the best player in Codem.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships of 2025 here in Katowice, England. I'm Enigma, alongside me, Gilmania, and we've just took you guys through an incredible first series. It said 3-0 on paper, but let me tell you, it felt anything but. We've still got plenty of action. This is, of course, Stream B with 3 other streams. We're one of 4 to get through today. Plenty of games, plenty of action, and now we've got to look ahead to this next one, my friend, and this is going to be Wolves v Animus. Let's start off with the European side of that equation. This is going to be Animus, and this is a team that have been given an opportunity from the depths, really, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. This is, of course, Godzilla, Shark, Saze, Nox, and Keiru. Now, this team, it's fair to say, typically have dominated in Europe over the last few years. When it mattered most, they didn't.
And that's the thing, right? That's the team from Europe that if you were looking at a top 1 spot, he would be there. Until it wasn't.
Yeah.
When it mattered the most, they dropped the ball and they ended up losing to Exclusive. As we begin to get ready up for the second match, I'm really intrigued as to how they are going to perform. They are a super solid team, but at the same time, with this one, you can never know.
Yeah, you can never know. And I mean, if you are going to make a claim again for your throne, you've got a lot to do first before you can prove that you are going to be the #1 team again inside Europe. Of course, coming into this as well, it's not just a situation where you then don't take that top spot, you lose your throne essentially, you fall from grace in the finals that we get to take a look at here. Of course, reminding you that they were the winning team. They came through the upper bracket. They had that 1-0 start, and then they lose essentially 4-1 inside the series. Slums 250 to 110, Coastal 7-4. They do take the control, but the hard point there for the Combine, and then the 3-0 on the Crossfire, it was brutal from Exclusive. It wasn't close.
It was not. I gotta tell you, Animus is an outstanding team that if you manage to shake up a little bit, they'll just go wild. They'll lose complete control. They lose momentum. I don't know what it is about Animus that they can be on a spree, but a single mistake or a single surprise that you get against them, and that's all it takes for them to just lose their grip.
We see this sometimes in teams, right? No matter what it is, it could be traditional sports, it could be esports. Emotive teams, when they're hot, they're hot. When they're not, they're not. And for Animus, I think it was just all the wrong things happening at the wrong moments for them as they struggled and stumbled and fell down. But it wasn't just that as well. They then also lose Sawo, who was their star slayer, put up ridiculous numbers through that entire stage 4. And unfortunately, he's then been, well, ripped away from them by Exclusive. So they'll have a lot of things to figure out here as they come in last second. Also, of course, then affecting their practice. It'll be interesting to see what it is that they have to offer in order to stick their chests out with plenty of pride and remind everyone who they are and who they should be. It doesn't get much harder than trying to prove that against the people that, well, everyone's saying the best damn team in the world, the Wolves. Yeah, so let's talk about Wolves then. Of course, we were never going to get away from that for very long. We saw in the interview, everyone thinks that they are the team to beat here. Fell short last year, sure, we'll come into that, but this is a roster stacked with talent. Zai, Peg, Sounds and Wind. However, it will be King coming in here, subbing in last second for the Phenom. It's an interesting swap, but that being said, it doesn't exactly make them a bad team by any stretch.
Not at all, not at all. King was there also last year, if I'm not mistaken. He did a great job. I gotta say that although, yes, the substitution happened a little bit at the end, they are still so well accustomed to one another that I'm sure, well, Animus is just gonna be not so happy to have them as the first match of their day. We're now going to be taking a glance onto what the beaters are going to look like, onto what the map rotation is going to look like. I feel like we're going to be in for a surprise eventually, but tell us, what do you see here?
I think for me, I mean, you get, what, Combine Hardpoint to start us off, then into the firing range S&D. We go Raid Control, Summit Hardpoint, Tunisia S&D. I think the only one for me that is interesting is maybe the Tunisia S&D. In stage 2 of the COD Major, they had a little bit of a wobble in S&D and Control, but particularly Tunisia S&D wasn't nice to them. I think that's the only one where I'm maybe seeing. But we've got to get to a map 5 to get.
But I mean, at the same time, they may have struggled, but they were playing against teams like Q9, like OG, who are just so good at S&D that it can be tricky to capitalize against them?
Look, I'm a story guy, right? I'm the kind of guy who's like, not only that, this is a European team out here, okay? I'm going to try and stand for them no matter which way I can. I'm trying to find any way to say that Animus aren't going to get slammed here. I'm really hoping this is going to be a great series. Wolves are a phenomenal team. Let's put that straight out there. I'm expecting this to be, if I had to put my money on something, Wolves are 3-0 in this pretty comfortably. They are a really strong team. Hard point and control in particular, their respawn is ridiculous. It's insane. Against the best teams in the world, they look incredibly comfortable at all times. So, yeah, the task doesn't get much tougher for Animus. For Wolves, I guess, you know, we could talk about that stage 2 wobble. Again, as you said, it's against very different caliber teams. I wonder how much of an impact it's going to have, though, with that change where King is coming in.
I don't necessarily think it's going to be the end of the world for them. It definitely is a bit of a slight step back, but very slightly. I feel like this team as a whole has been playing so good that, well, I mean, if you guys have not been keeping up with socials, I highly encourage you guys to do so. And there's been some wild results, like you mentioned earlier, with such losing with only 98 or so points. In this time around, I feel like Wolves can manage to do something similar to those numbers.
Well, let's find out. We got to see a combine at the start of the last series. It was a case of whoever rotated in early, especially for that P2 side, saw a lot of benefit for it. Don't know how much that will factor in here as Wolves. Well, they'll get aggressive, find plenty of kills quickly. That being said, Animus, they've not been shy to start the fight. A couple of kills on the board for Says and Villa. Keiru up close with the shotgun, finds one, and, well, it's obviously extremely early days, but Animus will draw as much blood as Wolves dare bring from them.
Yeah, more than a hill time is the gunfights that we look at the most on the first heal. And so far, like you mentioned, Animus not doing a bad job. Not doing a bad job whatsoever inside of the hill. It seems like the side of Wolves, we get the last few seconds as Animus could try to solidify the spawns, but it's not going to work. As you see, Sace is going to be spawning on the opposite end, which is not great. The spawns are still going to be all over the place. But for now, it seems like first off is going to be Animus. For how long can they hold? We're about to find out.
I like the decision making from Animus, I will say, in that moment. Wolves clearly took a hold of the second half of that first hill, started to squeeze forward towards P2. You're already spawning in there if you are Animus. What they decided to do was play wide, clear out the lanes on the north and south side, gave them a little bit of a line. That being said, Wolves, the pressure was never going to stay away for very long. King, Peg will all fly in, find a couple. Says cleaned up. Keiru trying to put work in with the shotgun. Actually manages to find a 2. Dipping, dodging, diving, but will be cleaned out eventually. So Animus broken quickly. Wolves in. And Peg is already on 11. First by quite a mile to cross double digits. Making it look easy out there. And here comes the Predator missile.
I mean, it took him less than 20 seconds to break through. Animus was trying to rotate early. They did, but the hold was just not there. The side of Wolves doing an outstanding job. And I feel like outside of just an extra couple of seconds, Animus did not do as best as they would have. And once again, they're going to be rotating early. They're going to try to at least capitalize on rotations and make sure that they are there first. But how much can they hold? So far, it was not great.
No, and just at the critical moment as well, just as we look to see P3 start to pop, it's a wave of kills for Wolves, and here comes the equalizer to make damn sure these spawns are cleared out. Peg, operator, will be paid out. Sparrow goes as well. That's going to start to squeeze Animus ever more. Keiru and Nox actually answer back here. So they're refusing to go away. That being said, Wind with 2 and Sparrow, and well, there's 4 dead. A long spawn away from Animus. It's a big route across the map. More Predator missiles coming in. Wolves turning the screw early here, reminding everyone just how damn good they are. But a death machine, well, never mind. That investment is completely gone. 3 kills, Wolves edging ever close to 100.
It's incredible how Wolves are yet like, you want to rotate early? Fine, I'm going to kick you out the next 5 seconds, so I don't really mind. In here, already approaching the 100 points mark, and Animus are struggling like crazy in here. Look at those numbers. Pretty much no one on the side of Animus has gotten to 10. Only Shark, but on the opposite end, look at those crazy numbers. Now Sans using using that War Machine. Finds one, goes for two, takes it like it's nothing. That's a triple, pushes for more. The control is there. They now rotate early while also at the same time maintaining control of the previous kill. Sam still with the opportunity to go for more and gets it like it's nothing. A Predator from up above gets a kill. He has the understanding that there's someone out there. His ally may be knocked down, but he is there. Out the door to kick him out once more. Has the opportunity of a PEM. Throws that into the ground. Gets the kill and another one onto Cathila. That's 5, nearly 6 free for the player from Wolves. Insane. Over 100-point lead, and this is exactly who Wolves are. It does not matter that they had to sub out Rise. King is here to stay. Everybody else is too. That's a triple for Berg, and there's nothing that Animus can do about it so far.
There is not a damn thing. We move over to Zai then. Everyone else has had their moment. Why don't you have yours? Finds the pre-fire, lights up the first, gets support in, checks out for the second. Sounds is going to be over the top with the SMG. Out goes the Hunter-Killer into the close confinement. Peg then flies forward. King with 2 in the feed. And this is a massacre, a bloodbath, and bathed in gold are the bodies of Animus. They stumble, they fall. The death machine comes out now. And you just make progress. Zai's walking through the map for free. Great work. 150-point lead soon for Wolves. And good lord, if we wondered whether or not the road for redemption was going to start hot, certainly so here. Zai with yet another and another. 25-23 for Peg and Zai respectively. They're having a field day.
Someone out there may have mercy on Animus, but that certainly is just not going to be Wolves with an over 150-point lead. They continue to go for more. They are not here to play. They are here to win and to win fast. 180 points so far. Peg with another double. So far just shredding enemy bodies all over the place, left and right. 15 seconds left. That's another double for Sai. Turns around, looks for more. Yeah, they may have the spawns, but the spawns mean absolutely nothing to Wolves in here. Like I mentioned, they are just trying to finish this off as quickly as possible. There's another equalizer, this time not as effective as before. They're gonna be there first, but for how many seconds, Enigma?
That is the question. Animus, we saw them try and rotate in a few times earlier, and if credit where credit is due, that's all you can answer with really when there's this much of a gulf in slaying power. It doesn't matter. Wind will find 2 with the Sparrow, Predator Missile finds another. K-Bru's going to try and play close with the shotgun, the spawns are going to be there. I don't know how much it matters. That being said, get 2 players in at the top there. Zai's clean, free in the feed, make that 4 for Animus, so a couple of points on the board. It is about playing for pride at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of ways to go yet. Tempest going to work. Also then finds a second in King. And Saves finds 3 with the War Machine. So you're at least trying to stand tall if you are Animus. We talked about how they can be an emotive team. They can spiral at points. Doing their best to just keep their head on here and play the map.
I mean, that was like 5 kills with the War Machine. Great job down there for Says. Allows his allies to continuously get about, I want to say 20, 25 seconds, which is more than they've gotten across the entirety of this game. He even got a PEM available for himself. How much he can do, I'm not too sure, but that is going to be 204 onto 61 in favor of Wolves. We're moving on to point number 3, and this time rotation is not going to be there for Animus. Wolves are going to be there first. Can they actually break through the Wolves barrier in here?
That's the question. Shark's going to pop the equalizer and is found. Just as it looked like he'd found a route in through the bag. Says the best player so far for Animus by quite some stretch. We'll have a big fight on the outside, won't matter. Wind wins it. Sai finds 2. 5 kills instantly in the feed. The spawn's actually going to come in for Wolves. That pressure in that late fight must have done something there. I think that catches Wolves by surprise, but they're going to answer back with the Death Machine. Zai invests, finds one, doesn't leave the play off to his left. Pinstripe feed will actually hand Animus an opportunity to bounce inside the point window with 2. Bottlenecks the doorway. Makes it look easy. 20 points from victory.
That's the thing, makes it look easy, but this is historically one of the best teams in Europe to this day, and so far Wolves are just shredding like it's a hot knife into butter. Less than 10 seconds away. That's a triple and a Sparrow for the 4th one. There's the possibility of a Hunter-Killer drone or a Pred missile. It doesn't really matter. The game is already over. I said that there was a possibility of an even bigger stomp that we saw, that you guys may have seen earlier from Galorison to Xochitl, this time with an even bigger gap, nearly 200-point gap in between one another. Goes to show that Wolves were not happy about last year's results, and they are in here to prove a point. And so far, Map 1 heavily says that.
I think one of the things with Wolves, if you look over their competitive histories, is just how clinical they are about things. They, you know, won Worlds back in 2023. Obviously, last year they finished top 8, but they did lose to the winners in Elevate. Could be a very difficult situation this year with the double bracket. We touched on that a little bit earlier before. No doubt we'll get the opportunity in the future, but it's that willingness to just constantly try and be perfect. How do we get better and better and better? It's hard to see how they get much better looking at that scoreboard, because Zai will top the lot with 37 and to 18, a minute and 9 in the hill. Sounds just in behind with 31 and 18. And really, it's just glittering on the left-hand side. A glorious performance from all 5 individual players. That being said, it's tough as a European to look on the right. Says, I will give huge credit to. Has a positive performance there, 31 and 30. Really stood up in important moments. You said it yourself, found a hunter killer, a pred, managing to put some of those streaks on the board. But it's tough when you start talking about Keiru, Nox, and Cathilla on the way down. Just a really tough situation. Obviously, you weren't expected to play in this tournament. You then have to sub in a different player last second. I guess the way you've got to treat this if you are Animus, at least in my opinion, is a walkout, a way to warm yourself up on land for the other matches further down the line.
Yeah, that's the most important part. They gotta realize that, well, you're facing off against the team that everybody's trying to beat. It's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be a walk in the park by any means. So you gotta gather yourself. You got to make sure that you are not losing composure. You may struggle, because you will struggle actually against a team like Wolves, but what you do after is going to be the most important part for Animus. That is going to be key for them.
No, I fully agree. We've spoken about how they can be emotive, how they can be a team that spirals, and we saw still that they were trying to put up a fight towards the end. They were down over 200 points and still came swinging, So it's an effort from Animus that you've got to applaud. That being said, it's so difficult to look at this Wolves roster and be anything but admire them, applaud them for how just bloody good they are. Every time we move to a different POV, it felt like they had 3-piece, 4-piece.
Absolutely.
Just the operator investment as well. I think there was 1 or 2 moments where you're maybe going, okay, you've done that just to try and make yourself look. But they were very efficient and brutal with the way in which they chained them together and ensured that Animus was spawning on the opposite side of the map, punishing them for every error step along the way. So Wolves looking good. I feel there for the Animus team, but I will say spirits look pretty good. I think that they recognize the underdog situation that they're in, and again, it's an opportunity to sit here, especially coming into the search. We slow things down. That ability for Wolves to turn the screw disappears.
Look at them smiling.
And maybe you end up with an opportunity of like, look, we can take this mode, try and run with it a little bit, try and have some of our rollouts, our breakoffs, just see how it goes. There's no real pressure, as everyone's expecting us to get bullied here.
Yeah, no, and it's going to be really, really important, as you mentioned, to just try to see how much you can fight against someone like Wolves, try to see how much you can do, how many rounds you can take. You said it yourself, the S&D is arguably one of the weakest, or not as strong game mode rather, in the side of Wolves. So how much can you do? How much pressure can you put in the table? How much you can try to face them off?
Yeah, it's true, and this is definitely the only maybe glint of hope that you have maybe for Animus, because then you go straight into the respawns. But we get a shot of the players there, and who stood in front of them? Stan Lee, world champion coach. So it doesn't get much easier as we look towards firing range. This is the toughest task that Animus will probably face all week here in Poland. That being said, if you do manage to make even just put up a good fight, we saw in the last series a 3-0, but there's some close maps. If you achieve that here as Animus, if you at least make it interesting, that's got to be making you feel pretty good about when you step out against anybody else here.
If you make it interesting, that's more than enough, genuinely, to face off against a team like that. So that's a perfect way to see it, as we get a general view once again of the players. Everybody trying to get ready for the game number 2, map number 2, as we saw, is going to be Search and Destroy on firing range.
Will indeed be off to firing range. I tried earlier to kind of talk a storyline into this and be like, well, Wolves did have a wobble in stage 2 of the card mage. Yeah, very different team. Very different set of teams that you're up against. So, but if you are going to find a way in here, if you're Animus, this is, I think, where you do it. You've got to be all on a wavelength, not afford yourself to spiral a bit. You've got to ensure that every round you just chip away. We've already seen some huge clutch moments in S&D rounds through today across all 4 streams. You have an opportunity to write yourself a little bit into folklore for your European region if you are able to have some big moments here individually. As a player in particular, Say's last time out, really good. You've just put up a great map 1 against Wolves. Can you come out and take that into map 2 and continue to prove who you are and stand very proud come towards the end of this? It'd be curious to see. We've talked a lot about how Search and Destroy plays out. The snipers going to be incredibly important in getting you those first bloods, of course. This is firing range, very evident of that. You get those big long sight lines down the back and front of Tin. Maybe you try and send a big push in through Banana. If you, Anna, try and throw in a couple of different works. We're about to find out because we're going to roll out here for round 1. Say's going to be the player to pull out the sniper, to very little surprise, and Cave is going to play up close with the shotgun.
Let's see what's gonna happen. So far, no one has died just yet. Inside a trailer, there's King, currently waiting. A shark at a distance. Sounds gets the first. King gets the second through a wall. Peg with the third one. There's a trade bag, but still not gonna be enough. 3v1. The only one alive is going to be Kairu. Kairu with the opportunity, misses that shot. Has to be careful. 3 more bullets. They're gonna be pushing to him any second. He's trying to be cautious. They're pushing all over the place. He's very much scared in a sense, just trying to keep an eye open all over the place. There it is, Cairo dropped Sai.
Even that, like, if you're Wolves, you know how much you're the favourites in this. You put yourself in a 3v1, and the 2 Wolves players go, we're going to cover over each other. We're going to play trades. We're going to. There's not going to be a hope for Animus to play into this. If Cairo is going to do something incredible, sure, but they force him into that position, and it's so relentless. As Zai steps out on this left side, King will open up with the first blood onto Say. That being said, gets answered back by Nox. Great work, actually a numbers advantage for Animus here as they gain some presence through the middle of the map. Nade goes out, does not connect. There's actually a bit of a reposition coming in from Shock, who might be aware that Beat opened up.
You have realized that the only one covering that side is Sounds, but he has turned around. They may be able to push a little bit deeper into that B side. A single player defending is a perfect opportunity for Animus to try to capitalize that, and I feel like Wolves have realized this. That's exactly why they begin to rotate. A minute and 10 seconds on the clock. King at a distance. There's Sounds. That's a couple of trades, and all of a sudden it's gonna go all the way around. It's now in favor of Wolves. 3v2. Only Kairu and Narx remain. Kairu with a shotgun, Narx with a sniper at a distance, potentially trying to get a pick without exposing himself too much. Going all the way around, there's Kairu with a bomb. Now there's Win taking that kill like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Nox could not defend himself there. Kairu picked a sniper from the ground, but that's a 1v3 and they totally know where you're at. They're gonna be pinching soon. Gets the kill onto Sound, which is gonna be really, really good. In front of him, there's 2 more. Let's see what he can do. Wind just patiently waiting, and there's the shot from King. Did you guys wonder how good he was gonna be? Well, so far, 2 rounds, 4 kills, and another point in favor of Wolves.
Yeah, looking great. I like what Animus did. They found the information, decided to play off towards the B side. It's just too slow. Once they finally get into that position, Wolves have recognized it, rotated over. They shut you down before you ever get that bomb close. So the right idea, just when you're playing against the very best team in the world, you don't have the timings that you think you do. And Wolves will answer cleanly.
Okay.
Sace opens up with the blood, though. Feels like that's a way into the round. You lost the first 2 opening duels, so can you capitalize on a numbers advantage? That being said, the last time Wolves lacked a numbers advantage, what they did is put the entire defense on one side and then just control it with that rotation over to B when they recognized that the movement had come through from Animus.
EMP!
5v4. What can Animus do? There's the kill from Wind. Great job done pushing into the trailer. Animus has to come up with something. Like you mentioned, when you're facing someone like Wolves, you cannot give them that much time to think, because if they do, they're gonna have an answer eventually. They will find a weakness, a spot, an opening window that they will brutally capitalize on. Right now, there's gonna be Saves with a kill to peg through a wall. That's great for the side of Animus. They're all rotating through A-long. A few nades, a few smokes. It's gonna be disturbing the side of Wolves. A lot of damage onto Wind. Through the smoke, there's Sound. Goes for the kill. Gets taken down. Great opportunity for Animus. 1v3. King with a kill. Immediately backs out. Wants to make sure that he stays alive. There's gonna be Narcs rushing behind him. Great job done. They realized that he was weak. That he was obviously gonna be trying to run away, but he was just not fast enough. That's a really good round for Animus.
Yeah, like what Nox does there. It would have been very easy to let King run off and then give him an opportunity to clutch that up, but do no such thing. So we go again, 2-1. Animus draw a bit of blood. First blood will go to Wolves, but it instantly answered by Godzilla. Then again, Peg finds 2. So a 4v3 advantage, make it a 4v2 as Sage is removed off the board, so is Godzilla. And very quickly, it's a hit marker on the snipe as well.
And a 4th.
Nox can't go anywhere. Peg has himself ahead of a round. And just as Animus say, you know what, we're actually a part of this matchup. What the hell are you talking about? Wolves go, no you're not. See you later. Try again.
And I mean, Peg has been brutal with PKM, doing a great job. We don't necessarily see the light machine guns as often, but on S&D you can get a lot of information with it, and that's not only what he's limited to, not only information, but also quadra kill on that last round, giving Wolves 1 more point under their belt. A 3-1 lead in favor of the pack. And now, as we begin round number 5, it's going to be one of those slowest ones we've had. You know, 30 seconds so far, no kills. Yes, yet.
Okay, will change that as he finds the blood onto Peg. And may decide to squeeze. The problem you have here, Wolves have so much control. Just as it looks like there's a gap for Animus to slip through, the rotation comes in. Wind Alvin finds Keiru and evens the board. So 60 seconds left on the clock. Animus have to make a decision here. I don't think any of them are particularly pretty. It's figuring out the lesser of 2 evils. I will say you've split this defense 2-2. So there is moments, but again, very quickly, Wolves, they're not static. King's going to rotate over through mid, try and get some of that intel to let him know where he needs to be.
EMP.
Oh, great information there for Saze by throwing that nade. They know where they can be. So far, still holding up a forward on the side of B side. It's not necessarily where the side of Wolves are more heavily invested in. Animus trying to push forward. That's a good double. They get traded for 1, but that's more than enough. 3 for 2. They're going to be planning the bomb. Only a few seconds left, but they managed to do so. King and Sounds alive. King baiting them out of their spot, and that's going to be the first. Looking for the second. He knows that they're going to be pushing soon, so he immediately begins to back out. 2v2 now.
Saze could be really important here. He actually slips in through the back. I don't know if they'd be aware of that if you are Wolves. Wolves got to pick their moment to strike here. Shark's going to try and play the front line. Wants the coverage over, slides out, gets the support. Sage will be clean though. The Shark can tuck himself away. 15 seconds on the clock. Sounds trying to bait. Plays for the bomb marker and, well, gets it all wrong in the end. It's going to be clean, man.
Like Sounds got static there.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you, not quite sure what happens to him. I'm not sure if I missed something, but either way, it'll be Animus with another one on the board, doing a great job to keep themselves at least in the conversation when it comes to this search.
I guess he was just too shot, you know, he was shooting at him, he was like, how dare you? Begins just frozen, does not move anymore. Another point for Animus, that's exactly what they were looking for. Last round before we switch sides, it's gonna be the first blood going in favor of Wolves, taking down Keiru. Keiru coming in as a sub, but not necessarily a weak link. Has been doing so far okay. Shark with a trade, knocking down Sounds. 4v4. Shark with the opportunity for more. A lot of pressure coming down onto V. That's something that Wolves are still aware that they could rotate. They are just so patient, you know. They know that the majority of the Animus players are on B. They don't care. They're still patiently waiting just in case they begin to rotate. Sai with a knock onto Saze. That's a key pick in here.
It is, because Saze could have been the difference maker, make some noise over towards A, keep those defensive resources there. Also, just get a blood or two that maybe Wolves weren't expecting. King locking down this mid lane. A very important play, of course, covering off this B-bomb site. He's going to check out, sees nothing. But he knows that Animus are nearby. Where the Europeans got to. Well, Nox tries to find an exit, and Win reads that easily. So it's a 3v2 in favor of the Chinese squad. You're going to brute force it if you're shocking for Gothilla, and you actually find King unawares. And the decision looks like it's coming in to actually rotate the bomb off to A. And Wolves don't expect it. I don't think anybody else expected it. And it puts them into a 1v1.
But now they get the kill onto the bomb holder. That's bad for the side of Animus. My Shark completely confused and with not a whole lot of time in here will begin to push. Finds a way to survive. Immediately goes for more. The pressure really heavy onto Shark's shoulder has begun to take a lot of damage, and he almost took the kill onto Sai. But I mean, I gotta give him credit for that, right? They're trying to be unpredictable. It allowed them to take a kill. They almost took the round. I don't necessarily dislike it, you know? They are trying to be creative, and that definitely caught Wolves off guard. But once again, when they regained composure, although it was a single player, they managed to take the round. We have live spawns. How well is Animus gonna do in defense now?
Well, that's the question. Down 4-2. It's got to be pretty bloody good, to be honest with you. And you get very far forward if you're shocked to find the first blood. Will be instantly traded, but Wolves will have certainly raised their eyebrows at that. How the hell did he get through so undetected? Keiru's going to use the PKM just to test. Splinter the wood here. Make sure that no one's tucking themselves off in a corner. Sounds tries to answer back with the Odin. And Wind gets further forward than some of the European players may have expected. The problem on defense, of course, is you've got to split your numbers, so you will be down in this fight. And Will's just trying to find that pick to let them push forward on towards the bomb. The nade was very well planted at first, but Sounds actually finds Keiru to flip the script on the fight. A minute to go, but you're wasting no time if you're Wind. Bomb going down.
Bombs down, that's right. 4v3. On defense, Says, Gothilla, and Narcs trying to hopefully defuse the bomb. Says still alive. Gothilla cannot say the same. Got spotted by King. Win with the knock onto Says. All of a sudden, 1v4. Narcs completely on his own, left alone. 20 seconds left. Tries to make something off of nothing, and unfortunately, it's just not going to be possible. 5-2. And Wolves are yet so close to finding map number 2, not allowing them a whole lot. Animus, once again, well, trying things out, but it's just too difficult.
I think one of the big difference makers here is the success of two snipers in particular. King on 10, Says on 2. That gives a lot of the story here. Snipers controlling so many of the lanes that you have here on firing range. I mean, because Says isn't really able to get into the fight, his boys are having to push through areas unprotected, whereas King, he's looked great on his return to this roster. It's slow and steady progress, but Wolves are certainly finding progress, and well, that sums it up. King finds Says for the first blood here in round 8, and the decision has come in then. We're going to back off from B, set up our A hit again.
Yeah, those are really important at the beginning, and like you mentioned, King is the one doing the work in comparison to Says. Gina Sands has hurted Animus so deeply. In here, they're trying to make something happen. Everything is going just so fast against them. There's 2 now, 3 defending. Bomb is going to be planted. 45 seconds on the clock. Through a wall, Sai is going to get a kill. Only 3 remain alive on the side of Animus. Scratch that, that's 2. And eventually, there's only 2 behind those barrels. They're trying to defend themselves, get a knock until Sounds at a double onto Peg. But there is the quick trade in favor of Wolves. They are trying on the side of Animus, but Wolves are once again just telling to us what they love to say, which is, we are in here to win it all.
Animus feeling that, that's for sure here. As the first blood comes in, there goes the second. Shark Keiru dealt with. King on 12. Peg pushes himself closer to double digits. Shotgun in hand, squeeze forward, a 5v2. One more for the double digits, and Peg finds it all to clean it up and make it 2-0. And while there was a little bit of resistance,
they're just chilling.
Early stages, Wolves, well, they make it comfortable in the end, and I don't think there's much more comfortable than hitting a nice stretch at the end of a map and say, well,
this land stuff's lovely. We could do this all day.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they are showing to everybody, including their opponents. They are just, it's a walk in the park for them, at least so far, has been against Animus. It was 250 to 62 victory on Hardpoint, a 7-2 victory on Search and Destroy. And as they begin to think, I don't even think that at this point Wolves are thinking about map number 3. They're thinking, okay, our next opponent, who is it going to be?
I agree with you in many senses, and part of that kind of comes back to the map pool that we have. We'll get to that conversation.
4.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard. You're right, 12-4. That's a great stat line regardless of who you're playing against. King on his return, looking to reclaim the throne here and doing a wonderful job nice and early. Peg 10-5. It's just pretty. It's very pretty on the left-hand side. If you're a fan of the Chinese team, they are looking every bit the team that we expected them to be rolling into this. I know they've had to make that last second change, but they're still indomitable. For Animus, Shock 7-8, and he had a couple of moments. For example, that defensive round where he manages to slip through the line and find a first blood, put in some great efforts to try and set his team up for success. I think the problem is for every time for Animus is Wolves very much dictated where they wanted those fights to happen. For Animus, you're already playing against such technically skilled players that when they're then dictating exactly how they want it to go, it's so hard to find your way back into the fight. A highlight package here. I mean, snipers ruled the roost for sure. King, an example of that with the 12 kills in the end and shut down anything that came out of Says, which says something because of how good Says was in map 1.
That fight of the snipers was just so good for King. And I mean, he was not there originally, right? It was Rice. Stuff happened. They had to replace him. King even was technically retired for a few months. They needed for him to come back. He does. Triple positive. Just like that. He is just that kind of guy, proving to us that, well, no matter what, the skill is still there.
Form is temporary, class is permanent, is the phrase.
Absolutely,
I think sums King up. Coming in and just reminding everyone, yeah, by the way, I'm still one of the best players in the world, and don't you forget it. But yeah, looking great here. I guess it's a weird one for this Wolves team because, as you said, they're kind of thinking, okay, well, let's get through this next map. Sure, this will feel like a bit of a going through the motions for them, but opportunities to explore your map pool, opportunities to explore a few different things. How comfortable do we feel with this? That's got to be what Wolves are trying to do. And considering their attitude to improvement, to how they approach perfection, I think that's what they're doing. Like we're sitting on the desk and kind of like, okay, this is very one-sided. Wolves will understand that without a shadow of a doubt, but they'll still be going, how do we find ways to grow from this?
Absolutely. That's the important part, right? At the end of the day, even if you're not winning, you have to be learning. What can I take away? What worked against them and may be working against other teams? That's something that Animus has to make sure are learning from in order to, well, what's coming next? Because, I mean, it's sort of safe to assume that Wolves is going to take it. It's a little bit safe to say so. Kind of, it could happen. It could happen. So then you got to be thinking also about your next opponent too, which is going to be or should be going against Amigos. So what are they going to do against them eventually?
I agree. It's good to look at it on the flip side where it's kind of, okay, well, for Animus, how much can you learn from this whole process? Right? I mean, growth comes on the other side of pain more often than not. Certainly feeling a lot of pain right now. So what could it do for you? I think if you're Says after your performance map 1, you're probably like, okay, I can hang in these respawn modes and that will breed some confidence. I think for some of the other players, it's a case of, can you look at this and go, all right, but we rotated pretty well in the hard point. We tried to set up defensive lines. There was moments where they would clear out portions of the map. Solid investments of operators in the search. You could clearly see they had some of the right thoughts. For example, we're going to pick up the information on A, rotate the bomb into B. It's just there's so little time compared to a lot of the other squads that you're going to play, but it's still the right idea, and that's where those leaders in the team, the voices, I mean, we're looking at Catilla there, and he's laughing and joking. If I'm in that squad and I'm suffering right now, I'm feeling glad that that boy's in my lineup.
Yeah, no, and it's actually a really, really good point because at the end of the day, maybe the gun skill against Wolves, you're going to struggle, but if you are organizing yourself right, you're definitely going to make a whole lot of pain onto another opponent eventually. And now, as we begin map number 3, we are going to get to see even more action between the Wolves and Animus, and Wolves are starting with a 3-piece.
Yeah, they'll open up with the first 3. That being said, Animus answer back with 4. Keiru and Shark with 2 each. Great stuff. Just as all hope seemed lost towards B, they managed to squeeze forward into Zig. Keiru will find one, but instantly traded by Wind. Gothilla here going to be just covering over poolside. But the problem is Wind is actually squeezing through the middle, so that's going to split any A and B defense. That's going to allow you to start to surround or just stop the reinforcements coming through. Being said, Animus find 3 kills. King is still going to be here to at least give you driveway control, but Animus, they're refusing to be pushed over and even have a 3-life lead.
Okay, not too bad, not too shabby. And here, Shark still alive. So far, with a 3-weapon combo. Can he go for more? He certainly can. Goes for the 4-1, takes it like it's nothing. He was distracted. 19-11. Great job done so far on the side of Animus. Can they keep it up, though? That's another kill there for Shark. Eventually gets knocked out by Sai, but the damage done. Only 22 seconds left. They're trying to push towards Bravo. The only one there is going to be, I think that was Wind, but he got executed. And now, time's running short, and so are the lives.
Great work so far from Animus. They've just not got to get ahead of themselves. They've just got to think about the fights directly in front of them. 5 life difference. Wolves going to have to dive. And, well, they need this time to come through if they want to slow it down into a bit of a TDM. That being said, 10v4 won't suit them. Nox going to squeeze. Did you need to by yourself? Probably not. But you could play for the ticks here. Hunterkiller going to be in the hands of Zion. He decides to invest. Finds Shark direct to the teeth. But will be eventually cleaned up. 6v2. The 2 remaining is going to be King and Wind, both with 3 kills apiece. And the 4-5 of Animus start to roll forward. You've got to make sure you do it together, and Nox is going to be there. Supported. The trade comes in. And Animus will take a clean defensive round off the opening engagement. When Wolf suddenly walked in and picked up 3, you and me gave each other a little bit of an eyebrow raise. Animus very quickly flipped the script, and that's a great sign of a team that are not spiraling, as we said would be one of their problems potentially coming into this tournament.
And I mean, that's just huge for them. You gotta know that when facing Wolf is not gonna be easy, so even if you're not taking the upper hand, it's understandable. It's completely understandable. And like you mentioned, they are not falling apart. Look at that. 5 kills like it's nothing. They have cleaned them up. They have managed to successfully, once again, put Wolves on the bad end. That's a double for Keiru, using the Tempest, looking for the triple. Let's see if he can do it. He's got the help of his ally. Not gonna be enough, though. They get knocked out, but still, the damage there. There's a War Machine being used by Sounds. How much can he do with it? Wolves, for the first time, struggling a bit against Animus.
I mean, you find 2 ticks if you're Animus. You're refusing to be disrespected, refusing to be counted out, want to be part of the conversation. Gothilla going to invest the Annihilator here, looking to control. Can you line something up? And the first going to peek. Shot does not connect. Second does, though. Great find onto Wind. So now you can clear out what's left of B. You got a 7-life advantage. You find yourself 2 minutes on the clock. This could go anywhere. Equalizer then from Shark. Squeezes, finds 2. Great work. Pushes into the spawn. God bless anybody who's here. And Peg does very well to at least shut him down. But the points come through. 9 lives up. Wolves suddenly feeling the European pressure.
Look at that. 18-11. Double kill for Sounds. He begins to push for more. Shark's going to say no to that. There's going to be the Annihilator by Sai. Out of distance, Gothilla doing a lot of damage. Not going to be enough. Double kill for Sai, going for the triple, taking it like it's nothing. The 100-killer drone, though, going to shut that down rather quickly. That is exactly what they needed, because the Annihilator was swerving like crazy. Now on the opposite end, there's Saves with the War Machine, taking 1, opening more room with a double, and immediately allowing his allies to come through, and that's a triple with the War Machine. Only 4 lives left. No, the Sun, like you mentioned, Wolves are struggling. Wolves are with the backs against the wall, against Europe, against Animus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just wild. All over the place, dominating a team so strong as Wolves is something that very few teams can say.
2v8. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Peg's decided to invest the Death Machine. Surprised by that decision, but Says would be welcome. You find the second Gothilla, you find 3 in Keiru. Do you read the 4th out through the backside? You do, and you get it. Make it a 4v1. The problem's going to be, for all the great work that you've just achieved, and the Predator Missile's going to come in to find another. It does make it a 1v3. You have a tiny bit of the Death Machine left. No, it will go. So you've got about...
There's no way, right?
20 seconds to push forward here.
There's no way, right?
Taking A. Hunter Killer has been destroyed.
Surely not. Surely not. Pegs hit the flank through the stairwell. Do you read it? You do. Keiru shuts it down. Otherwise, a clutch of a generation comes through from Peg. But okay then, Animus.
up 2-0. And Wolves didn't achieve a single tick in their attack round, so it's got to be 3 brilliant rounds back-to-back here. Very capable, sure, but again, Adams refusing to be bullied away here. Second best European team, maybe, but they're going to stand, stick their chests out, push forward, and fight yet again over at B.
Okay, I dig it. I like it. Animus, I see you. Doing a great job so far. Stays pushing for more. He knows he's one shot. Not going to be possible, though. Win with Sparrow. Going to take it double. Immediately pushing for more. Wolves are done with what happened so far. Triple kill for Wind. Immediately trying to go for those objectives, and that's exactly what they need to do. Side of Wolves already losing 2-0. Peg pushing for more. Not going to be possible. The Claw Machine used by Narx. Also the Tempest by Kairu. Not a whole lot with the Claw. Tempest gonna take one. Kairu pushing for more. Can he do it though? 22-22. They are quite even, but I feel like so far that is good enough for the time being in the side of Animus as they're defending.
Kairu with the Tempest here. What else can you get from it? That's a little hip fire to find another. And it's been, dare I say it, light work. Animus looking good. Up by 4 lives. 30 seconds on the clock. Like we said, Wolves are making pressure at B. They're making good progress here. You do have a Death Machine to invest should you wish. A War Machine, my apologies. Speaking of which, says not far from his own. Sound's going to continue to control top here. Narc's going to squeeze forward, finds nothing with the Type 63. Wants that engagement over distance anyway. VMP going to ham with Sounds, 13-10. But bit by bit, blood by blood, you are finding this second tick if you're Wolves. But for every traded kill, for every answered blow, Wolves look ever closer to being 3-0'd in this.
There's 2 operators being used at the same time. Annihilator on the hands of Gothilla. Need to put the pressure back on because they have lost the control of the round. 7-6, slight advantage in favor of Wolves. Annihilator by Gothilla still alive. Plenty of time on the side of Wolves. There's going to be the pick onto Gothilla, and all of a sudden pressure is now against Animus. 7-5.
Good pick, says gonna have support here from Nogs. Recognize one's close, but not that close. Wind finds one. Peg finds yet another. 2v4, 1v4. Nogs, what can you do? It'd be something ridiculously heroic here as bodies start to squeeze towards A to force you into the fight. And you can see that there was a consideration to try and push Nox out of the spawn, but well, they waste no time. Sounds cleans things up with the War Machine. I will say, Animus, I think they sensed an opportunity to close that out, invested a hell of a lot. To watch that suddenly evaporate in front of you will be really tough and allows Wolves a bit of light in the tunnel.
And I mean, I do agree with the investment. It would have been great to close it up with 3-0 fashion, but it is what it is. You gotta move to the next one. War Machine by Stace at a distance. Can they do it this time around, though? They have already taken an offensive round. Can they do it again? The second best European team putting up a lot of pressure onto the Wolfpack. In here, Gothilla gonna bounce inside of B. There's the defense at a distance by King, using that Type 6-3. Great job done there, taking another kill onto Kairu, turning around, doing a lot of damage, a lot of back and forward. This is the closest map so far by a long shot in here.
Sparrow will find a kill and give you Sig control, and well, also finds kills into spawn. 3 in the feed. Peg Wind making light work of some of their opponents. Say he's going to play out of bed, and we'll have players arriving into pool as well. The problem you have is Wind is just controlling Stairwell, which leaves you a sitting duck should you cross his path. Nearly finds the third in all of that as well, but will force Shock to take his time, which should set him up for his teammates. Peg, Death Machine, just going to try and, again, cut off this portion of the map, not give Animus any route through, and an 8-life lead. Wolves coming out here in round 4, exploding, and Peg will go big for 3, make it 4. Is there any more? Runs out of ammo, otherwise it certainly should have been. 17-5, and well, as easy as you like to send us to round 5.
Okay. Wolves were definitely not happy about losing 2 rounds back-to-back. Now they are the ones on the bright side. They take 2 for 2, equalizing this. 1 more round. final round of Control. Can Animus actually push it to game 4? I would be surprised if you told me that at the beginning of the match, but so far they're still one step away from doing so. Can they actually do it right here, right now? Sai with the Annihilator will take one, immediately pushing through mid into this kitchen. Wait for the kill, takes it like it's nothing. That's a double against Shark and Narc. Spreader missile from up above, takes another and a triple. Immediately pushes for more. That's a quadra. Still has a few bullets. Make it a 5th one. No one can stop Sai, turning all over the place, just annihilating anyone who dares run his path. Out of time with the Annihilator. Still more than enough here with a 100-killer drone. Finally gonna get killed, but the damage is done and the advantage is heavily for the Wolves.
Great work from Zai, incredible investment, took control of mid and never let go. Narc's going to bring the claw into things. Do you read Zai? No, you don't. Zai does great job to find both that were threatening in the spawn. So Animus, just as they try and squeeze the reinforcement, Zai says not a chance in hell. Plays out now. A's captured, 1 minute 50 on the clock, 9 life lead. Sniper shot's actually going to miss. The Tundra over the heads. King trying to make this look pretty. And Wind and Peg will find kills. Will say, for all Animus are trying to do here to squeeze out towards the spawn. If you can get control, if you can cut off some of these reinforcements, give you an opportunity to fight back for B. That means a King with the Tempest, and 9-19. So a 10 life lead if you are Wolves. 90 seconds on the clock, plenty of time to pick your poison.
Pick your poison indeed. Right now, War Machine by the hands of Sounds, already 27 kills. 27 kills for him, gonna be spotted there by Narx, if I'm not mistaken. Peg, 28 kills, pushing for more, only 5 left, taking it like it's nothing. Yeah, they may have sweated a bit on the side of Wolves, but immediately began to change it around. Only 2 more. That's Kairu, that's Saze. They're trying to defend themselves, but Kairu is gonna fall to the ground. Saze is the only hope in a 1v14. There's not a whole lot that you can do in this situation. Brings out the War Machine, but through the wall with yet again the Death Machine. Peg will take it. Wolves will do so. 3-2 on Control, 3-0 on the General, and still I would like to give a round of applause for Animus for a valiant effort, because it was Wolves they were up against, and they definitely, I feel like they shook a little bit there.
Yeah, 100%. I think if you're Wolves, we spoke about their attitude towards perfection, their persistent pursuit of it. You'll be sitting going, how the hell were we 2-0 down there? And honestly, other than some operator execution, Animus could have taken that 3-0.
Yes.
And how that would have looked to everybody on all the other broadcasts catching up on the scores. But look in here with Animus. I think that they can hold their heads high. I think that, you know, map 1, that was tough. That was a beat down for sure. There was portions of map 2 where there was good signs, and then in map 3 you do some good bits. I think Sage in particular has himself a good series. Shark will top the board for them, but on the opposite side, Peg 32 and 24, followed closely by Zai. Sounds, well, I mean, it's a great game for all of them, really. King probably the player least so, but he popped off in map 1 and 2, so you're all gravy, you're all good. This team looking every bit the team they're on the road to redemption for sure. Of course, previous world champions littered through this roster, and well, Animus felt the full force of them. Europe will suffer early then here, and
I mean, they did what they had to, which is bring up a fight, and they did, you know?
Very true. We said, if you can play any of these close, can you learn a couple of things? Can you show you belong in this room? I'd say that you have. There will be plenty of other teams that suffer at the hands of Wolves through this tournament. There have been plenty of other teams that have suffered all year long to the hands of Wolves. So for Animus to stand up and be counted, to force Wolves to come out in full force in that Control, that is where it's a case of, okay, how do we grow? And I think this is going to be very far from the last we see of this team.
It definitely is not the last we'll see from this team. But once again, congratulations to Wolves. Although it's something that you would expect, they still gotta do it. You know, at the end of the day, you can expect as much as you want from a team, but can they show it? Well, they do. 3-0 victory for the Wolves in match number 2 for the B group. Well done.
No, absolutely. And you will face tougher tests for sure, but for every road that you have here to becoming world champion, there will be bumps, there will be obstacles. Some of them you have to come across. We call several teams in the past banana peel matchups. It's a case of this is one where you could easily slip. They weren't refusing, they were relentless in their pursuit of winning this. So
clean 3-0, and that will then give us a look at the bracket, which we'll be looking at after 2 matches, so it should set up the next 2 games. Of course, a reminder that New Gen Ninja saw 3-0 victory against Amigos Gaming. That was a fall from a 3-0 series. That was a great one to tune in with. But Wolves will make it clean against Animus to go on through. So Wolves v New Gen Ninjas to decide who marches through to Saturday. In the lower bracket, Animus will play Amigos Gaming for the opportunity to push ever deeper. On to Group C, where we have more games completed. We know that Galoris beat Xochitl, but Q9 also clean against Davalos. Galoris and Q9 currently 1 apiece over there, so a beautiful matchup ongoing. Group D, TLE Esports, of course, fell to Street Gaming. Star Wars Esports cleaned up Bear Clan, but Street Gaming leading the way against the Garena team. I'm not sure many of you had that on the cards. So again, some beautiful matchups going on as winners play winners, and that means you're up against some really valiant teams.
I mean, I'm not too sure what's going on in that Street versus STE, Star Wars Esports, but it is really, really interesting to see things like that. I do hope that you guys at home have the opportunity to be watching everything at the same time, because the action is never going to stop, and it certainly is not for us here on Group B. We had an outstanding match 1 and 2, but are we, warming up to even more action throughout the day?
100%. We still got so much to settle here. I think it's clear that we're expecting Wolves to very comfortably make it through to Saturday, but it feels like the other 3 teams, there's some interesting storylines brewing there, some opportunities for sure. We've seen some individual players step out, stand out a little bit. What can you do? Can you upset the odds if you're Animus, for example? Can you make that run? Amigos Gaming, of course, they will have been surprised a little bit by how good New Gen Ninjas look, considering them coming together. They've got an opportunity to kind of figure their way back through and set up that rematch that we're expecting to be there later on. New Gen Ninjas, of course, representing that Indian region with as much pride as possible, considering your circumstances. So much of that to come, but not for a little bit yet. You and me, my friend, we're going to go get ourselves a little bit of something. I suggest you do it at home as well. We've got a long afternoon yet. 3 more games here on B Stream and across the other 3 streams today. So much Call of Duty Mobile action here at Worlds. We'll see you on the other side of this quick break.
I think it's everyone. I cannot say.
I believe the greatest of all time will be, his name is Sai from Wolves. He has achieved a lot of MVPs.
In my opinion, PJ and Unzite are really the most in the game. I think the best tactician player right now is Zai.
The best tactician, I think it's Zai.
I think the best tactician player in this tournament I've played against, it must have been Susano from Elevate.
For sure, it's Lucasin from Galleries.
Recently, from recent tournaments, it will be PJ that has, I believe, the best aim.
Zai. I think the player that has the best aim would be Lucasin.
In my humble opinion, I think Lucasin has the best aim in the game. I've seen his gameplays. I think his aim is really good.
I would go with Oling from Q9.
Due to trophies and achievements, will be Sai from Wolves.
Right now, I'd give it a Zai.
I think that gold must be Zai.
The greatest, I would say Zai.
It's gonna be me in the future.
Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. beat slapping. Gotta keep up, cause there ain't no lagging. Settling into the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace, cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. La 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 la. Pump, 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 pump. La 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 la. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys how you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in 'em. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can let fire, so run, make it down, make it minute. I push, I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should not, but never been better. You gon' let it count, it fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, oh, can't get out of my way, this shit no walk up a giant. Yeah, oh, don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, oh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' slut on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah, so Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never. Yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, mad at the satellite tweaking, you know I don't let it, yeah. So Lord, forgive what I do, cause now it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause now it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause now it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause now it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause now it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I ain't getting as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides.
So good, I can't stop. That rhythm on top, it's moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here in Katowice, Poland. I'm Enigma. I'll be one half of the duo, of course, through the rest of the days. We've already done 2 games alongside me, Gil. Gil, we've had some brilliant matchups already, some standout performances, some interesting moments as well to kind of talk through. Anything that's really stood out for you in our first 2?
Genuinely, that control between Wolves and Animus was quite interesting to see, because although they didn't eventually get the victory on the side of Animus, it proves that they've done their job. You know, they've tried to better themselves after what unfortunately happened for them when it came down to stage 4, and well, they have been given a second chance to, you know, be at stage 5, and they're definitely trying to capitalize as best they can.
100%. I mean, you are going to see 3-0 on your screens here, ladies and gentlemen, but let me tell you, the control, worth the watch. I mean, you and me went back afterwards in the break, and the talent room was kind of, was it really a 2-0? And I was like, yeah, it was, yeah. It was pretty close games. It was pretty good, and we've had a great time already. The first game as well, it was a 3-0 on paper, but it certainly wasn't in the way it played out. Some very close maps. I don't know how much that's going to change here, because of course we've got two teams coming up now, both coming off the back of victories. It's Wolves against the New Gen Ninjas. Let's start off with New Gen and talk about them. Now obviously we've already seen them take a 3-0 today. That was against Amigos, but this is a team that has come together very last minute. We're literally calling them team last minute. This is 2 players from Godlike in Warden and Viper, and 3 players from Seoul in Marvel, Fran and Ches. We were asking how would they work. We got an interview with Marvel after their victory, and he said, if anything, we seem to have completed each other. Is that what you're seeing out here?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's exactly what I thought that could happen, because when it came down to the side of Seoul, they were lacking a little bit that in-your-face kind of playstyle, which is something that Viper and Garden have been able to perfectly bring into the table. But Viper, we've seen him, how deadly he can be with an SMG. Garden, every now and again with a shotgun as well, has been really, really good for the squad. We see them in your screens. And I agree, I definitely agree with Marvel. That is a key part that in a sense they were missing, because Marvel, of course, with a sniper, Jess usually with an AR, with Piper and Garden with SMG and shotgun respectively. It is just tremendous to have them in there.
It has been a fantastic watch. So many questions were obviously thrown up in the air, not just in our minds, but in theirs. But they seem to be answering them quite quickly. One of the other things we got from that interview is that their best mode is hardpoint. Not sure that that's something you ever want to have be the situation when you're coming up against Wolves, who are a ridiculous hardpoint team, as we just saw with an absolute clubbing in map 1 against Animas. That being said, this New Gen Ninja squad have impressed so far, and that man on your screen right there, Viper, an insane clutch up in the S&D to get them that map 2 at a point where that could have allowed their opponents back into the series very much so and turned the tide. But also, he's coming in here with some pressure of the title of one of the world's best SMGs, making that claim stand some ground in the stages that we've seen so far.
And now, well, it's going to be against Wolves that they need to prove a point again. It's going to be rather difficult for them, let's be truly honest. But at the same time, I feel like we're in for an even closer than what we had against Animus. You know, I feel like there's an opportunity for them to once again try their hardest and to put them in a difficult situation now, as we will be moving now onto a glance of, you know, the team from Wolves. It's such a good team. You know, historically, they've been doing so good. They've been playing together for such a long time that they just know so much about one another.
They do indeed. This is, of course, Zypeg, Sounds and Wind, but bringing in King, as Rise unfortunately couldn't make it out here to the World Championships. And we were asking, would King be a player that was going to show everyone, remind everyone, you said yourself, he was retired. Well, he's stepped out of the slippers and well and truly into the front line, had a fantastic series. But for these guys, it is far bigger tasks that await them, and it is the hunt for redemption. Victors in 2023 came out last year and had a difficult Swiss stage, right? They were 3-2, kind of put themselves in a difficult position for the draw, end up against Elevate and lose. Now Elevate go on to win the tournament, which was kind of like, okay, well, you lost to the Victors, that's not too bad. It just looks ugly on paper when it's top 8 because it was a single elimination bracket. This year, they not only get the double elim bracket to give themselves other opportunities, but they look pretty damn good.
They do. They definitely do. Wolves, like you mentioned, they're just not happy about last year. That's the very difficult part when it comes down to single elimination. If you get against a tough opponent who, by the way, like you mentioned, was the champion.
Yes.
It can be rather ugly on that paper. 5-8, definitely not the greatest place to the what was the current champions at the time. So now Wolves, they have already took a statement. They have already said 3-0 on the first match, and I'm sure that they're aiming for a 3-0 on match number 2 for themselves. But is it possible though? I do feel like there's a chance that we can definitely see at least the map 4. I would still put my money on the side of Wolves, but at the same time, I feel like the side of New Gen Ninjas have an opportunity to at least, you know, steal away a map.
Steal away a map, indeed. They could. We know there's plenty of talent across these 5, despite the fact that they will be coming in with completely made-up strategies and new roles and all that stuff. It's a case of, yeah, you've got 5 very talented players. Guys, well, champions in this list. So, it's a very good team indeed. You are correct. And up against Wolves here, they'll be doing everything they can to stand tall, stand very proud. And again, they got a huge backing in from that Indian region. So, their fans will be willing them on to victory every single step of the way. These two teams just getting themselves ready, loaded, locked, But this is those moments now where if you are New Gen Ninjas, it's where maybe that chemistry, that synergy that comes from a team that's been together for a long time really would have helped them, because you can talk in through your game plan. Let's go through our regular steps, what we've practiced and preached for a long time. And you've got to do that in the essence of this is what our strategy is going to be. If you're going to talk about your strategy, you need to know what the maps are. And that's good because we actually have them for you, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off with the Hacienda map 1. We're then going to go to the firing range S&D. We've already seen how good Wolves look there. Map 3, Crossfire, Combine map 4, and a Standoff map 5 if we get all the way through. Looking at the picks, the bans, what we've already seen maybe from some of these teams and players, anything that catches your eye.
Definitely has to be that Hacienda hardpoint. I feel like arguably was not the greatest on the side of Wolves. We've talked about the fact that, well, it's very difficult to compare when you're facing against the China region, but at the same time, that's an opportunity for the side of New Gen Ninjas to try to capitalize on early on.
It is, and also what it is an opportunity for Wolves to try and expand their map pool a little bit. You very correctly point out that for all of their performances through this year, Hacienda's been a bit of a struggle, bit of a weakness for them. It's a very light chink in the armor, but it certainly exists. And it's a case for them of, okay, well, can we just close that gap? Make sure that there is nothing in this entire map set that we go on to feeling uncomfortable. So we're going to find out whether or not they can do that. If they make this very comfortable in terms of result against New Gen Ninjas, then you'd say they've done their homework, they've done their VOD and getting ever closer to their pursuit of perfection. The rest of that list, of course, it's difficult because hardpoint and control, this team is so good. So good. We saw New Gen Ninjas earlier managed to take a close control on Crossfire. We will be back there, and they did a really good job in that round 4 of recognizing the tick situation, the life situation, and then investing into a way to make sure that they managed to see off that, get that round 5 defense. It's decision making like that, being a team unit, synergy coming through that will help them very much so against this Wolves team. I think anything less than that, this might be a long series for them.
And absolutely, it's important for the side of New Gen to make sure that they are not necessarily playing the same way they did against Amigos, because I feel like against Amigos, they were sometimes a little bit late when it comes down to rotations. And although Wolves typically sometimes do that as well, it's not the same team, you know? You cannot rely on just breaking through your opponent every single time. You tried to be early, to be smart, to be creative when it comes down to rotating, to staying inside, to make sure that you are making them uncomfortable. And it's like a perfect opportunity for the two of them for completely different reasons.
Very different reasons indeed, but both teams will be on the exact same device. It's the OnePlus 15, the official partner of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. A huge shout out to them for this glorious looking thing that the players will be competing on. We get a look at them here, all with it in hand, all getting themselves set up, ready to go. And I dare say on Wolves it's quite relaxed. They're all laughing, joking.
They're always like that, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if they understand what the word pressure is.
I don't think so either. They're always so calm, so relaxed, just patiently waiting. It's just that they get up until the air at the very last minute, but before that, they're just chilling.
Yeah, very calm and collected. We see the fist bumps come out, so we must be loading into the lobby. And you just sit forward and you see a little bit more. That lean comes in. Let's lock in focus for New Gen Ninjas. A strong start here would go a long way to answering just how good we think this team could be, or answering whether or not they've got quite a few gaps that the big teams are going to explore. Let's get off to it then. That one in the series. And it's all about the fight for these top halls. Zai's going to get the nade out early as New Gen Ninjas send bodies on towards the point. Zai peers over from the top. Peg's going to dive initially. Pinstripe as Marvel and King find kills. Answered with Fran as well, finding two. That's great work just to lock down that open side. And that being said, though, Peg is still in the point and finds 3.
Finds 3 just like that, rather quickly, immediately finds himself inside of that fountain area. And so far, Wolves taking the hill, Wind helping out, Fran trying to bounce inside of the hill and successfully doing so. Great job there by the New Gen. Eventually, Peg once again causing some more chaos, some more pain at a distance. Peg in here already with 6 kills, gonna be stopped in his tracks by Viper. Side of New Gen, so far getting a few kills, but not necessarily capitalizing as much inside of the hill.
No, it's not as efficient. Wolves will hold the slender lead. Of course, P1
this point, it's more about making a statement than anything. Don't want to be too worried, but it's setting yourself up for that rotation to 2. Will be currently spawns in for New Gen Ninjas. That being said, it's not clean. You do have presence if you are Wolves. That is now removed from the board. But the fact that you've managed to get over there and be a nuisance means there's no defensive line really here for New Gen Ninjas. It's an instant battle on the front line. You won't get breathing room. Wolves find King 2 kills, but then answered back lovely by Fran to send them packing.
That's exactly what we want to see on the side of New Gen. It was about 13 seconds of heal time. That is oh so sweet for the Indian team. In here now, with the opportunity to continue to fight inside of the heal side, basically just trying to survive, managing to do so for the longest time alongside with King. King now going to be executed by Jess, and that is going to be more control for the New Gen. Now Sparrow used by Jess. That's a double, that's a triple. Going for the next one now, throwing a... Ooh, the opportunity of the War Machine. A great job done, a great execution, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. A lot of good strategy on the side of New Gen, and because of that, they're going to be closing that gap.
I was initially worried about the fact that Wolves were so close, but New Gen Ninjas dealt with that pressure just fine, and I agree with the call out. Bring out the multiple operators there.
Look at Jez already there.
It's great work, yeah, and Jez on the rotation. The Wolves recognize this. They're actually going to be caught by surprise. I think if Jez activates at the right time, he'll find himself a whole handful of kills. He makes himself a bit of a nuisance. That's going to allow his boys to squeeze in from the other side. Jez might fall, but can you get this be the route in for your boys? And the answer, well, it looks like a relatively resounding no. For all the great work, Wolves win the fights in the Death Machine just to ensure that you clear this out. As Zai starts to push up towards Flowers now. This will try and hold the spawns. Great answer, and there's 3. The equalizer certainly being that in the fight. Split feed for now, but it's still going to be Wolves holding this slender lead. That being said, New Gen Ninjas, they're not exactly far away. They're willing to be a part of this.
20 seconds left, and here's Marvel with the Death Machine, gonna be executed, but gets intel for his allies. Just with a kill, gonna turn around through the smoke, doing a little bit of damage, taking out the gloves, taking that kill onto his opponent. Eventually bites the dust, but it does not matter. New Gen are fighting against Wolves, neck to neck, triple kill for Sai. That was actually a quadra. Eventually gets knocked out, but the damage done. Well done on the side of Wolves, 70 to 57. The rotation once again slightly earlier on the side of New Gen. They are doing what they have to. They know that it's very difficult against Wolves, and although it has been, they are still neck to neck.
Peg finds 4 off towards the V5, all dead. The Chinese team will run amok here over towards P4 as the New Gen Ninjas thought that they had themselves garage control. Apparently not. Lambo will be a costly investment. That is still a close spawn for Wolves. They can still do something here. Predator missile going to come in. Doesn't connect, but didn't need to as 3 Wolves players find kills. Jags going to Sparrow finds absolutely nothing. So it's a little bit of a back and forth, but Wolves getting themselves a bit more of a lead than they've had through these last 2 hills. Now getting towards 30 points. And for all of New Gen Ninja's great work, it continues to be that Wolves are holding the lead. And we've seen this already through this afternoon. There will come a moment where someone decides to turn the screw and pop off this team.
Yeah, it's important for New Gens not to stop, not to press that brake. They need to keep pushing. Right now, the disadvantage is 33 seconds, 100 to 67. And as we go back onto point number 1, what can they do to prevent what happened on the last rotation? We're about to find out. So far inside of the hill, there's going to be a few players for New Gen. They eventually get kicked out. Great job done there by Sounds. Immediately bouncing in. He has the opportunity of a War Machine. Not too sure that he's going to be using it on point 1, but there's the Tempest. Double kill for King onto Jess and Marvel. Sai doing what he does best, which is executing the enemy's health bars. And in here, once again, Wolves are going to get the control of point number 1, and arguably even more so than they did on the first rotation.
Well, also, they managed to lock themselves in from P2 side, so this time they won't have to worry about hitting that rotation as much as last time. Trying to fight themselves through, as long as they can continue to hold. Zai finds 2. 10 seconds left on this, so you begin to look towards who's making the moves off towards Lambo. We will have a swimmer in Jez who's trying to slip the net a little bit. I actually think he's on checkers, and if he gets there without Wolves recognizing, he could be the thorn in the side that the Indian squad are going to need, and he does find the open. So beautiful work from him. Can he stay up for long enough? He can do better than that. He finds a second kill as NewGen now starts to scramble towards the point to back him up. War Machine, invested by Sounds, recognizes that Lambo could be somewhere to scope away a lot of time, and as he finds 2 kills, including 1 in the backline, now starts to light up lobby. This is where Wolves, well, really what they want is a whole heap of time. They've finally been given P2, but NewGen Ninja's refusing to go away.
And I mean, I feel like this Lambo point has been really solid for the side of NewGen. They've been doing a super good job of at least keeping control or fighting against their opponents. Look at Viper once again with the opportunity to cause some more pain. Gets taken out, does not matter. There's still an ally inside of the heal, and that's what they've been doing best when it comes down to this heal. Great job done by the NewGen. 15 seconds left. They're still fighting inside. Fran is gonna be bouncing in with his allies, and because of that, the disadvantage is barely there. You can barely see it, and even as they begin to move on to the next hill, they're actually going to have a point advantage.
I'd argue this is by far the best passage of play we've seen from NewGen Ninjas so far. It's a case of that could have been a very bad situation. You not only turned it into not the worst pain in the world, but you are somehow an advantage throughout all of it. Just refusing to be battered by this Wolves technical prowess. All 5 of these players willing to stand tall. Look on out over now. 126 to 124, split by a hair. King with the XM4, gonna work, finds Warden. And they've managed to push the spawn into the backside. NewGen Ninja's gonna be squeezed. Important fight for Marvel to win. This will give him top control, which should have allowed you to look at. That being said, he instantly dies, and King on yet another Tempest. And how good he has been with it, and how patient and how persistent. On to 29 kills, leading the way. Oh, never mind, apologies, my math is wrong. Peg is going to be actually up there with 34. Ridiculous number, really, considering where we're at. But look across the board. All 5 of the Wolves players, so many kills, but the NewGen Ninjas so efficient with theirs.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. The fact that maybe they're not getting the most kills off of this scenario, but they are making sure that they don't completely lose control of things. Yes, they're behind by about 30 or so seconds, but they know how to move around. They know how to continuously improve the way that they're rotating to cause more disturbance on the side of Wolves. Now, they gotta make sure that they don't completely lose control in here. There's 2 players inside of the heal. One of them with the Sparrow, who did not take a whole lot of value in there, and they have actually broken through quite quickly.
Now, Wolves doing a great job to get themselves a little bit of a lead, but NewGen Ninjas just doing what they do best. Being a thorn in the side at all times. If you're Sounds, you're tucking yourself in just to contest this, you'll let the chaos ensue around you and let your boys support Peg, Sounds. They do a great job. Sounds with yet another. Jez and Viper tried to answer. An important player in this passage is going to be Fran, who's trying to set up some sort of pinch play, and Jez, well, he takes himself out. If anything, that's a worst case scenario after the investment.
That's gotta suck. That's gotta suck. But he got that kill. Sai gets executed as well. More control going in favor of NewGen. They are just neck to neck, side to side, oh so close to one another. Even if that means just throwing your body in there, even if you're getting killed, at least your opponent is not getting too far ahead. Only 18 points split between these 2 teams, and we get to see Sai with the death machine, but great job done on the side of NewGen to avoid their enemies going too far ahead.
Back to P1. First time we saw this, it was Peg that took over a little bit to give Wolves a slender advantage. Second time round, it was a bit more even kill to even split, and that gave NewGen Ninjas the opportunity to play very close to P2 on that rotation, hand them what was a very good passage of play. So for Wolves, it's about ensuring that you don't slip in the final moments of this hill. Take control of these upper halls. And they're doing a good job of that right now as more kills come through, and NewGen, they're spawning all the way back towards Boat.
Incredible job done here for the side of NewGen. Inside of the heal, I believe that was Win, but he was killed. 20 seconds left before we move on to point number 2 that, let's remember, has been the money heal in favor of NewGen. Right now, they're not losing by a whole lot, which means if they do manage to keep the control once again, it's going to be huge for them. But this time around, though, it seems like it's actually going to be Wolf who get there first.
Do find the kills to squeeze out through Rockside. Marvel, can you play in through water? It's a great read by Zai. Saw it coming instantly, and the second as well. But that being said, Warden's in through the back, could play for spawns. New Gen Ninjas have control of this now. They can continue to hit this over and over again. Wolves going to have to play on the front foot. Wind here to answer that. Can you find the players in the driveway? Peg with the equalizer will certainly shut down the pressure from the front, but that spawn comes in still at close. Jez will be absolutely bemused by how the hell he gets in there, and don't worry about it, so will Wolves. Eventually found 3-4 in the feed for Wolves. You've done enough. You've trickled over 200 points. Could this be when they start to extend a lead?
So many operators being used by the side of Wolves. They knew that this was an important heal for them to take in their favor, and by doing so, they are actually managing to get a really okay advantage in here as we are approaching the end game of map number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sparrow by Jez is going to be a triple.
Oh my God.
Quadra continues to cause control inside of the heal, then turns around, gets executed, does not matter. That's going to be at least preventing Wolves from keeping the control alive. Now they're going to be thinking about the next one, but that was such a key part for Jez to break that momentum that Wolves was getting.
No, 100%, but the rotation's in, so they've got to break, and Jez will find players in office. Peg cleans out top court, but falls. Sound's going to be on the front line. I will say New Gen Ninja are doing a good job here of just trying to squeeze this. They need that mid control, though. They need top plat in order to collapse on top of it. Marvel, Fran, Warden finding kills. Wind answers with one, but New Gen Ninjas have broken in. So they're now 20 points behind, 40 still to play with on this hill. Get this right, you take the lead. You can't win it here, but you can get pretty damn close.
He certainly can get close. 30 seconds left. Side of Wolves is going to stay inside. Great execution. 50 kills for Sounds, who continues to cause pain onto the enemy's souls, into the enemy's hearts. In here, there's going to be 2 operators being used by the side of New Gen. They're trying to break through, not going to work out. The next one, that's a 3rd operator. That's Marvel with a death machine, immediately bouncing inside, getting 1, going for 2, getting executed himself by Salatar alive. 10 seconds left. 2:25 now in favor of Wolves. Slightly behind, there's the side of New Gen, trying to fight for the few seconds. That's no longer scrap time. That could be the difference between a victory or an L for both of these teams.
Could be. As we rotate to Rock, we'll likely settle it here. Could well be the last dance unless New Gen Ninjas have something to say about it, and well, it won't be very much. 4 kills for Wolves. Sounds with the VMP up close, finds a kill. Hunter Killer available to him once he spawns back in. You're just going to hit this from the front if you're New Gen. You're just piling bodies onto the boneyard around the Rock. 2-kill Pinstripe. Get yourself in if you're Jez. You've been great so far. You've worked this SMG so well. King invests the Tempest. He's been so good with it. And they're running into the crossfire. If you are New Gen Ninjas, Wolves holding the front, drawing the line. But Viper and Warden and Marvel find yet more and extend the fight out.
Oh, the Sparrow by Jez is going to be key. They need to stay alive. They are trying to throw players in. Wolves are not being able to break through that wall. Right now, Suns getting completely obliterated out of existence. They are finally breaking through inside of the hill. There's King, who needs to take the seconds, and I think they will. 250 has gotten to us. Oh my goodness, on the very last few seconds. The side of Wolves are going to do it, and look at them just be like, it is what it is. It is what it is. They're just happy to be here. They're just happy to be doing what they love the most, which is winning, and what a way to do it. At the same time that New Gen was doing super good when it came down to strategy, Wolves managing to once again take the lead.
They did right there at the end. Honestly, if we'd seen another hill there, we dropped back towards a P1. That's been split all the way through that map. That could go either way, for sure. And what a story that would have been. New Gen Ninjas run it close. But the important thing looking at this scoreboard, eye up the difference in the kill deaths. You've got New Gen Ninjas, Jez goes positive by 2. After that, it's -5, -6, -3, -20 if you're Fran. Wow. And yet we end up with a game so close. New Gen, ridiculously efficient. It's just one of those, you look off towards the left here, where the Wolves players put up so many kills. Eventually you just break from that tide, that flow that is overwhelming. You sink under that wave at points. And unfortunately for New Gen Ninjas, it was just at the end there where they just about couldn't push it to that next hill.
It is what it is, but I gotta say I loved it. Really well done on the side of New Gen, proving to us that, well, they have formed a really good way of playing, because at the end of the day, yeah, of course, you can get as many kills as you want, but if you're not capitalizing on them, it's not really gonna mean a whole lot. This time, although they were heavily losing with the kills, it was for good reason. They were constantly making sure that you were pushing enemies behind. Even if you lose 4 players in the process. If you manage to keep the 5th one alive and the remaining continue to harass the others, it worked.
Well, I think about that Lambo hill where Wolves had rotated in. Second set of hills, Wolves have managed to get themselves control of P1 pretty well. New Gen Ninjas put up a couple of kills late, which is great, gets them close to P2. But Wolves probably think to themselves, we've got ourselves a nice little setup here. And over and over and over again, New Gen Ninjas kept coming, battering on the door. And it just meant, in the end, actually, New Gen Ninjas walked away profiting from the whole situation, took the lead in the map. And I think that that kind of speaks to the quality of these 5 players. They are coming into this very last second, very last minute. They're trying to make it work on the fly, pushing the best team in the world, the honorary best team in the world, I guess, at the minute, is the squad that everyone's saying in the interviews is the one to beat. So close. That's got to feel good off the back of it.
It has to be. It has to be. And I mean, you maybe had to turn the oven really, really high, but they are definitely coming in hot on the side of the New Gen Ninjas. They have managed to get close onto the hard point. Now, what can they do on Search and Destroy? They did feel, according to Marvel words, that their best game mode was hardpoint, but in here, it's not only about the hardpoint. They gotta move onto the Search and Destroy. And now we're moving on to what is the least great game mode for the side of Wolves, because I cannot say it's the worst, right? You cannot say that they play bad in any mode.
No, you are completely right. We have had the opportunity to see how Wolves play on firing range. It was comfortable in the end, 7-2, if I remember that correctly, against Animus. There was an early resistance from Animus. There was a couple of interesting moments where, especially on offense, I think you had moments where it was a bit, we're going to full send this strategy, and we're just going to, we saw gaps in the setup. But also, it's a case of, well, I think that was Animus making plays that no one saw coming. So for New Gen Ninjas, will it be the same story? After all, this is 5 players coming together at the very depths of this tournament. Or is it a case of, all right, well, they're going to play a bit more how we're expecting, and as such, that's going to make it simpler for us. King was the player that really popped off last time. He went 12-4, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
And as such, I think it's largely on him again to control that sniper battle, lock things down, ensure his team can roam freely.
This time around, though, is going to be going against Marvel when it comes down to the sniper, so it's going to be huge in there. I would like to say that I noticed that at least Wolves was more of a reactive kind of team when it came down against Animus. So if the side of New Gen try to be a bit more proactive, a bit more fast when it comes down to the decision making, that could be something that could allow them for some sort of opening in their favor as we begin with round number 1. Once again, King with the sniper, and of course on the side of New Gen, it is Marvel and Viper with the sniper.
And King will open up with the blood onto Jez. I will say I was curious about how New Gen would approach this. When we saw them in the S&D on Coastal, they were extremely aggressive towards either side. They did change it up here and there, but their game plan was clearly to overwhelm with numbers. They will not be given such luxury here. Of course, far more difficult to move around on firing range. You get to a certain point in the map and it's a bit of a dance, a bit of a do-si-do.
Let's see now. Taking a few seconds to think. What is our next move? New Gen Ninjas patiently waiting. Fran slightly pushing forward. Nothing too crazy, at least just yet. Sai gets a shot, but immediately executed. That's a trade back by Wind. Player lead still going to be in favor of Wolves, with 3 alive on the side of Ninjas. The one carrying the bomb this time around is going to be Fran. Currently waiting. They seemingly going to be pushing towards B. A few nades are going to be tossed. Nothing too crazy. 40 seconds left now.
I don't think Wolves have seen this. Sounds is about to find out that 2 players are squeezing up towards B. For Viper and Fran, it might be a timing thing. And the nade comes over and I think it connects. So that gives it away, but Fran finds one. Fran, do you find 2? No. Peg makes enough out of the close fight. Viper then answers. So 1v2. You know where one player is, but you haven't spotted King in the mid, and that's what that results in. Beautiful shot as well to adjust up into the forehead. And that'll be the first round on the board for Wolves.
trademark, traditional, slow defensive play will force you to come to us. We'll lock everything down in the meantime. But as soon as there's any noise or intel, very quick to react to it.
Absolutely, that's the thing, the reaction time they have on the side of Wolves. You may manage to surprise them, but for how long? That's the biggest thing in here. The surprise only lasts a few seconds. That was not enough for the side of New Ninjas. New Gen Ninjas have lost the first round. What are you going to do now? Are you gonna still play it slow? So far, seems to be the case. Going for picks, at least to begin with. Marvel here, at a distance, not gonna spot anyone just yet. Smoke all over the middle of the map. There's Sai, receiving a lot of damage. Still managing to stay alive though.
Just taking their time. Urging the New Gen Ninjas to do something, and do something they shall. Viper's going to find Peg through the wall. So that gives them a blood that they didn't have on the last round. How do you capitalize? The answer is to instantly hit A. The problem is the pretty much entire defensive force is going to be here, except for King through the middle. Not King, sorry. Sound. Let's slow it down again. 3v4, we're basically back to where we were. Bomb going down. Fran gets it. 40 seconds on the clock then. If you're Wolves, the big player for me is Sound. Can you get round the back? Can you set up some sort of pinch situation? The answer is no. You get plucked out of the sky.
That's going to be the Marvel effect. Takes a kill. Still an advantage in favor of New Gen. 25 seconds left. Wind and Sai remain alive. Right there. Wind with a kill into Jess. 2v2 now. All of a sudden, 20 seconds. Time's ticking. Slightly short. Low time. Sai gonna get executed. Win with a knock. Only 10 seconds left. And if you see on the minimap, try to reposition. Great spot for Viper. Only 7 seconds left. And that is just not going to be enough. Yes, you get the kill, but you cannot defuse the bomb. That was really well played by the side of New Gen. Just making sure that even if you get killed, that you are just slowing things as much as you can. And because of that, the bomb is going to explode. We're gonna get things even.
Yeah, I think New Gen do really well. They want to get that bomb down, 3 of them back off towards bathroom, and you end up in a spot where, because I thought if Sounds gets round through the back here, they set up a pinch, they collapse on you, that's going to be a nightmare. A great shot by Marvel. Pluck him from the top, bro.
Nice.
And Fran
on King.
Great first nade to find King. You're right to highlight it. That's the big sniper player who's been so good on firing range removed from the board.
That is just huge news on the side of New Gen. They're trying to immediately capitalize on it. They know that there's a player there. There's gonna be one, there's gonna be two, and a triple in favor. Fourth one now for Wolves. What happened? Everybody is pretty much down. Only Marvel remain, gets the knock on to win. That was a 1v4, now 1v3, but incredible way to turn a not so great situation into something beautiful in the side of Wolves. They know where the bomb is at. They just gotta wait. They are so good at just playing it slow. All they need to do is defend, and they know it. They have to wait. They do. They find him. They kill him. Just like that.
Sounds with an incredible round. Not just the number of kills, but the impact of it. It felt like if he was found in that corner for free, that would be given up and a significant disadvantage for Wolves to overcome. Zai tries to hit a little sexy one through the middle of the map. Out go the trophies as Wind plays himself inside of the trailer. And well, it's a full send from the New Gen Ninjas. They made their way to B, at least 4 players. Viper's going to cover the backside of Banana. Marvel's just still going to hold from Wood, but I don't know whether he's just intending to be there as a distraction or catch someone wrapping through the back. Huge pick from Viper to find Peg through the middle of the map. Gives you numbers advantage, but I will say, though, King's arriving with a sniper through mid, and he's been great there so far in the 2 maps we've seen him.
Okay, so once again, they get the first blood. Let's see if they can make it happen. They want to plant the bomb. Look at Jess, gonna do so. Sounds gonna have the opportunity to stop it, and he does. Well done there, but immediately getting the trade. That's a good back and forward for New Gen. They lost control by the bomb though, so the side of Wolves, they know that if they pick it up, they're over there. Marvel gonna get executed. 3v3. Garden takes the opportunity to plant the bomb. And a help from Fran to survive. That would have been tricky there against King.
King v Viper feels like an important battle that is inevitable. Viper can try and control the middle. Zai removes Viper from the board, and the nade onto Fran is perfect.
Perfect.
Do you spot Warden though? He doesn't really have much choice. He has to come and check, and is claimed. 2-1. But what did Zai just do?
Sai doing Sai things, you know. Sai, incredible player with a weapon, with the timing of the nades, eventually defusing. It is just so good on the side of Wolves, but it's not too far off on the side of New Ninjas. Yes, they're losing, but if they manage to successfully clean the mistakes that have happened, maybe we could see a difference. Maybe they could try to even things up before we switch sides, and that is going to be very important for them. In here, Jazz doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately enough, not getting that kill onto King. We know how key he's been in the past, but this time around though, look at Wind with his sexy 6 kills so far.
Looking glorious if you are a Chinese fan. The thing is for New Gen Ninjas, again, they're opening up just so well. But Wolves making the adjustments necessary, or every now and again just popping off with a bit of brilliance to take a hold of the round. King here just trying to jump out of American, peer over the top here. The spot where you've seen Marvel multiple times towards Wood, he's actually going to be nearer to Bath. Zai, oh, gets a little bit fancy with it. Marvel misses though. Pressure starts to move towards B then. Such a difficult bomb site to take fully. Such a hard place to lock down. Warden's managed to find himself in this deep back corner. The problem is he probably knows the second I round this side, I'm going to get hit by a sniper. So you've just got to give up a large portion of it. And Marvel does well to find King through the middle. Slide out of your sounds. You find 2-3. Not a chance in hell. How do you get away with that?
And he survives. That was wild.
God.
That should not have happened. New Gen definitely dropped the ball on this one. But at the same time, that triple kill for Sounds, it is just completely outstanding. Managing to survive too, that is just insane. Now ramping up those numbers all the way to 7 with that triple kill. Well job done. Right now, last round before we flip spawns. And although it has been close, I feel like a key part, unfortunately enough, I had to point out, is Jess has not been doing his job. He's still with the donut so far. He's trying his hardest, but it's just not been enough. He's right now planting the bomb, and that will connect. But with it's not.
God. Perfectly placed nade from Wind. And there was follow-up there just in case as well. That's enough. Marvel will remove King from the board, make it a 2v3. Fran reads Wind in the corner. Can you do enough though? Wind's ready for this.
Just waiting.
Fully aware. Marvel's going to push up through the long lane and, well, make it a 2v2. Great patience from Fran. And Marvel then catches Zai trying to wrap through the back. So, give themselves an advantage. Bomb will go down momentarily, unless Marvel strays out far too far. And the decision's been, actually, we're going to move this to A. And Peg...
He thought they were going to B.
Peg thinks Marvel's doing something rogue, and he's about to find out that actually payload's been moved. Bomb down, 40 seconds to go. These two will regroup. Peg to do something magical, or do New Gen Ninjas get themselves a bit on the board?
That's a great spot for Fran to be at. He has seen him. Gonna make the call, immediately backs out. That's so smart, that's so good, and at a distance. Once he's been baited, he just pulls him over, and it is Marvel to execute that kill. Well, job done once again for New Gen.
So no moment of magic this time from Wolves to
defend the objective.
Reclaim.
The enemy has the bomb.
A round. Fran's going to squeeze forward aggressively here on the defense, gets himself inside of trailer. Be interesting to see how Wolves look pushing forward. He now gets to dictate exactly where this bomb goes, exactly how they want to play. No more New Gen Ninjas controlling that scenario. And, well, aims the intended target. We're not messing around with B. We're going to move this as quickly as possible. And bomb does get down. I was a little bit worried it wouldn't as nades come over the top, but you've also found yourself 2 kills. 3v5, bomb down, looking great.
Looking very good. King with a kill onto Fran. That Sounds with a kill onto Jess. All of a sudden it's a 1v5. Viper completely on his own will get destroyed by, I think that was Wind. That's another round for Wolves in a perfect one without losing a single player. That is potentially what could snowball against NewGen. They have to do something right now. Man, we're 8 rounds deep. Yes, what is going on, man?
Yeah, you hate to do it, you hate to pick it out, but that has to change if you stand a chance in hell. Marvel gets the blood against Wolves. I will say the bloods really haven't mattered too much. 6-2 currently in favour of NewGen Ninjas. Look to the top of the screen, you'll see the scoreline does not exactly reflect. PKM in the hands of Peg. This is designed to check all corners, rip through, provide a bit of advantage, whether it be in information or just in allowing teammates to engage more cleanly. And it's done enough, really, but Marvel, is that we missed a collateral there? That's insane work, and the third through the sheet metal. A Frenchman pops off, turns it into a 1v5, and surely a round on the board then. Plenty of time for King, but, well, Ninjas are going to do the right thing. They're going to play around each other. 2 duos, and Viper's got to look out towards B. Might get some bad timing up close. I actually think if he pulls the trigger there, he's fine. And, well, King will get one, so it's not going to be a clean sweep in the round. But King needs somewhere between a hope and a prayer for this to come through.
And I mean, we were talking about NewGen doing something different. How about a collide followed by another kill for Marvel? That'll do, certainly.
I mean, he's on 12.
He is on 12. We were talking about how good of a sniper he is, and he has shown that once again. All they had to do is find that last remaining kill. The bomb's on the ground, so at the end of the day, they have a solid idea of where he could not be. And if he's not there, that's more than enough. That's another kill for Fran, make it 5 for him personally. Another round for NewGen. Marvel, man, he's been keeping up a lot against a team like Wolves, proving to us why he's been known as one of the best when it comes down to sniping.
Certainly has been putting on a performance. Nothing quite like Free to open up a round defensively against Wolves at the World Championships. Fran will spot Peg inside. Both of them just trade a little bit of blood. Decide to call it a blow as Fran turns. Does read King coming in through the back, but gets shut down regardless. Ambitious play, really, out of Fran. Could have been one of those that turned into a real stand around A, a real base of operations, but instead snuffed out Warden. I was worried if he had the timing there. Would have been interesting, but Wind was laying in wait. 5v3 then. And, well, the Indian squad, they're all basically punching in from the same route. They're just going to have to win the fight straight up.
They have to. 30 seconds left. Marvel, Jess, and Viper trying to make something happen, but with only 22 seconds, it's going to be super difficult. Viper gets a knock, immediately gets traded. Jess is on his own, finally picks up his first kill, but it's just too little, too late in here. 1v3, only 10 seconds left. The side kill comes through. That's a 6-3 lead and a map point in favor of Wolves. NewGen Ninjas, although they did a good job of fighting at the beginning, it still comes down to the results, and the results are not there quite yet.
Certainly aren't. Definitely a far sterner test than they face against Animus, but Wolves still making it look simple. Wind checks multiple corners. VMP in hand, going to get close enough to make it incredibly effective. Fran's going to bounce a nade off the trailer. It doesn't connect where he wanted it to do. Marvel forced away from American. That nade does the work though. Viper over the top, and you'll be recognizing that that's bombed down then. So you know what you're trying to control. And I wonder then if you start to get Fran coming over from B, just to try and swarm around this.
The enemy has the bomb.
They managed to pick up the bomb again, so they know where they're at. They're actually gonna plant the bomb like it's nothing.
How to get away with that?
That shouldn't have happened. That's a bad call there for the NewGen. Ninjas have to now begin to push forward. The time, the double, I think that was a collide yet again. A beauty of a fest for sniping here in this map number 2. 25 seconds left. The South Ninjas are trying to push inside. He's gonna take a triple. Now only 2 more left. Jess gonna execute a win. 3v2 may not be enough. That's a quadra for Sai and an ace for the Wolves player to complete the mission. An outstanding round round for an outstanding player, ladies and gentlemen. Another victory for Wolves. New Gen seems like they used all their gas at the beginning and it started fading away in a sense.
I think so far, every time we've seen Wolves, there will without doubt be sterner tests that they face through this tournament, for sure. But every time we see them on the attack ground and they get to dictate where the bomb goes and where they want to play the matchup, they don't have to sit a very spread defensive line. No one seems to come close. It takes a moment of magic from Marvel to even find a round. After that, it was not pretty even for the Indian squad.
Look at that. Sai wanted to outshine King. He was 12-4. He's 13-4.
He's had himself a great performance, a couple of takeover moments for sure. Not more so than that last round, which we'd be very glad for. But it's, impressive from all 5 players, at least even or above. And all a part of, I'm looking at, for example, Wind here, 5 assists. We know how important those can be in these fights. So often trying to play around trades, just trying to take advantage of the numbers. So often Wolves had a numbers disadvantage. It's about setting your boys up for success. I think back to that round where Sounds finds a 3-piece over towards B. Should never have managed to do it. Just incredible technical skill that stops this game being closer. New Gen Ninjas, it's certainly not a bad performance, but moments like that from Zai, like what do you do? How do you counter that? You don't even see it coming.
That's the main issue. How do you counter something like that? That was the collab right there and the extra kill that he eventually got onto Wind. It took that for the New Gen Ninjas to actually steal another round, but then after that, it was just Wolves for days. The pack is just so well organized. It's just too difficult of a team to beat. And for that, they have earned themselves yet another 2-0 lead.
They have. I'm gonna look ahead then to the controls. We got a picture look here at Stanley just ordering the troops, just ensuring that all the ducks are in a row. Do we understand what it is that we need to do next? Again, it would be so easy for a team like this to we'll walk through the groups, it'll be fine, we'll get to playoffs, then it'll start to matter. No such thing. It is all about, okay, well, yes, we won the S&D, but we lost 3 rounds. How do we stop that happening in the future forever? Just tinkering, finding the small things that turn into big victories later on. New Gen Ninjas, I will say it's quiet up there for them, but it's difficult because so often in a team you have a leadership group, you have a hierarchy. It's almost like a social club. You know the person who, if things aren't going well, they'll look over at you and go, look, we're all right, we'll be fine, let's figure it out, let's pick it up. As 5 players that are newly coming together, that's a difficult thing to build. That's a difficult situation to be in, the dynamic here. But you're 5 very talented individuals. So looking at each other in that light, in that respect, you can see why they're also not necessarily pessimistic about looking through the rest of this series and the rest of this tournament about how well they could do.
And this time around, well, for the side of New Gen, they are once again going to be playing on Crossfire. On the opposite end, it was, of course, Wolves against Animus on Raid.
Yes.
So I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen because, well, they both know very well when to be using those operators. And, well, the initial side is definitely going to have a very, very big impact on what we are going to see without the remaining of the map.
Control for each team is something that we have, of course, seen at this point. You're right to mention that Wolves had an interesting one on Raid against Animus. We're 2-0 down in that. Yes, go and watch it back, promise you. But for New Gen Ninjas, theirs was more about squeaking through a Crossfire control, recognizing very early that they wanted to invest in defending B. I wonder if they'll make that same call here, give up A quite early. Obviously, it's going to be a far more difficult onslaught to withstand against this Wolves team. But you could see that they were quite comfortable drawing that line in the sand partway through that map and be like, okay, well, this is where we dare you to cross. Come at us. Fight through us. Punch a hole if you dare.
Yeah,
will they manage that against Wolves here?
That's the go-to for a lot of teams, you know, giving up A, just prioritize B. It's very difficult sometimes to go through that hill. They know that on the side of NewGen, and I'm sure they do on the side of Wolves. A nade kill is going to open up the floodgates, and a snipe at a distance will make the battle truly unfold. NewGen Ninjas, ladies and gentlemen, trying to stay afloat. I said that they may be able to take a map, and they nearly did on map number 1, but they were not able to. There's still an 0-2 against them, and so far, I'm sure they're not happy with the result. They're going to be pushing for more, but can they do it? Well, so far, the kill lead is actually in favor of Wolves.
It was in favour of Wolves, a little bit terrifyingly, something like 6-2 initially, so NewGen Ninjas are making a little bit better work of it. I was very worried we were about to get a slaughtering. But Zai squeezes, is still picked up. Fran, I feel like doing a great job positioning himself with that shotgun, knowing where he's going to be most effective with it. Jez going to have company. But Viper is there to support. And yet again, Fran comes in, will be instantly traded. But it's moments like that, it's fine. He might go 1-for-1, but he's punching a hole for the rest of his boys to get them clear the point.
Yes, that is really, really important for them to do. And now, well, as they have not been able to pick up a single point heal on the side of Wolves, it is going to be now potentially about the time. They got to be cautious. Less than 30 seconds left. They're going to manage to get inside of A, so that is really, really good. And they are so solid in A that I don't think the side of NewGen are actually going to put that much pressure in there. The lives are quite close, so it's fine. They can take it. Oh, they're actually not going to give up on it, and they will continue to push. Look at Fran here now going with the HSO.
The fact that you find 2 kills there, I did think you'd have a moment where NewGen Ninjas suddenly dove the point, but they do decide to back off in the end. Maybe the call comes through from someone, an assigned IGL for the weekend of sorts. Fran probably falls at the wrong time, but you're going to be there if you're Viper for 2. And it will force Wolves to pause. You've got to think about this next play then, as it becomes sudden death, essentially for them, 9v5. Best S&D round ever, or did you just accept the only walking away with 3 ticks? Well, Viper close-up can be on the side. He needs removing, and he will not be. Sticks around for long enough to find a kill, turns 7v4.
Great job here by the side of NewGen. Another nade kill, this time for Garden. Viper with a knock, gets traded, does not matter, 6 for 2. Sai gets another knock onto Marvel. No more spawns on either side. 2v5, Garden with a kill onto Sai. The only one alive is going to be King using this sniper. Has a Tempest, highly doubt he's going to use it. He's just going to save it for next round in here. Maybe trying to cause a little bit more damage. 30 seconds left, and they already know where he's at, so they're just patiently waiting for the mistake, and there it is. Marvel will execute him. A round will go in favor of NewGen, and that's exactly what I was talking about. I felt like the first round was going to settle what was going to happen the remaining of this map, so that is just huge for the NewGen Ninjas.
I feel like Viper has himself a really good round there. I think just as A comes through, Fran dies. I was a little bit worried that that's suddenly going to turn into Wolves just shuffling forward towards B with that numbers advantage. Viper shut it down very quickly and had himself a lot of impactful kills. It just meant Wolves couldn't roam around as freely as they would have liked. Allowed his team to sit comfortably, feel protected. And look at that feed, he's there yet again. Pressure on A, tick coming through. Kings can try and peer, and Viper finds 3. 2 with the Tempest, make it 3 with the Tempest, 4 with the Tempest, 1 with the Hunter Killer. He isn't done, squeezes forward, maybe gets a little bit overexcited, but the damage is done. A, 2 ticks in, B, 1 tick through. The advantage then falls into their hands off the back of a moment of magic.
Oh, Garden, that would have been tremendous. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. The second tick does not come through on B, but Alpha is going to be completely taken. Now, that's the Annihilator for Marvel. Let's see how much he can do with it at a distance, just covering up for his allies. He has to do something. Has not seen anyone just yet. Opportunity to take 5 more shots. Immediately bounces inside of B. He knows that there's someone around. That's Wind with a Sparrow. He was not able to do a whole lot of damage. He just took himself out. Really unfortunate there for Wind. That could be actually something really important for NewGen Ninjas, as they have a slight lead and plenty of time to play around with.
NewGen definitely smelling blood in the water here. 1 minute and 40 on the clock. 6 lives up. Marvel with an opening snipe to give them that. Will be returned by Zai. Sounds. It's these individual fights you just want to have, these little passages of play where Wolves claw that gap back, and well, 5 without answer. Nearly making it even with 2 lives now. You're going to get the investment of the Predator. You've used a few operators at this point as well. Zai is actually going to decide to bring out his Annihilator. Shut down Jez, who was trying to make pressure. towards B, and great work. And you flipped it. Gone from 6 lives down to 2 up in the blink of an eye. Wolves showing how they stand pressure.
It looked to be very favorable to New Gen Ninjas, but changing that rather quickly thanks to wind and the usage of operators in general for Wolves. But it's still 67, 50 seconds left, plenty of time for both teams to figure out what do they want to do next. What is the next move? Do we want to pressure? Look at Garden at a distance with a sniper, taking down Sounds. All of a sudden, 6v6. What can they do? Barely any more spawns left, and that's a kill for Wind yet again with that shotgun. Double for Wind, gonna be executed by Marvel, who immediately gonna be trying to reposition himself, as this is not the place they want to be at least not for the time being.
4v5, look at the position of Wolves. We've got that sniper playing through mid. Zide, yeah, he finds Viper to shut down theirs. It's a 5v3, it's got to be Magic. We saw Marvel do it last time. Will he have help? Well, Fran's dead, Marvel goes, it's all on Jez, and it was the best effort we've seen so far on an offensive control round here on Crossfire. But unfortunately, just not enough to see that out. That will be, being said though, gives you that extra tick on B. Something that is difficult to come by. And Wolves will now understand on their offensive rounds, they got to go big.
Now at the same time, look at those operators on the side of Wolves. The first one's going to be popped. That's the War Machine taking that kill onto Garden at a distance. Even through the smoke, I cannot see you, but I can smell your fear. And that's going to work out just fine as they continue to push forward. Now there's the operator now being used by King with the Tempest at a distance. Just popping them one at a time on the side of Wolves and capitalizing on each one of them. So far, 27-21, doing a tremendous job on offense now for the side of Wolves. They struggled on round number 1, but they're doing amazing. On round number 3 now, Fran trying to prevent them from getting any more down, but Sai with the gloves becomes a boxer, and with a shot straight to the head, puts him to the ground, and because of that, Wolves continue to increase even further their advantage.
That's a real haymaker for sure. Out comes the Sparrow now for Wind. Instantly shut down though, so that will be a silver lining for New Gen Ninjas, who've got to claw this round bit by bit. 8 lives is the deficit. 2 ticks given up. Don't care too much about that until we start talking about B. It's about finding a few kills now just to make this a bit more comfortable. Wolves will recognize that New Gen Ninjas operators will have started to charge and could suddenly see them explode. So they want to squeeze. They want to make this ever more difficult, force them into a position where they can't invest, and Peg decides, actually, you know what? Here comes mine. Death Machine was going to allow him to squeeze all the way up through the B side of the map, tucks himself in, just applies pressure to the back line, and let his boys squeeze forward and dwindle the lives. And for all the hard work New Gen Ninjas did last round, Wolves have turned the screw.
Pretty much do so right now, 17-3. There's not a whole lot that you can do with that amount of lives. Gardening here with a shotgun, trying to help his ally there. They get a few kills, not gonna be enough. Completely on his own. Marvel against a full-on army of 15 lives. There's not a whole lot that you can do with that. They do, though, have every single operator available for next round, and that is going to be really, really important for them to capitalize with. Imagine if they at least get, I don't know, 3 each, which is still a long shot, but that is definitely going to be something that they have to do. They need to do it, and at this point, I feel like Wolves are just trying to survive so they themselves can gain more time for those operators so they're on.
Yeah, wry smile between both of us there as we recognize that Wolves are just toying with their food a little bit. Marvel's feeling like he should be being hunted. Instead, he's out here, please, someone fight me, shoot me, do something. And Wolves aren't having it.
They got another operator.
They know exactly what it is that they need to do. They recognize the mission at hand, and dancing, dodging, weaving. Marvel's gonna get a couple of kills out of this show, but he knows what we've hoped to build is 5 operators against very little in the next one. Wolves aren't giving it up.
Maybe he himself, yes, he wanted to probably get something like a hunter-killer drone, which, you know, it can be decisive whenever you are thinking about every single kill that matters. So, yes, that's an extra operator on the side of Wolves. There's an extra streak on the side of New Gen. Now, what's going to happen?
What is going to happen? This is the question. Well, instantly the War Machine will be popped by Fran. Goes high, does find purchase in Peg. And just bringing it into areas where you know the Wolves player is going to have to run through. So at the very least, it's at least inflicting damage. Having said, 1 kill, probably wanted a bit more. Zai decides to pull out the Annihilator. for New Gen Ninjas. They're deciding where do we pull our next operator. What you don't want to do is pop it in front of Zai. He'll instantly close the door.
He pretty much will close the door, and not in a nice way whatsoever. That's a double now with the War Machine for Sounds. Zai get a kill before getting knocked out of distance by Marvel. Great trade there for the side of New Gen. 24-22. They got to make sure they take this round, or else that is going to be the end of this match number 3, ladies and gentlemen. 8 is going to be captured by the hands of New Gen. But now, what's next? That's the most important part. What you do with the next 2 minutes that you have ahead of you.
Warden, equalizer in hand. Sounds reads this, I think, but not enough. Warden, can you find the next? Yes, you can. And you are deep into Wolves territory. And the kills continue to flow, and nearly onto Zai. Marvel goes big then with the Annihilator, but that is picked up by Peg with the sniper.
They're getting B.
In comes the Predator missile. They are getting B, and they're up by a hell of a lot of lives as well. So very likely we go to a round 5. But I wonder if Wolves sense an opportunity to push back here as B pauses, and you find yet more moves forward, more space gained.
Only 5 lives left, so
that'd be perfect.
Another one to the ground. Perfect opportunity for New Gen, and I'm sure they're trying to take it as efficiently as possible. King, though, pops that Tempest, trying to get some more done. I don't necessarily agree with that decision, as they are definitely with their backs against the wall in here. At a distance, Sounds will get that kill.
We're losing this fight.
Bravo is still probably not going to be taken, but it does not matter too much at this point. There's the kill. The only one alive is going to be King. And once again, I just question the decision of popping that operator right there and then.
Was an interesting call, as King will do his best to not allow the New Gen Ninjas to build their operators with a colourful, Christmassy explosion.
Calling it a day. Just calling it a day. He knew that.
I'm clocking out, boys.
I feel like, in a sense, he was trying to avoid what his team was doing, which is giving his opponent some more time for the operator, which is smart. It is very smart.
It is.
As we move on to the 5th one, we knew because of the ticks that it is New Gen who's going to be defending. The Sparrow is going to be popped by Jess, seems like. How much can he do with it? At a distance, Marvel with a knock onto Wind. It's going to be important to take more value off of that Sparrow, but so far, not really taking that much of a deal in here.
Jazz pushes A. 2 players to deal with here. And when it runs out at probably the worst time, it Sounds makes it easy. Zai with 1. Warden and Fran will return fire. 3 in the feed for New Gen Ninjas. A does have 1.5 ticks. You want to clear, but Sounds says not a chance in hell. Finds 2, softens up the 3rd. Marvel will find a kill, but Wind is here for the pressure. And does enough. Now he squeezes towards B. That's going to shift the New Gen Ninja players over. They have no choice but to go. So that should make A light work. It does. 2 minutes 7 on the clock. 1 life between them. 2-minute onslaught from the Wolfpack. Can the Indian squad survive?
A lot of aggression coming down from Marvel. That is not going to pay off. Fran's still alive though. Takes 1, goes for 2. Not going to be possible. Sounds going to knock him out the park. The side of Wolves have not lost control in here. They got plenty of time, and the lives are quite close to one another. Sounds with the opportunity to use that War Machine. Not going to use it quite yet, as he's not necessarily on the best spot. He'll try to make sure that he gets more value off of it, picks up the opportunity with a shotgun. So far it's still close.
Certainly is. Oh, Fran, no! Connects with the pillar in front of him and will exit him far quicker than you would have liked, considering you popped the operator. That's painful. You're just going to get by. You're just going to ignore it. Flush it out of your mind. Move forward. Peg decides to pull out his death machine. There goes Marvel. Do you find Warden, who tucked himself into a corner? The support comes through to help. There's the clearance by Fran. Marvel yet again. Jez will find 1. 3 lives in it. Sparrow invested by Wind. Viper's trying to shut that down, but doesn't really have the viewpoint. There goes Fran. It will eventually be that you are removed. 3 lives in it. 1 minute 10, but the progress is coming. New Gen Ninjas have to go.
need to push forward. The objective still being taken. 4 lives now, 3v9. Annihilator in the hands of Sai, and that's the beginning of the end. That's the last nail in the coffin. And a triple, a beautiful execution to end things up once again. It cannot be other than Sai. Once again, he did it on Search and Destroy. He's doing it in Control. Every single player having a moment to shine. That's just the type of team that Wolves is made throughout so long. They're just so good, man.
They are. They are so really bloody good. There was a moment through there where it was about how they stood against the pressure they were up against. And in that final round, you see it, they just slow it down. There's a bit of misfortune. I think Fran's not going to want to watch that one back. But Wolves did not care. Spot tiny gaps, moments, fractions of seconds, controlling the chaos that is Call of Duty Mobile, and recognize when they can explode into action. We get a look here at the scoreboard. Fran, unfortunately, 20 and 32, rough round for him, but other than that, solid across the board for all 4 remaining players. For Wolves, 13-23, led by Sounds, and honestly, that doesn't surprise me. Felt like we constantly called his name, stepped up with big moments. It's Zai with the pop-off towards the end, 30 and 21. Peg, not bad. Wind and King, probably not their biggest maps ever, but at the end of the day, you walk off 3-0 victors from this series. I doubt they care.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's fine to have the individual results, but if you're providing what's needed for your team to take the W, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you were just the one making the calls as to where the opponents were at, if you were the one taking the assistance, or you were the one doing that beautiful multi-kill that we were watching on the highlights. What's important is the W, and that's exactly what they got on the side of Wolves.
They most certainly do, and well, that will guarantee them Saturday. Not a surprise to anyone. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's not a surprise, of course. We're expecting Wolves to do far more than get to Saturday, but it's the perfect start. It's all you can ask, really. We've set yourself a couple of challenges in front of you. How do you respond? Well, it turns out with a 3-piece to close things out and move on. So lovely early afternoon for them. Go and get yourselves rested up, get your VOD review in, get yourself ready for the bigger test. We'll come into the studio here after what has been 2 fantastic games to get us started. 2 fantastic games, 3 fantastic games. I apologize. But it has been then, I guess that's a perfect segue into updating you guys on exactly where we stand here in Group B and exactly what the bracket looks like. Of course, we're aware that Wolves have now punched their ticket through, qualified. You'll see it just above their name. But 3 other teams need to decide their fate through today. Animus and Amigos Gaming, both 3-0 sufferers, we'll call it, in round 1. Will wait in that lower bracket. They'll play against each other next. New Gen Ninjas will await the victor. Is it a rematch against the LATAM team, or that the Europeans have more to say than simply suffering at the hands of their adversaries?
I'm genuinely not sure, and I'm curious to know, but let's also take a glance onto what's going on Group A, where Elevate, well, they are currently on the way to fight against Unmythic. I do want to point out the fact that Unmythic, Dream, and Exclusive went all the way to game number 5.
Yes.
And it's just to show you how brutal the increase in level has been for the side of Europe.
I mean, I'm looking at that squad. That's an incredible set of teams right there. Group D, TLE Esports will fall to Street Game. They'll now play against Bear Clan, but Stalwart, they've marched on. They beat Bear Clan, then Street. It was 1-0 to Street initially. Yes. We tuned into that, raised our eyebrows, but they have qualified through to Saturday. So Street Gaming will await the victor of TLE and Bear Clan. And of course, to round us off will be Group C. Glorious fell to Q9 3-0, so they will play against Diavolos. Unfortunately for Xochitl, it has been an early exit, 3-0 to the Brazilian squad, 3-0 to the Japanese team. We will wait then to find out who qualifies through that group, and I think it's difficult to look past how good Glorious have been, but the Japanese, I don't know, they always make it interesting, man. They always do. So it's going to be, of course, plenty more interesting action. 4 different streams. If you're tuning in with us, first of all, thank you very much. We are having a wonderful time up here. We're loving life. But there are 4 streams, of course, main, B, C, and D. And if you want to catch up on specific groups, specific teams, when and where's, make sure you go and check out some of the others. Also, if you are trying to keep up, we told you earlier, we do have plenty being uploaded to social media to keep you informed across Twitter, across Instagram, at PlayCodM Esports. Because I personally am trying to make good sense of everything that's going on. Stats, boards, clips, the whole shebang. But we are through 3 games, 2 more to come today. We're going to head to a quick break. Make sure you're back and ready for it, because the storylines, the action, it's only just started at the COD Mobile World Championships.
Actually Esports, and I'm competing as NA number 3's team for Call of Duty Mobile Stage 5. And right now I'm going to show you my loadout. So my favorite loadout this season has been the VMP. The reason why is because I'm an SMG for my team, and it's been the fastest and also highest time to kill SMG in this meta. So now I'm going to show you what my favorite loadout for it is. The first thing you always want to do with the VMP is have the maxed out version of the iron sight. The reason being is because it allows you to have the most vision while you're ADSing. For the barrel, you want to go with the heavy barrel. Not only does it have the most range and most bullet speed, but it also comes silenced already with some vertical recoil assistance. For the stock, you want to go with the bandit adjustable pad because when you're ADSing, you want to be able to have some movement to you. You don't want to be a slow SMG. For the ammunition, you want to have the fast extended mag because of the reload time and extra bullets. You always want to be prepared for every gunfight, even if it's a last second one. The rare grip. The integrated grip set is my favorite because it provides you some ADS time as well as vertical recoil assistance and hit flinch. And the most important attachment of all that I left for last is the rapid fire because it allows you to shoot your bullets faster. As for my favorite secondary, I like to use the prize fighters, not only because they look really cool when you're running, but also because the animation of it just makes me feel like I'm moving faster, and the best way to perform is to feel good about what you're doing. So lock in prize fighters. My favorite operator that I sadly don't use for my team is the equalizers. It's the perfect operator for SMGs that want to be fast on the map and cause chaos to the other team. As for perks, you cannot be an SMG without running lightweight. The purpose of your role is to be fast, and lightweight provides exactly that with extra movement speed. For the green perk, you want to run Gung-Ho. It allows you to hip fire while sprinting, which is something important for SMGs. You always want to be on the move. And as for my blue perk, if it's S&D, you want to run Dead Silence. That way enemies can't hear you. But if you're running respawns, you want to have survival training on because you don't want to get slowed down by concussions or flashbangs. Hopefully everything I told you about in this video is helpful, and I hope you guys can cheer us on in the tournament.
They looking at us like we gotta go. Super bad, baby, and we outside. This the game everybody waiting for. Pick 'em up, off the floor. It's on the house and we about to blow. It's dynamite and who gon' stop it? Get the key and like it, baby, cause we at the door. Here we breaking the news, making the promise, not in it's to lose. Sorry, not sorry, don't pity your fool. Let's get it started, I've been in the mood. Take a look at the two, take a look at my views. I be all in my bag, then I'm picking up two. I'm the best on the map, not a regular dude. The respect on my ground when I set it and move. I'm ahead of the line, making the rules, I'm ahead of my time. Watch how I cruise, I'm rocking the ship, tell the haters to move. The champions here, and we pay that I do. Action, we want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active, let's get active. Action. The action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Rhyme with me, yeah, they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tire slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. Yeah, the squad with me. Ride with me, yeah, they rhyme with me. Come and slide with me like the tire slippery. Got the town burning in the squad with me. And the guys with me, this is our mission. This is our mission. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Yeah, let's get active. Yeah. Tornado, let's get active. Straight off the cuff, I'ma smash 'em. So come try your luck if we crashing. I am the captain, calling it pack. Action. We want the action. We moving with traction. We tend to get active. Let's get active.
Let's go bigger, I'm that killer. Coming in hot, make you jump like a thriller. feel it pump, pump, pump. Loosen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. Rough and ready, whoa, Black Betty. Can't lose face cause I'm coming in heavy. No filler, top of the tower. Crank to 11, now we're hitting full power. Beat slapping, gotta keep up cause there ain't no lagging. Settling into the early hour. Not giving up till we're hitting full power. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Pick up the pace cause it's not enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up. Pump, 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 pump. Listen up, I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys how you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in 'em. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. They know I go extra hard and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them freeload. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me is higher than ever. You can let flash around me, get down, me get minute. I push up. for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever, yeah. Might have decided like calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I ain't gon' slut on you tweaking, you know I don't let up, yeah. So Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forget what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switch on sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and I didn't get as fast, do or die, yeah. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. It's too late, and we don't get as fast, do or die, yeah. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides.
So good, it can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop.
Welcome back to the Call About World Championships, ladies and gentlemen. We've actually got a bit of an update for you from something previous to the break. We spoke a lot about the situation that was going on down. To update you guys, something that's a first in my casting career, I don't know about yours, my friend. A rule violation, unfortunately, by Wolves means that Map 3 will go to the new Gen Ninjas. That means that we have a Map 4 to settle. And while there's plenty to talk about on that end of things, what I will say is it means more fantastic COD Mobile action for you and me, because the last hard point these two teams faced was a banger.
It definitely was. These two teams were fighting so good against one another, and we are getting another opportunity to see them. That's gonna be a blast. That is definitely going to be a blast. And I'm intrigued because the closest of them all definitely was that hard point in my opinion.
Yeah.
And we're getting to see another one.
Yeah, we will. We'll be heading off to a hard point on Combine. Now, you and me have already seen this play out twice today, and it is a map that we also saw Wolves on. They were dominant against Animus, but they are facing a very different test in the New Gen Ninjas. As you correctly said there, map one between these two was a banger. We really enjoyed every second of it. Super close. If it had been pushed to that extra P1, who knows who could have come out on top. It was that close. So we get the joy of casting over yet another blowout between these two teams. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a war. And we are off and underway then. The New Gen Ninjas loading in. Wolves thought that they were done and dusted with this series. They thought that they were into Saturday. They will have to claim that right yet again. And we get off to a start that actually favors the New Gen Ninjas. A couple of kills and a couple of points to get them started. Long way to go yet, but if New Gen Ninjas can start well here, that'll certainly be a new thing for Wolves to face.
So for now, initial hold, initial few seconds go for the New Gen. I'm intrigued to see how much is going to shake things up. The fact that, well, for a second, both teams thought, okay, I won, I'm moving on to the next day. I lost, I'm moving on to the next match. But all of a sudden, they got one more to go.
Oh my.
That is a triple. I've never seen one now for Fran. Just sweeping over the opponents and allowing his ally Jess to stay inside of the kill. Great triple kill there for Fran.
Wow, some beautiful moves there on the outside catwalk. Wolves will answer with 3 of their own. Viper picks up 1, but that only stems the flow, as Wolves find the next 2. P1 then settles off to P2, rotation in early for the New Gen Ninjas, but it's not exactly a forward defensive line. Wolves are knocking on the door, howling at the brickwork, but it's some great work to just hold out for now. But that move from Zai there could be a big moment because you clear out a bit of that back line. Reinforcements are slow to provide coverage on the front, but it's enough. New Gen will hold from the first wave.
So for now, let's see though, because I once again like the rotation from New Gen. That is something that the side of Amigos tried to do very unsuccessfully against the side of Wolves, but this time around New Gen doing an okay job. They eventually got kicked out of the hill, but nonetheless they managed to do get quite a few heal points inside. Now, can they re-break through hill number 2? So far not being the case. They're going to be throwing a couple more players in now. Jess at distance with the Sparrow, going to take 1, go for 2. There's a trophy, not going to be enough. Jess with a break, with the control now for the squad. Really, really well done. And he eventually gets kicked, but at the same time, I do like the way that New Gen organize themselves to do a collective push that usually tends to work, but this time around the advantage is still going to continue in favor of Wolves.
Yeah, great play from New Gen team-wise. The problem was a little bit of magic from Wolves players. It does enough. Pred missile comes in, doesn't connect, but it'll do enough to buy you time. Zai does well on the front line for now. We cleaned out, Sounds is there. War Machine investment from Fran. Out goes a couple of efforts. Just going to bounce them through the doorway, and anyone that walks into them will be seeing the afterlife. And the Tempest from Viper as well. New Gen Ninja, I think, recognizing that Wolves are building up a bit of a head of steam there. They wanted to shut that down and get themselves well truly into arm's length. Keep it much like we saw through the last map, but we saw a hard point of these two. If we're knocking on the door, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Sai is going to be inside with the Death Machine. I really find it interesting that it's been Sai and Peg rotating back and forth between who is using the Death Machine. This time around is going to be for Sai. 21 kills. We're barely moving on to hill number 4, and he's got over 20 kills. It is insane the amount of damage that Sai is causing onto the opponents. The advantage is still slightly in favor of Wolves for about 30 seconds, but what Sai is doing truly remarkable.
And the X Factor right now, more than double his next teammate. If anything, it feels like a lot of the Wolves players are a little stunned at the fact that they're going to be playing this map 4 out. Zai said, let me at him. 23, 24 on the board. When we rotate over, New Gen Ninjas, they will be here early. They're currently trailing by 13. Not exactly an unsizable number, but they will have to continue to defend. Jez does well with a Hunter-Killer drone. In comes a Pred from Jez, who finds Peg, continuing to just get themselves back into the game. They take the lead in this one, so map 4 hanging in the balance. The Wolves players, we've already talked about it. Zai's having himself a map, but the rest of them, they've got to find their feet and quickly.
That was a great job down there for the new gen. Sparrow by Jess, not gonna have as much as an impact as before, but still going to be good nonetheless. 5 seconds left, and Wolves are trying to pick those few seconds up. Not gonna be there, thanks to the new gen. That's exactly what I find really, really amusing from the side of new gen. They don't give up at any point, and not only that do they only control up until the last second, they also try to rotate as best as they can, and I do like that. I like that a lot, and that's exactly what we were talking about before we started this game. These two have been playing against one another on hardpoint really, really smart, and it's a true back and forth between the two.
Something you alluded to there, New Gen Ninja is incredibly efficient. I think they recognize the fundamentals of the game is how they're going to beat off a squad like Wolves that can slaughter anybody in this tournament when it comes to the kill numbers. Evidence being Zai crossing 30. That being said, Viper isn't exactly far away, 26, but will fall this time as Zai finds himself 4 to break into P1. Spawns are going to flip though and split. So do you read any of this coming in? Because Wolves won't know there's a player coming through their backside, and it turns into some effects for Marvel as he picks up 2. So a big moment then to not only clear out what was left of P1, but to push forward a little bit to hold that P2 rotation they'll be set up for.
Super, super important to defend this hill number 2. They have lost 2 players, does not matter. They got the spawns, they gotta immediately rush to try to help their allies. Wind is gonna get a knock, but immediately gets traded by Fran. There's the usage of 2 different operators on the side of New Gen. That's the Death Machine and the Tempest. Both of them doing a lot of damage, causing the enemies to back out, trying to get through, but it's just not going to be possible. A double for Garden, a kill for Viper, and an equalizer now for Garden, who immediately tries to push. He's now gonna be waiting for opponents. Gets 1, goes for 2, takes it like it's nothing. The equalizer also gonna open up the opportunity to now have the spawns back into their hands. Great job done, and now the usage of the Sparrow for Jez will continue to control in favor of New Gen.
A quite insane passage of play out of the Indian roster. They'll now be leading by 16. We haven't seen anyone do this to Wolves so far through this tournament. Fran will be picked up by Sounds, who finds
it's crazy
2. And does great work alongside King to break in eventually. It's only 13 seconds left on the clock though, so for Wolves, was it worth the investment? Because now New Gen Ninja spawning P3 side, they'll get the rotation, so you got to punch through the middle. You are doing that if you are Wolves. Hunter Killer will slow you for a moment, and a great nade actually is going to catch hard on Peg, so that'll give the information as and where you need to fight next. 9 points, splitting the 2, heading into this next hill. And this is where it becomes a bit of a bottleneck, a bit of an aftermath. Zai has his operator and pops it and takes a hold of the situation, setting Peg and Sounds up for a couple of beauties to wipe the point.
They used all of the operators last hill. Now this time around it is Wolves with the opportunity to do that themselves. Now Peg doing a lot of damage, gonna find a double kill and immediately capitalizes on it, tries to push for more. They were there first, but they were rather quickly kicked out of that hill on the side of New Gen. Great job done there by the Wolves. The pack are really well organized to effectively kick them out pretty much immediately off of that hill. Now Jess is trying to go for a retake, takes a double, goes for the triple. Let's see if he can take it, runs out of bullet, has to reload immediately, tries to bounce back in with the help of his allies. They're gonna kick him out with 15 seconds left, but that's still a bit too late. That was a really, really good bounce back on the side of Wolves.
Zai's managed to put himself up to 41 kills, but Jez and Viper not exactly being outdone at 35 and 37. While everybody's, of course, contributing, it feels like a bit of a 1v2 war going on right now. Peg will find plenty of purchase with that Predator missile. Zai shuts down reinforcements on the spawn side. 3 quick kills, and well, Wolves, the thing is here, for all the gas in the tank that the New Gen Ninjas had for Wolves, it's about stamina. King with 3 with the Tempest, and they just continue to go. Had a hold of this rotation for a little bit now. It's a 60-point lead coming up, and Wolves reasserting their dominance, finally grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck. New Gen Ninjas need to come out with something big to stop it. 2 operators available to them, but they've got to make sure that when they invest them, they're efficient.
They have to be efficient. At this point in time, they have lost control here on the side of New Gen. They are now thinking about moving on to the next kill, but there's still 20 seconds left that are super, super important. That's exactly what they do. They take the kills, they don't necessarily go inside of the hill, but at least they're preventing enemies from getting any more time in there. He's gonna be able to do it. If I'm not mistaken, that was Sai once again with the Death Machine. Finding a double gets executed, does not matter too much. They have already thought about the next kill, and at this point in time, NewGen completely off the rails.
Zai crosses 50, and to add a bit of salt into the wound, Viper pops the Tempest, goes to use it and gets hit by a Hunter Killer. So a unfortunate series of events for the NewGen Ninjas here. We're back to P1. This just has to be a bloodbath for the Indian roster, and Zai finds 3, finds 4, will continue to roam through this map as a indomitable force. King finds another 24 points required for the Wolves team to book themselves into Saturday. NewGen Ninjas, what do you have left?
That's the question. How much can they manage to stay afloat in here? Garden once again with the equalizer. He's been doing tremendous job with it this time around. Let's see how much he can do. 25 seconds left inside of this kill, and only 20 are needed for the pack to win it all. They are trying to execute as best as they can. King slightly off the hill, and he gets spotted at a distance. There's Marvel with the Death Machine trying to prevent losing this game, but at this point in time, the disadvantage is just huge. Scrap time tastes delicious for the pack, who are only 11 seconds away from success. They may not have gotten the 3-0 because of that map loss, but at the end of the day, they are still the Wolves, they are still the pack, and they are out for blood.
And they have found it. As more bodies fall in front of them. 5 points
62
is needed for the boys in gold. 2-1. And we're done.
Christ.
No debate this time. No disclaimer, no asterisk. Just domination from Wolves. A beautiful cleanup. I will say NewGen Ninjas put up a hell of a fight all the way through the first and second rotations. Felt like we were going to end up with another banger finish, another snapshot picture moment, but instead you get a hold of it. I think there's a couple of moments in there. Not only do you invest your operators and do well on your end, but it's things like seeing the Tempest be popped, shut down by a Hunter Killer drone. It's, yes, our operators are coming in and closing yours, but we're not even sometimes having to do that. We're just countering you almost immediately. It's just a smooth passage where Wolves stepped out, but none more so than Zai. 64 kills. What a performance. When he put up that 30 initially, I kind of thought, all right, the rest of the team are going to catch up. He'll have to slow down a little bit, temper himself. Absolutely not. 64 is a ridiculous number. We said it. You have to come back to the stage, play the game again. He said, all right, I'll happily kick these boys all day.
I'll show you. He was tired of being the nice guy. He was like, let me just carry this as fast as possible. He went just ramming over the opponents so consistently. It was so difficult with the weapon, with something else that he picked from the ground, the Death Machine. It was just too much pressure, and even more so on the second half of that game. Like you mentioned, they did a great first half on the side of NewGen, but after that, it was then a point where it was not only Sai, but everybody else too, that you just spawned and had a few seconds before you were executed by someone so quickly that NewGen completely lost control of their strategy.
They did. And that's one of those things when Wolves, when it's so much, when you're under the cosh so much, you're under the foot, you can feel the pressure. You just get to a point where eventually it spirals out of your control. Unfortunately for NewGen Ninjas, it certainly did. But yes, that will be Wolves then guaranteed through to Saturday. That will get them that position. They'll qualify for NewGen Ninjas. It will be going in through that lower bracket, waiting for Animus and Amigos to play their game to find out who it is that they will be going up against and see if they can get themselves through to Saturday. I guess it's one of those. If you're Wolves, it's another opportunity to play another map. It's another opportunity to assert your dominance. And for Zai, it's a hell of a screenshot to get on Twitter because that's a ridiculous performance. Some of the players on NewGen Ninjas, to be fair, had themselves a great game and a great series. This is definitely a team that I think have plenty to say through the rest of this World Championships.
Yeah, no, it was very frenetic to see them both just rushing all the time. They were trying so hard on the side of NewGen, but unfortunately, it was not enough.
It was not. But we will see plenty more yet. There's at least 2 more games coming up here on the B stream and everywhere else. But we're going to take a quick minute and we'll catch you on the other side of this quick break.
listen up. I got a way we can juice it up. Fill up the tank if you're tough enough. Turn up the sound till you feel it pump, pump, pump. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Turn it up, full power. Pump it up, go higher. So hot like fire. Pull it up, reload. Power up.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. What you gonna do? And let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you got sauce, you ain't outsaucing me. Cause you want extra, it ain't gonna be cheap. Say what? We ain't gonna do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Say what? Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Say what? Finna go all out. Finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. And there ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard.
It's been a hard day one for both of these teams. We have Amigos and Animus up next, and only one is moving forward. One will go home in this truck. And speaking of, Franik and I, we're gonna paint it. Let's go, my dude.
A beautiful setup here inside of Katowice, Poland. I mean, getting to see the artwork and all that stuff that's going on, everything that's happening here inside the studio, absolutely incredible. But it's a case of, you are right, for neither team here, you don't want to be on that bus. You don't want to end up with your name spray painted and have your story ended right here. You're looking to book yet another chapter. And for both of these teams now, this becomes an elimination situation. For Amigos and Animus, it's a case of you both struggled in your opening games, I think for very different reasons. I think for Animus, you're against Wolves. I think for Amigos, you were probably surprised by how good New Gen Ninjas stepped out.
Yes.
Do you have a feeling either way in terms of these two rosters as to what you've seen so far? Do you think that there's a storyline for either of them in terms of who's moving forward?
Well, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I would say that Animus has showed a little bit more purely because they faced off Wolves, right?
Sure.
It was not an easy one out. They were managing themselves okay at very diverse points. But on the other hand, Amigos, I feel like overall has been doing a little bit better. So it's that comparison that, of course, Amigos was not the same, did not have the same type of matchup on the first round.
Okay, well, it's a difficult one to decide, and I did put you in the position, and it is a difficult one to answer because these are two very good teams of which we've seen flickering bits of, but let's focus on Amigos and talk about their roster, their story, and how they end up here inside of the World Championships. This is, of course, going to be Rafa, Sapuka, Spades, Krozen, and Swiwa, coached by Dad. And this is a lineup that we like a lot. They've just stunned a little bit by New Gen Ninjas. They lose 3-0. But let us tell you that it was not a 3-0 in terms of the way it played. Two very close maps in there for sure. Could have gone either way. We could definitely be talking about Amigos going on through to play Wolves in that matchup that we just witnessed. So this is a team that it feels like they have a lot more to say in this championship, but they're going to have to earn that right by walking through Animus. This team, you spoke about it before, this is a mixed nationality roster that's shown a lot of growth through this year, but it's all about, have you built enough of that coming into Worlds?
That's the biggest question. How well prepared did they manage to try to increase their level as they got into stage number 5? I feel like it's a real possibility for them to try their best to face off against Animus, because we know historically it's been difficult for Europe.
It has been very difficult for Europe, and we will get to that Animus roster in a moment. It's for Amigos, looking at these results and how they got here. We have talked a lot about the growth that they've shown against Galores, but even still, the qualification doesn't necessarily look pretty. It was a Game 5 victory over Kaizen Gaming, then a 3-0 loss to Galores. Game 5 victory over Street Gaming, of course, in this competition, but then a 4-1 loss to Galores in the grand final. So it's kind of that bridesmaid, never the bride situation. You're really good, but you're not getting the
winning prize at the end. So what they would do to get themselves booked through to Saturday, an opportunity to prove that they're the best team inside their region. But as I've said, to get there and to do any of that, they've got to walk through Animus. This is this European roster that have risen like a phoenix from the ashes. They should not have been here, but they're seizing the opportunity with both hands. This is Gothilla, Shock, Says, Nox, and Keiru. Keiru coming in after Sawo moved over to exclusive following the World's qualification. So it's an interesting team. This is a squad that, I mean, Keiru himself coming in, by the way, this isn't necessarily a downgrade. Sawo is an incredible player, but Keiru has shown a lot historically of how good a player he can be. This is a team that feels quite balanced and showed us a lot more in that Wolves game than we were expecting.
Absolutely did. Absolutely did. We were expecting something slightly different. Of course, we were probably expecting a 3-0, but not the way that one could have anticipated. I do want to say that, well, it is interesting to see that, if you think about it, is the #2 team for both regions, for Europe and for LATAM. So it's the fight of the regions, the fight of #2s, trying to stay alive, trying not to say goodbye early, because, well, historically, like we mentioned, Europe has struggled to get into day #2.
Yes.
But this could be the perfect chance to try to do so.
It could be the perfect chance, and it's also the perfect time to hear from one of the players. We've got an interview ready to go with Gothilla. Let's find out what he had to say.
Back here in the pit with our favorite IGL, Gothilla. We love interviewing you, my dude.
I do too.
But this time around, man, that was a really hard matchup against Wolves. I feel like any other team would be also really hard.
Yeah, I think we played against the best team of the group, so we tried the best. For me, we should won the control. The control was for us, but this is Wolves, so if you let them one thing, they're gonna take everything. So that was hard.
And to be fair, you only had like, what, 3 days to practice. And that's not bad because your raid looked really solid. And the fact that you started on attack, I feel like if you started on defense, you would have taken it to a game #4.
Yeah, probably. We are strong in control. Like we know how to play. The same for SND, but it's just Wolf. But yeah, we are good for control. We know how to play.
And now you're going up against Amigos. Yeah. They also got 0-3, but they actually had a really close matchup against New Gen Ninjas, where in S&D they took it into overtime. Control was also a 3-2. How are you preparing for this matchup?
They are Brazilian. Brazilian team are good, especially in S&D, and we're gonna just try the best. We know how to play, I think, and we have a chance to win. We know we can win, so we're gonna give everything.
I love that confidence. Good luck with your matches, my dude. All right, that's it for me here in the pit. Hill, Enigma, back to you.
I think that's a refreshingly honest interview. He talks a lot about their strengths, a lot about their weaknesses, and also was kind of like, look, we did some good things, but it was Wolves. You give them an inch, they take a mile. And while they showed plenty through that series, they can certainly show plenty more through this one. Speaking of which, the maps. We'll start off on Hacienda. We'll then go to a Kurahana in the S&D. It is a crossfire for Control. If we get there, Summit Map 4, Firing Range Map 5. I've thrown it to you every time, my friend. You're the expert. Picks, bans. What are you thinking looking at this list?
I definitely feel like this could genuinely benefit the side of Animus. I feel like this could be the time where if they manage to pick up an early lead in map 1 and 2, I feel like we could see them moving forward. You know, I feel like Amigos, although they had a really solid performance against the side of New Gen, Animus has a really good play of playing both S&D and Control. I'm not too sure. I feel like the key part is definitely going to be Hacienda. I feel like if the side of Amigos manages to win Hacienda, eventually we could see them winning it all. But if they don't, we could see them actually fall to the ground and be Animus the one who rises on top.
I agree. Obviously hard to compare cross regions because the data that we get is based within their region, so it's sometimes tough, but what the data does tell us is that Amigos, they do not like playing Hacienda hard points. That's map 1, so it's like, can you steal that? But if you drop it, it's like, all right, no worries, this just isn't a map for us, really. It's just sneak through the veto. You get that map 2, that's going to be the Kurahana S&D. It's a case of, if you've won map 1, this is the cherry on the cake for you. If you've lost map 1, it's like, okay, we'll just walk into map 2 and hopefully take it. The problem will be if you find yourself down 0-2, or you've lost the map that you thought would have been yours in the series. So these first 2 maps, ever important for both of these squads. Animus, of course, that we know about their lack of practice coming into this tournament. 3 days, but what have you managed to accomplish in that time? What have you built? Let's find out here in map 1.
Yeah, and I definitely feel like we are going to see a lot of sparks coming into game number 1. They both know that this is their second and final chance to continue to stay afloat here on stage 5 of the Call of Duty Mobile Championship, ladies and gentlemen. So we begin with map number 1. This is Hacienda, this is Hardpoint, and this is Amigos versus Animus.
Of course, P1, just a bloodbath. Animus, though, doing well. You don't often see a clean 20 seconds or so on a P1, but Animus are doing a great job of it. Amigos can try and dive that, just to pause for a moment, but no such success. And, well, the thing is with Animus, if they pick up this next wave of kills, they can punch straight through to P2. They could walk it in. You do see a bit of resistance coming, at least, and Amigos decide, actually, what we are going to do is back off and ensure we have Lambo control. You just got to swat away Animus for about another 10 seconds to ensure you can draw that defensive line, and Sweetwa doing a good job top holes and on the point will go a long way towards that.
The side of Animus, let's be reminded, when it came down to Hardpoint, they were not too bad. They were actually quite good when it came down to just brute forcing their way into these hills. And so, although Amigos get there first, let's see for how long. They got 2 players in and 2 players on the outskirts of this area. There's Narcs trying to push through, not gonna be possible. Gathila there with the pistol gets 1, tries to fold through, doing a lot of damage, finding that double onto Rafa, immediately trying to push inside. Sapuka is gonna say no to that, and although it was a well-coordinated effort, it took them about 25 seconds to get in.
Well, Amigos didn't bother with the P2 rotation. They kind of had it and then pushed out through mid and away from the hill. I'm thinking, is that a stylistic choice? Is that a tactical thing that you've decided? Turns out no, because Animus take those back spawns after playing in through well side, and it's super easy for them. That being said, Amigos have punched in through the front door, so they're happy to try and mix with this and have closed that gap to just 5 points. So maybe it is just something that they're more comfortable with. They don't like trying to hold from gate side. They prefer actually playing out of checkers. But it's an interesting call, that's for certain. As we look towards P3 then, rotation's going to be partly in for Amigos. Sweetwa's going to continue to be a bit of a nuisance and look to cut off rotation. Spawns flip though, and they split. So who reads this first? And a big kill coming out of Sapuka on shock will stop him being a pain in the backside.
Genuinely, these rotations have been quite interesting from both ends. It's nothing too clear or too straightforward to see what's gonna happen. Now with the usage of the operators even more so, now Sace at a distance with the War Machine will take quite a few kills. Unfortunately enough, he's not gonna maintain that control for too long. It is now Sweetwa with the Tempest trying to bounce inside, has one more shot here, but it's gonna be executed by that Sparrow from Narcs. Really back and forward. Outside of that P1 heal, no real control for any of the two.
I agree with you. This has been a case of let's just duke it out on the point. Who wins the gunfights stands on top. Not much in the way of setups, holds, or even clean breaks. It's just a mismatch of bodies scattered around the map. Animus will get that bit of lead back that we saw towards the end of P1. They have 2 bodies towards Rock already and have 2 more reinforcing should they find the kills. The interesting thing is going to be, can you get mid control? And the Predator missile will pick up 2. That'll go a long way towards helping you set up here. And now it's looking towards 30 in the lead. If Animus can make a clean Rock hold here, this would go a ways towards making them feel comfortable for the first time. But, well, Amigos, they're not away for long. They're here to fight.
They are here to fight indeed. So let's see how good they do so. Right now, 40 seconds left inside of this hill. So far, the control in favor of Animus, but there's the usage of the Death Machine by Spades. Gets 1, goes for 2. His allies are gonna help him out. They immediately clean up this area, turns around, goes for more, doing a great job. Double kill there for Sapuka. Great coordination when it comes down to making sure that they just cannot feel secure on the side of Animus. Great job done there. There was about 40 seconds left. So far, 25 uncontested, and they continue to maintain this control, and that was a very well coordinated defense for the side of Amigos.
Sapuka goes huge, by the way. Finds 3 in line to stop a clean rotation from Animus. That's going to hand Amigos the opportunity then to get themselves in. Now, last P1 was pretty poor for them, but this time you actually have a leg to stand on in that sense, and you've tied things up going into the second rotation. So all that work for everybody to just stand at a level playing field. Trying to
hold these top halls. Far easier said than done. So Puka's going to be up high, gives himself a little bit of damage with the Sparrow, but also finds a kill, so that'll be enough. That's 2 on the board. Make that a 3rd as Nox is your next victim. But it's all about this P2. Once you start to get through this next 10 seconds or so, it's another 3 clean for Amigos. And Animus, for all the great stuff that I could say about them, they've suddenly let this slip. Amigos grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck.
Amigos definitely was like, hold your horses, we are still here to play, and they are doing really good work as we're going back onto this P1. Still 15 seconds left, and Suiwa is the one inside. A good nade from Nargs will end his trip, but at the same time, they are pushing really well. They are now the ones with an over 30 seconds advantage. There's Rafa with the equalizer finding a kill, trying to clean up this area. That operator can be super important for the squad. Unfortunately enough, he gets taken down. There's another operator that being the war machine, but still gets killed. That was not a great usage of the operators for Amigos.
It wasn't, and backline will belong to Animus. Can you hold it though? There's actually a play coming in through well. It could be a problem. And he does find the kill, so the spawns flip. This time then Amigos deciding that they do want gate side. Rafa's going to spring up from the waters, and from the depths he finds a double that breaks Animus' backs. You get in then. Animus now flip that spawn back in. They will be here to contest this yet again. But Suiwa with the Tempest has 2 more shots and, well, doesn't connect but didn't need to. Teammates were there and over the top. Beautiful work from Suiwa. And now a 35-point lead for Amigos. Animus, it just feels like, have lost a little bit of gas in the tank over the last 2 hills.
Yeah, beautiful job done here for the side of Amigos, who can maybe take the last few 10 seconds. That would be just tremendous to further increase their lead, their advantage. The first one to get into the next hill is going to be Narx, but so far, well, Narx is the one with the least kills in this game, only 11 under his belt. He's gonna get the help from a few of his allies, so it's gonna be important. Let's see for how long. Sapuka with the opportunity of a Sparrow will not be able to use it as he gets blown up by that Narc's nade. War Machine by the hands of Saze, trying to push through. The side of Animus finally regaining some sort of momentum here for the time being, but, well, still not gonna be enough quite yet. 30-second lead in favor of Amigos.
You alluded to it in that passage there, my friend. It's seeing 12 for Nox at the minute. No one else is close to that. Your teammates are 18, 17. It's a totally different number looking towards our top left. Alyssa Says is having himself one hell of a game at 32. Joint leader of the lobby. But he can't do it all by himself. This is 5v5 Call of Duty. You need your boys to step up. Spades will find 2 on the front. It's a 3 overall. K-Roo shuts that down just about. But it's going to give Amigos the opportunity to pick up scrap time. Rotation on. 1 player from Amigos already there. Animus starting to send bodies across. Got to control these top holes. And Crozin, he's started on his route as well. He's going to be playing in through all, through courtyard. And the equalizer is here for Rafa. And you find the important kills with it.
Yes, indeed, getting the kills where it matters the most right now. A minute left. Rafa with the equalizer can do a lot of damage. Oh, he's gonna miss the last few shots. Confuses him enough to lose the usage of the operator. Does not matter too much. His ally stayed inside. That's gonna be a great kill there for Spades. Spades at a distance, trying to defend. Alongside with Rafa will try to maintain control. Kairu trying to surprise them all. Gets a kill, immediately gets blown up. The next one is Gathila. Great usage of the operator by Suiwa will secure even more control. 30 seconds left. The advantage continues to increase, and Animus are losing complete control of what's going on.
You said before we came into the show today that this is an emotive team. They can spiral when things start to go wrong, and I think that that's what we are seeing. The War Machine from Crozin turns the screw. The knife in the back buries ever deeper as 3 more kills for Amigos line up. You've crossed the 200-point marker. You're going to be about 35 away from victory here. Animus have got to claw something from the depths, and you've got to see players like Nox and Gathila come online, or this will be a task too far.
Maybe at this point, 219 to 131 is just way too difficult now.
That's a start.
It is a start, certainly is, but I mean, it's a minute left and a 0.1. It is going to be quite difficult, but still not impossible, though. That's going to be a nasty kill in favor of Amigos, not allowing Animus to feel comfortable with the usage of their operators, and because of that, they have lost complete control yet again. There's Shark with the usage of the equalizer. So far, 25 kills for him, but here at a distance, Crocine causing pain onto the enemy's heart. 30 seconds left. They're going to break through yet again, and each and every single single second counts for them now.
Yeah, shock there. Would have been surprised not to have found that kill, but the smoke doing enough. It's just be a bit of a nuisance, really, in that engagement. Sapuka from the top rope. Gafilla will answer back. Gonna have to dive the point. You must contest, really. This P2 going to be important. We've seen it play out in different ways both times so far. Animus will get that back line if you spot and you do find that kill. So now you should be able to set up. Can you find at least, though, an opportunity to push this team back towards checkers? Because the last 2 times they've been upset by players that they've missed.
Very, very upset indeed. Now Says, though, he's got the usage of the War Machine. A minute on the clock for this heal. There's gonna be also the Death Machine. Spades gets the headshot onto Says at a distance. Spades looking for the next one. The side of Amigos are trying to clean up this area. Good Sparrow from Sapuka will completely clean this area up. There's 3 operators being used at the same time on the side of Amigos, and a nasty kill here. And a double now for Spades, just completely destroying the hopes in the side of Animus. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's anything else that can be said. There's not a whole lot that can be done. Animus are gonna end up losing this game 250-177, and a GG well played, a 1-0 lead in favor of Amigos. I do gotta say that I had high hopes for the European team, but unfortunately enough for them, Amigos had a different story to tell.
Yeah, I think this is our first proper look at Animus, right? Because they play against Wolves. We know the gap that exists there. So it's, okay, what do you look like when you're against a team that we have a bit more belief about you in? Great start, ran out of gas quickly, and never really got back into things from there. Taking a look at the scoreboard, Says goes 38 and 39 in the end. It is miserable reading from that point on. It's tough looking at the bottom end in particular. So we'll move quickly and swiftly off to the left-hand side and talk about how great Amigos looked at points. Raf has a 42 and 31, Crozin 41 and 33. But it's not. I'm not surprised at all to see that Sweeper goes 41 and 20, double positive. And considering how impactful he was around about 90 seconds in the hill as well, that guy's MVP for me.
Absolutely, no, absolutely the MVP, getting the most kills, dying the least times, getting the most time inside of the hill. He was a very, very overall outstanding player. There was nothing that he was not doing. He was just everywhere all at once, and he paid off heavily.
It did. And the thing is, well, the fact that he's running that SMG, he's up close and personal. He's only died 20 times in a full Hacienda with an SMG is insane. So the fact that he's able to put on that pressure, he was one of the players that at one point when they wanted back P2 control, he was on that route. He was cutting off the Animus spawns. So it's not just finding kills for kills' sake, it's finding kills that turn into points. Absolutely. And that is exactly what you need from this LATAM roster. So Amigos Gaming go up 1-0. Take a look at Cathilla. We had an interview with him. They have belief that they can win this series. They can get through, but it'll need to be a lot better than what we saw in map 1 as we look on forward to the S&D.
And you know, I feel like definitely the biggest issue for Animus is the fact that, well, they definitely had time to work on themselves, but how much time did they actually have to study their opponents? You know, I feel like they don't truly have a plan as to what they're going to be doing next, because the time was so little, you know. I feel like they couldn't fully prepare for their opponents.
I love the call, because a lot of the competition at this level, it's one thing to play to your strengths, it's a totally other to read your opponents and play to their weaknesses and not into their hand. If you've only got 3 days, you kind of go, look, we'll just make it work by putting together what we can do our best. You are right in the sense you don't really have the opportunity to pull out a playbook of sorts and go, okay, we'll counter this with that and X, Y, Z. So for Animus, they've just got to come out and do what they do best, that we've seen them achieve so many times in Europe. Again, until this year, they were the dominant team inside of Europe. It's been an upset. They've then lost Sawo. I wonder how much of a change that causes in moments like that in Hacienda, where I'm asking for a bit more slaying prowess, I'm asking for a bit more pace. Do you get that if it's Sawo in there instead of some of the other players?
I feel like maybe they could have, but it's unfortunate that they have to do what they can with what's in front of them. And so far, that's not been enough. It's not been enough. Now we gotta get prepared for the S&D. And I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued because according to Gathila, they feel like Brazil is very strong on S&D, and I do have to agree with that. But at the same time, I saw some interesting plays from Animus on that game against Wolves. Yes, they end up losing 7-3, if I'm not mistaken. But they had more than a few rounds where you were like, okay, I like what you're doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was a situation of, okay, there's glimpses, there's hope. There's got to be a lot more than that, though, if you're going to get yourself through to Saturday. Yes. And, well, Says ripping Crozin is going to be a fantastic start.
Very, very good start with that sniper shot through the wall. Manages to find that one shot, one kill, and yet again repeating their strategy of, you know what, the bomb is not the priority. The priority are the picks. And so far, they've gotten one. Let's see if they can go for two. The one closest to an enemy right now is going to be Kairu. Kairu here with a shotgun, potentially trying to push, just patiently waiting through the wall. No, this time no. It was only a headshot, quote-unquote only. And there is Suiwa trying to even things out. Shark with a knock onto Spades, and all of a sudden, that's a 4v2.
Rafa, I think, is trying to belly crawl his way through. And we'll lift the sniper scope. And I think back off with it as well, but gets caught by Says, who's found 2 in the round so far. So 1v4. And I like this, Manimus. No risk taken, no messing around. We're just going to go and get the bomb down, force our opponent towards us.
And that's exactly what I meant. I feel like they definitely were able to have a good strategy. Okay. That's a double for Suiwa that could heavily impact the outcome of this, but at the same time, they know where he's at. All they have to do is, okay, where do we want to position ourselves? That's a great shotgun to try to change things up. Sees the opponent, tries to push, and gets it like it's nothing. That's a triple now for Suiwa. 1v1, all of a sudden, the one in front of him is going to be Narks. Narks. No way! There's no shot. Animus just choked a 1v4. There's just no way.
I'm stunned, speechless. How do you get the bomb down in a 4v1 and lose? I gave them so much props. You've managed to get the bomb down. No wasting time, no messing around. So he was forced into the fight with you.
It's just wild. That was an ace. I did not realize that was an ace.
He says, death situation for who exactly? Cleans it up. Great work from Suiwa. How you recover from that, I'm not quite sure. You got to move on quickly, gentlemen. But Spades tries to check that far left side. Get damage come through as well, and there goes Suiwa with another, his 6th of all 6 for Amigos, as Keiru is the first victim in this round.
And I mean, I did recall us mentioning the fact that Animus more than once had a good situation turned into a bad one, and we of course heavily implied it because it was Wells, right? Yes. Wells does things like that. But with what Suiwa just did, I'm not trying to say that he was not impressive, because it definitely was, but it also talks very poorly on the side of Animus when it comes down to actually closing these rounds.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And the thing is, all 5 of those players are going to know it right now. Crozin threads one into Says' nethers. A very different type of headshot. But Superku will be picked up by Narks. So you answer back, make it a 4v3. Spades is still here, though, and interested in these opposing players. But Animus, they kind of ball themselves up in the same corner and looking to punch out.
Bomb spotted.
Spades with a knock onto Narks. That's a 4v2. This time they don't have control over no nothing. But all of a sudden, look at that. Double for Shark, and another for Gathila will now turn into a 1v2 yet again for Suiwa. If he does it again, I'm sure she's gonna start showing up in their nightmares. I swear. Now, that's a knock onto Shark and a double onto Gathila. I promise you all that whenever they close their eyes, they're gonna see Suiwa roaming around, just crushing their dreams. That is 8 kills on 2 rounds.
Look, I know that I am new when it comes to COD Mobile, but surely we should be seeing players in situations like that not being able to clutch it up as consistently. Suiwa having himself a map, doesn't matter. Everyone's decided to square up in mid. 4, 5 players will fall amongst the mess. It will hand Amigos an advantage. Shark quickly turns it into a even game. And it's a 2v2 then. Amigos players playing off towards B here. Shark may get the timing, may get the drop. Rafa sees him, flash, connects, and gives him an opportunity to reposition.
That's a perfect opportunity for Amigos, I'm sorry, for Animus to finally do something. Right now, Rafa, the only one alive. There you go. He gets traded against Shark and Gathila. They get the round, but Oh, it's still got a sting. It was not pretty. Those first 2 rounds were just not pretty for the side of Animus. Finally, they revealed themselves, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I was starting to get worried about that situation I told you about earlier, where if they fail, they start to crumble. So far, it's not quite there yet, but I'm still scared.
Yeah, we did have a moment in that hard point where it felt like the game suddenly got away from them if you are Animus. So you're all right to keep us paying attention to that. Make sure that it doesn't happen here. Says cooks the nade, thinks better of it, checks out with the sniper, and well, attempts a little bit of a pre-fire there. Thinks he's read something. It wasn't actually as far away, but no cigar. Filler's going to squeeze up. This is looking more and more like a B play, and likely even more so as Suiwa tries to put up a little bit of resistance. Can you get out? He does. The fact that he finds that kill and escapes, huge for Amigos.
It is very big, very big to get that kill now. 4v4, the bomb is under the belt of Sace. So let's see what they want to do here now. They are seemingly rotating towards A, currently being defended by Spades alongside with, I think that's Sapuka. Sapuka gets a kill, but then gets traded by Shark. A good nade could end up with the life of Spades. Not going to be the case. Managed to survive, but not for too long. That's now a double in favor of Shark, immediately capitalizing on those kills. They're going to be planting the bomb, and that's 45 seconds on the clock.
Superb work from Animus there. That nade over the top. Recognize it's going to flush your opponent out and swing as a 3. Even if you do lose one body there, you've got that instant trade. It'll give you a lovely little 3v2 situation. It'll give you a lovely little 3v1 situation. That being said, we've seen Animus throw these away before, so I'm not going to count my chickens.
And he was Suiwa nonetheless.
It was Suiwa nonetheless, but he's more toying with his food at the minute. We'll find one. Recognize the second slipped off to the left. It might be a case of having to go for all the kills. You've got one more, 13 seconds on the clock. Do you decide to dive it? Have you got it in you again? I don't think so.
Oh my goodness.
Shark does just enough to stop Suiwa going nuclear for multiple rounds here.
I would still be scared. I would be scared if I was Animus. It's not a pretty spot to be at. We're watching a few of the beautiful highlights, but man, oh man, it is scary to have Suiwa in front of you now in this game for Animus. They managed to close it up. It was still close, but let's see how they do now. Round number 5, they're even, 2 for 2 now.
Also, I really liked some of the teamwork that came through in that last round from Animus, put them in that position. They're clearly very adept when it comes to some of the early stage, mid-stage stuff of Search and Destroy. It's just closing. Something that a lot of teams will find second nature, but apparently not for these boys. They do enough there to tie us up. And, well, Keiru felled early, sitting on no kills after 5 rounds. We'll need to see a little bit more from him. And it will hand Amigos an opportunity to press forward.
Yeah, the side of Animus, they definitely need the help from Keiru, but it's certainly not going to be on this round. 4v2, only Sace and Narcs remain alive, and they could be getting pinched now by none other than Suiwa alongside with Rafa. No, Rafa's going to be knocked out by Narcs. That's a great answer, and another kill for Sace against Spades. Suiwa going to answer against Narcs. That's the second kill of Suiwa this round so far. There's one more enemy, that being Sace. Sace at a distance has the bomb, but with only 33 seconds left, there's only a whole lot that he can do.
It looks like Sace's call is to rotate this towards B.
Does he have time, though?
The thing is here, if he does decide on B, there will be a point where Suiwa and Sapuka should recognize that before the bomb even goes down and allow them to close that gap, just purely because of the timer situation. There's 10 seconds, he's not here. We can get on our bike, and they do. Probably not as quick as they would have liked, but either way, they're on the way, and Sace will have to defend. Can you clutch this with the Tundra?
Might be able to. 30 seconds left. He has heard them, so he knows where they're at. They could try to play around that, trying to bait him out.
Maybe fake the bomb. And oh, you missed the first! You needed to connect there. Machine pistol is going to be available. Goes for the spectacular.
I swear to God.
And is cut down hard. 3-2 then. Amigos will lead for Animus. I mean, it's a 1v2. It's definitely a situation that's never going to be in your favor. I just think that it's one of those. He gets the bomb down, hasn't got much time to reposition to a spot he'd really like to be. That first shot has to hit, and unfortunately sails overhead.
Unfortunately enough, like if Sui was alive, they are struggling. They are struggling. There's no other word to describe it. Here now, there it is. The biggest threat has been taken care of. Now, what do you do with it? That's going to be the most important part. How can you capitalize on this skill? Right now, they do have the bomb and they do have the opportunity to plant it. And I feel like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. There it is. Godzilla with the bomb down. That's going to be now 40 seconds on the clock and an opportunity to once again even the numbers.
Rafa gets picked up and it's pinstripe from there. Krozen will answer back. Keiru, great work with the shotgun. 1v3, 28 seconds. And with considerably less drama than many of the previous rounds, will be closed out to tie us up yet again. So these two teams back and forth. The one problem for Amigos here, 14 kills for Swiwa. There are 11 between the other four. So if Swiwa does die, as you pointed out in the last round, they need someone else to step up. And that's a great shot from Krozen to find Says, who's been a thorn in those opening duels. Will hand you numbers advantage yet again.
Something quite similar to what we saw on the first initial half from the side of Amigos, as they are now the offensive team. They're not really taking the bomb, they're taking their time, they're trying to go for picks. So far, not gonna work out. That was a great kill into Says, favoring heavily the team of Amigos. They're still waiting, you know, they're being patient. They are not rushing into things. They're trying to think their next move. In here, Sapuka slowly but surely moving forward. That could surprise Shark quite a lot. Shark missing those shots, and there's the perfect opportunity and a kill now. Yet again in favor of Amigos, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're taking it a step at a time, playing really, really smart.
A little bit bad to worse as well for Animus when you consider just how far forward Swiwa has managed to find himself on the map.
Bomb acquired.
It's going to leave you in a situation for Animus where you're I was going to say 3 players, 2 players are very well split. You answer back with the sniper from Godzilla, but it very quickly turns into a 1v4, and they know where Godzilla is, and Amigos are just going to rotate this bomb over. Credit to the Frenchman. He recognizes that, starts to rotate across himself. He wants to get there ahead of this as much as he can, but I don't really know how much of a difference it's going to make. He also now knows, because of the nade, that he's been red, and Rafa wraps the backside to pick it up to go 4-3. So first attack round out of Amigos there. We got a bit of a look at what they want to do. Winning that sniper duel going to be great whether you're on offense or defense, and they truly squeezed from there.
Yeah, they immediately also capitalized, as you mentioned, on that information from the nade. They were like, okay, he's here, let's go for the kill, and quickly did it like it's nothing. Well, job done there by Rafa. Now Swiwa opens up the floodgate once again with a shot into the head of Shark. Immediately taking that kill and looking for more. Godzilla has heard them all, tries to go for the kill, takes one, goes for the second. He knows perfectly where he's at, but can he actually get the kill though? So far not going to be the case, but he did take down Swiwa.
Did, big paw removed from the board. Says we'll find Rafa. And you'll reposition slightly if you're the defensive team. You'll find out now that there is the bomb going down. An important player in this could well be Krozen. He might get round the back. It's about if the boys on the bomb can stay alive. Can he then arrive and essentially pinch this in? But you've also got to be worried about that same situation happening for Animus as Keiru finds a route in.
25 seconds. 4v3. They may have a player short. Oh, that's a great two-piece for the side of Animus. All of a sudden, Christina is completely alone. 15 seconds left. Tries to do something. Godzilla is going to quickly say no to that. It's going to be reloading, just messing around for a little bit. Once again, we're tied. Animus at least making sure that this is not getting completely out of hand, you know?
No, it feels like they are constantly chasing. They're always that one round behind, but they are tying it up. And as we know in S&D, got to win by 2. So they're keeping themselves there.
I mean, we have already seen a map go to round number 22.
We did.
So we know how far things can get. We'll see how it goes now for map number 2 between Amigos and Animus. A few kills are going to be traded. That's a great double there for Rafa. To even numbers out. Bomb planted once again within the first 25 seconds. Okay, I like the aggressiveness from Amigos.
Incredibly quick hit over towards B for this squad. The problem is you get hemmed into this box, and as Rafa tries to get out, he finds out that Saves is waiting on the other side, and well, Nox and Saves find more. So very easy retake. Maybe that's why we don't see a lot of instant hits towards B. Unfortunately, it is just one of those. The geography of the map means you are essentially trapped in a kill box. You've got to punch yourself out one side, and as soon as you start to see bodies fall, you recognize, well, it was a nice effort. Gonna need a moment of magic. Never comes through. Animus take the lead. What feels like the first time in this. Could be wrong from one of the early rounds, but they've finally got themselves into a spot where they could get a bit of a reaching distance away from Amigos.
That's right. Something closer to reach for in the side of Animus, as they have, for the first time so far this game, that lead back into their hands. 5-4 overall. We are approaching the conclusion of this one, unless the side of Amigos can, alongside with Animus, manage to go on to overtime once more here today.
Nox and Shark keeping an eye on this long lane on the A side. Keiru looking to play close with the shotgun, of course. He's having a tough time with it though. Only 3 kills on the board. It's a lot of straight lines, essentially, so it's tough for him to move around if the factors don't fall in his favor. Swiwa in that typical position, very advanced through the middle. Spades is gonna feel like he can move forward because of that. His footsteps to his right just as he started to check to his left, and recognizes he's quite uncomfortable. The insane thing is, of course, we get X-ray, so we know if Swiwa does decide to jump this, he would have had himself an ingress. But instead, Shark gets the timing, finds the man who's been terrorizing them all map, and hands a numbers advantage. So could this finally be when Animus get a hold of this game?
Could be. It might as well be right now. Rafa has other plans though, and so does Christine. Great job done here for the side of Animus though, but the answer is pretty much immediate on the side of Amigos. Rafa with the kill immediately tries to place the bomb now. Double takes. Wants to bait them out of that place and works to perfection. They get the kill, they get the bomb planted, and now that's a 1v2. Gothilla running out of bullets, trying to shoot everywhere at once. He does get a kill, but immediately gets traded. These two are so close to one another, and I do gotta say, I do like that Animus is managing themselves in a difficult situation without losing their marbles.
Spoke about it. Emotive, for better or for worse. It's another big quick hit by Amigos towards B. Less so than last time. It's not all 5 bodies into the point. They recognize the issue and the error of their ways last time, but it won't change the result. It is a 1v3 for Spades. And, well, he's found 2 kills in the round, so he would have needed an ace to close it out. As easy as they like for Animus. For Amigos, maybe that's one of those where, okay, we failed to do it last time. They're not going to be expecting it. We can hit this quickly, and then we'll have the numbers be able to push out for a post-plant position. Animus don't fall for it, put themselves back in that lead.
The enemy has
yes, sir. Map point in favor of Animus. It's a lot on the line here for the two of them. Let's see, the only one defending here is going to be Shark. Got spotted by way too many people at once. Swiwa is going to be the one to take that kill. A few nades are going to be traded, and ooh, that was super close. Nox with a knock, immediately gets traded. Gothilla answers back by eliminating Rafa. That's a 3v3. A kill for Animus, and another one there. It's now going to be a 1v2 in Spades with the collateral. Insane timing for Amigos. Insane. I mean, Spades is an incredible sniper, but to align that, it's gotta hurt on the side of Animus. That's gotta hurt.
He has the final 3 kills in the round.
It was a 1v3.
2 of them in style. Keeps his team in the match. And when we said, if Swiwa dies, we need someone else to step up, Spade says, I've got you, brother. And pushes it onward. And we'll see overtime. Round 17 here. Keiru's nade's going to go over. Will not connect, will not get the information. But it's not far off from Keiru, who's just hooked himself off towards that corner.
The side of Animus definitely are not happy about what just happened, but it's fine. It's whatever. It already happened. That's story of the past. Now, let's look forward. What are we going to do? Right now, they're back on the offense. They lose a player. Unfortunate situation there for Says. It's going to be taken down by Amigos. They retake control over the bomb now, finally. I find it really interesting that teams continue to do that. You know, they are not heavily prioritizing the bomb. They definitely go for the picks first.
I think it's the idea of scooping that bomb once they feel comfortable in where they want to move it. But either way, it looks like they've made that decision as they barrel forward to B yet again. 2 kills on the board. Keiru's getting active with the shotgun. Turns it into a 3v2. Bomb's not gone down just yet. Trophy's going to be there from Gafilla. He feels like he wants a little bit of extra security, a blanket of protection before he commits to this plan. Won't have that for long because, well, you got 20 seconds left. And that's going to be sore for Gafilla as he jumps out. Spades cuts him. It will be traded 1v2, but you've got to plant.
They've done it. They have successfully baited him out of planting the bomb. There's not enough time, and he knows it. That's such a smart move. Really, really well played on the side of Amigos. They realize, okay, we got 3 players alive, and there's only like, what, 15 seconds? We just go one by one, making sure he doesn't plant the bomb, and just like that.
Yeah, I understand why Gathilla wanted more protection there. He doesn't feel like he's really got a hold of it. Doesn't want to give up his life for free. But I think that then leaves you with less options in the long run. Sapuka squeezes through mid and found by Keiru. Keiru's not had a lot of success, but certainly finding more through the back half of this matchup. Suiwa's still in the fight though, so you never know how this could go. 4v4. It goes over, it's in through the window. Did he catch Says though? Did he just about get out of the way? And we slow things back down again. Keiru will pick this corner. Avoids the pre-firing. We reset, minute 20, still a lot of time to figure this out.
7-6 still favors Amigos, and Animus is not happy. They're trying not to have any sort of mistake that could cause them to lose this map. Let's see though, they're defending quite effectively, still a minute left, so plenty of time for Amigos to try to figure something out. But the fact that they have already traded 1-for-1, it's not necessarily bad. On the opposite end of the spectrum, well, it was actually Sapuka with the least kills against Gathilla with the most kills on the other end.
Crows in. Takes a peek. Sees nothing. If this bomb does move towards A here, you have the numbers advantage well and truly in the fight. Would be a 1v4. Nox probably needs to call for reinforcements. Does a great job to find Spades actually on the outside and then gets the backup because the intel's handed over. So does very well here. To then get Shark in, who finds Crows in. 4v2, 4v1. Rafa is going to try and have a little bit of a dance, but it'll do nothing for him. We will see yet more of overtime.
Great job there for Animus. Well executed. Pretty much everybody getting a kill there at the end and allows for them to continue to stay afloat. It's gonna be really, really interesting to see if they can manage to even things out on the overall series, because at this point, I'm pretty sure they are just getting a bit anxious in a sense. Oh my god, that stun is gonna hurt. Gets taken down at a distance. Spades with a sniper. Could be causing a lot of pain, a lot of damage. They have already lost 2 players on the side of Animus.
Keiru's doing a fantastic job all of a sudden of just closing these routes down through mid. Did find Suiwa and Sapuka, but it won't matter because the rest of the team arrived to clean house.
That was quick.
Very, very quick. Amigos have liked these very fast rounds. They like to get aggressive. They're happy to settle it on the dance floor. Sometimes to success, sometimes not. Either way, it's admirable that they stand by that strategy. And speaking of which, all 5 players are headed to A.
The stun is going to open up a little bit of room. They immediately realize on the side of Animus what they're doing. Nades going all over the place. That's a good nade that did a lot of damage onto Narx, but still not being a kill quite yet. Nades flying all over the place, not finding any kills. And it seems like Crocine is the one in charge to confuse the opponents. They have already realized, okay, they're not getting through, so might as well spread again. And that's exactly what Animus did. Ooh.
Rips the legs out from K-Root to hand you the first blood. Says though will answer by finding space. This sniper duel is wonderful to watch between all four on the field. Nox and Crozen will be those still in the fight. As well as, of course, Sage here glances over, and well, there goes one of them, Nox, removed by Rafa. As you try to get creative with a little bit of a route. 3v3, bomb goes down. We've spoken about this plant site before. You've got to get out, find a decent post position. Sage, you got to read it and you don't. Sweeper finds kill 20 to give his team potentially the whole map.
That could be the beginning of the end. The last nail in the coffin. Gathila gets the answer by eliminating Sweeper, which is huge. 22 seconds on the clock. Rafa and Sapuka, the players with the least kills on the side of Amigos. So that's going to be interesting to see now. Rafa doing a little bit of damage. He's pushing them out. Only 12 seconds left, and I think there's not enough time. There's a Puka with a kill, and there's not a shot that Animus can make it happen. This will be kill and game in favor of Amigos. Once again, Animus being so close yet so far. But Amigos are constantly making it happen.
Does kind of feel that way for Animus right now. So close yet so far. That's always just in there, in with a chance. But Amigos close it out. I guess there's only one player that we get to talk about through that. All five, of course, contributing to the victory. But Sweeper, if you needed someone to remind you that you've got a superhero in the fight, a 1v4 ace with bomb down is a hell of a way to start. He finishes with 20 and 12, including a very important one there in the final stages.
He's the only one with positive numbers.
That's ridiculous. And his boys will stand atop his shoulders, marching to a 2-0 lead. Wonderful stuff. On the opposite side, Gathila had a good game. Says very strong stuff on the sniper. Nox as well. For K-Root, I think that you grew into the game. I think that the shotgun wasn't working for you initially, but certainly got better as time went on. But across the board, I think everybody's got to kind of recognize that that map belonged to one man.
Definitely, he definitely did it. He was just causing so much destruction, so efficient with his shots, so efficient with his rotations. He did struggle in the middle of the game, but it does not matter. If you're already carrying that heavily, it is what it is. You know, everybody can have a bad round every now and again, but fortunately enough for the side of Amigos, they end up with the victory, with the W, with a 2-0 lead. And this is sort of something that I thought could happen. I was fairly disappointed, if I'm being honest with you, with the final result of the hardpoint. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, and I thought that Animus could actually end up taking the victory, and with such have a better opportunity to move on to game number 3. But with this 2-0 situation, I don't know if we will see a game 4.
I'm with you. I thought if we came off the back of a 2-0, we'd be looking at a 3-0. I think if we just split those maps, we're seeing the entire series. So I think we're in agreement of just how this looks. I think Animus have got to recognize that and leave everything out there. Yes, you shouldn't have been here, but you've been handed a golden lifeline. You don't want it to have been a 3-0 to see you out. This is definitely a road of redemption of their own. This is claiming back what they thought was always theirs, the spot as Europe's best team. That doesn't happen by being instantly eliminated in the groups. For Amigos, though, this has been impressive. We spoke about it. We saw that they were solid against the New Gen Ninjas, but we couldn't really tell how much of a gap there was supposed to be. It was a 3-0, but very close maps. Okay, can you step that up and make sure that you start to close some of those situations out? Map 1, you were right. They took a hold of the game, the scruff of the neck of it, and dragged themselves over the line. But I think it's the way in which they achieved the victory there in Map 2 that's more impressive, because they really had to gruel through that one.
They had to work for it, and it paid off. It paid off in a way that pretty much allows for you to feel a bit more confidence in yourself, being able to breathe a little bit easier, to make sure that you're not losing control of the situation and, of course, of yourself. Right now, we're going to be waiting on control takeoff. And I don't know. I mean, the side of specifically Animus with Gathila, they mentioned that they felt a bit more comfortable on Search and Destroy and Control. But I don't know if it's now going to be a little too late now as we're moving on to map number 3.
Yeah, the thing is, it is a case for Amigos where their control isn't bad either. It's a case of...
That's the thing.
You're not exactly walking onto something that they don't like in terms of map mode combo, so... Yeah, it's tough reading, but I think the one thing for sure that you got to shut down if you are Animus, if you want to push this deeper, has got to be Sweewa. He's definitely going to be feeling himself off the back of that. 20 kills in a search and destroy is ridiculous, and he's going to know that he's got momentum wind in his sails. For the Europeans, it's about cutting that and forcing a further story in this series. Take off we go. Control is the mode. And it's all do or die for one of our teams. So how do you react to that? Do you stand up, make yourself counted? Or is it out with a whimper here in Poland?
Is it going to be, though? We will see right now. Right here, right now. This is the map that matters the most to Animus as they try to keep the dream alive. Let's see if they can do it. First blood. And before Sweewa, who eventually finds a double and a triple. Come on now, Sweewa. Have some mercy on them.
Just so effective with this SMG. We saw it in the hard point as well. He's having himself a series. Nox and Sage will pick up kills to return though. 60 seconds on the clock. Trophy's going to go out from Sage, looking to cover himself over. Type 63, probably a closer fight than you would have liked, but he's going to tap away and find two. Great work. Squeewa's still in the feed though. That guy's still sniffing around for a couple of kills. And Rafa will answer. Progress being made at B. See players rotate over. It's slow going. And that being said, it will actually not be progress in the end. 21 to 18, Amigos leading by 3.
Very quick action coming down from both teams. First stick was about to be taken by the side of Animus. Amigos was able to prevent that from happening, and that's now 30 seconds left. Gotta be careful on the side of Animus. They send a player in, that's gonna be Godzilla. So far with 4 kills. Look at Sweewa right now, looking for kill number 6, gonna take it like it's nothing, and another double, because that's how he rolls. If there's 1, there's gonna be probably 2. Can there be 3? Yes, there can. Finally gonna be traded, but the damage is done. Look at that, 17 to 10, and only 15 seconds left on the clock.
Nox is a big player here, and he gets found. He'd managed to slip through the defensive cordon, but doesn't really take advantage of that. Then again, 3 kills in the feed. The turned heads may have done something for Animus here. A lifeline. 5 unanswered. 12 to 9. Second tick in. Amigos, they have to come back swinging. This is always how Control plays. One site tends to get close, if not go, and it will happen. So a minute and 10 for you to play with, but a 3 life deficit. Sweewa with the Tempest. He's looking to close this out now.
It's gonna be important there. Oh, the kill for Nox is huge now. 8b4. Great trade back. Still not gonna be sufficient just yet. 8b4, that's a kill for Crocine. Huge for Amigos. Although they didn't necessarily take that much value off of the operator, it's more than enough if you just use your weapon, and now it's a 1v8. Enigma, a fail like... Well, this round ends as one should have expected, with the defensive team taking the W.
As expected, for sure. Animus do get those 3 ticks at least.
Look at them all collapsing onto him.
Yeah, God bless you, Godzilla. You need it. Tries to make something happen with the pistol, but closed. So it's a 3-tick round for Animus, an 8 life advantage if you are the Amigos. Keep note of that math, ladies and gentlemen. We'll continue to draw back to it should this go to the game 5, as Control so often does.
It will be important. It will be important to keep tabs onto those ticks, onto those objectives, because I do feel like we're going into round 5, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right now we're on round number 2. There's the possibility to begin using operators once again on both sides. Who is it gonna do first? I'm not too sure. Let's see what happens now. Few kills are gonna be traded. Slight kill gap in favor of Animus. No operator yet, but there's 4 available still on the side of Amigos.
Tempest from Keiru is incredibly effective, finds 2 instantly. Spade Seppuka removed from the board. Crozin's managed to snipe Gafilla, so this is a good answer back by Amigos. Just as it looks like the Tempest had bought you something. Door slam shot. Amigos find yet more. Gafilla's going to be here to at least stop this setup coming through, but every time I feel like one team has started to ebb and flow, it's instantly replied. Pinstripe is probably the best way of describing it, and really no one's happier with that than the defensive team. It means the offense are going nowhere.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're happy that they're not nowhere near the hill. The one defending there is going to be able to make it. That was Gothilla. Swiwa try to fight back. Not going to be possible. War Machine in the hands of Crozin, who's trying to capture on his own. So far working. Annihilator also going to be used by Rafa. A lot of utility is going to be used, and that's heavily because of the objective that they were lacking on the side of Amigos.
Great War Machine play out of Crozin, just sending it up in the air and letting it rain down from the heavens.
That's great work.
Buys his team so much time, and well, B should come far earlier than we saw captured last time from Animus. You'll also be 12 lives apiece. In the blink of an eye, Animus make that a little bit of an advantage. So for Amigos, you do at least have time to set this up. Can you find the pick and then start to collapse? Also 3 potential operators, however Animus can reply.
Yeah, right now, I don't know, maybe they could try to risk it on the side of Amigos, but it's also not a safe bet to do so. They have 3 available, so let's see what they opt to do. Still 50 seconds left. Crozin gets a knock. So does Gothilla. There it is. Annihilator in the hands of Rafa. He's the one to try to make it happen. Absolutely no worth off of that operator.
Yeah, I feel like he checked everything except for his right-hand side, and that turned out to be a very poor decision. But you find enough to draw it to 1 kill disadvantage. The problem for Amigos here, no respawns. You've got to make it work with what you have. There are still 3 operators. It's whether you find a kill, and then with that one, probably not. Nox does enough. The SMG gets him to yet another 5v2, v1 Swiwa. We've seen you do crazy things already this afternoon, but surely not. And the answer is no. Ties up at 1 apiece. And honestly, a slight life advantage if you are Amigos at the end of those 2 rounds, but pretty much the same story, really.
Yeah, pretty much the same. It was quite similar from both ends. Now, it's got to hurt for Rafa. He takes out that Annihilator. Absolutely no value whatsoever. And that could have been a key part of a potential victory for Amigos. Unfortunately enough, that was not the case. Now, they're going to be popping 2 operators at the same time. Spades gonna get 1 with the Death Machine. Now, 3 operator usage at the same time that I do get a question a little bit since they're on defense. They're not even going for OVJ, but let's see if that works out for them. Not a whole lot of value for Spades. No. And there he gets taken down as well. Swiwa with the usage of the Tempest. I think that was questionable at best.
I get the impression that's a miscomp from somewhere. I get the feeling that everybody wanted to call them in and hasn't gone, yeah, me first. And as such, that will hand Animus a real lifeline. They are down 4 lives, sure, but with your Annihilator in play, plus other operators available to you, you'll recognize you've just shut down a lot of opposing utility. As you squeeze up on the right side of your Swiwa, great work yet again with the SMG. I feel like I've said his name so many times this series. Spades with 2. And well, for all the misplay with the operators, you're also finding yourself 6 life lead. And I feel like that's a little bit of a buffer gained, recognizing that the operators might come back your way in a minute.
Yes, it's pretty much like the universe is trying to give you a technical answer, but not too sure if that's going to be good enough, though. 22-10 in the side of Animus. They're going to be struggling like crazy, and I think it's going to be quite difficult now. Only 9 seconds left. The objectives are quite far away from them, and not the greatest round here for Animus. It is what it is. They finally managed to get inside of the hill, but let's see for how long through the smoke. Sapuka is gonna perish now. Only 4 lives left on the side of Animus, but the time is out. And the round is over. 2-1 lead for Amigos. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a match point for the side of Amigos.
A sizable life advantage going into this, so Animus, it's got to be perfect. So you're facing an offensive round in round 5, a position nobody wants to be in here on takeoff control. Instantly going to get the operator out of 2 different players, both bringing War Machines to the party. Crozen's going to go high with his. Saves answers over the top, catches Spades in the teeth. Plenty of EMPs out here. And you recognize the moment to pause. I do not want to progress past this point. I know what's waiting for me. And, well, we'll see them both shut out of the party.
Now looking good. Sparrow in the hands of, I think that's Narx, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. It's hurting. It's hurting a lot. They're getting a good kill lead. But I feel like there's something lacking still on the side of Animus. I want to see them succeed, but in here, it's still not strong enough. Rafa now finally getting something done with the Annihilator. Took a cool into Karyu. Still not going to be enough, though.
Can you find anything with this? I guess if anything, if you're buying time, you'll also buy Keiru's front as he walks basically directly into you. Rafa also gets Nox in the deeps. And pause, and you've made enough of an impact here. Up by 4 lives. Predator missile over the top, finds one. That's Rafa continuing to go big here. Hunter drone as well is going to be over the top of B. We'll let him know there's going to be company in that way off. And it's a sizable advantage still held by Amigos. Yes, A comes through. But 5 lives is nothing to be sniffed at this point.
And I mean, at this point, Amigos, they know that they're going to have the defensive round if they go to the 5th one. So at this point, they can chill for a little while. Rafa had the opportunity to eventually use a PAM, which is quite crazy if you were to ask me. Finally going to get taken down. Still not going to be enough. Suiwa with a knock. That's going to be 24 kills for this outstanding player. Now, near double for Kairu is not going to be enough. A few shots short. 2 for 1, 11 to 11, and the side of Animus are just trying to come up with something to at least make the opponents uncomfortable, but that's just not being the case.
And Tempest comes out from Keiru to try and control the situation. Great shots there onto Suiwa. Says as well, picks one up, 9v10, turns it into an even game, 50 seconds to go. Amigos might just try and turn this into TDM, that's all they realistically need. And happy to square up. Crows in, has Nox up close, going to try and change over to the SMG. Oh, and almost guts there, but Nox does enough. And a quiet game from him, but that could be a very important kill in the grand stand of things. 5v5, 4v4. We turn it into sudden death, 30 seconds to go. I don't think this turns into a point where you hit B unless you're trying to drag players over. You're just going on the hunt.
That's gonna hurt. Another kill there for Suiwa. Oh my god, and they're popping every single operator at once. They're over, they're done. They just want to get over with this one, and a Sparrow to go along with it. That's a few kills. There's only one alive. They're just overwhelming the opponents with operators, and that's exactly what they should have done. They could have closed it, and they did. Really well done on the side of Amigos, just capitalizing on enemies' mistakes and making sure that their dream stays alive.
Commiserations, of course, to Animus. It is a 3-0, 3-0 on the day. I think anyone will forgive you to lose 3-0 to Wolves. I think the one that's going to sting is potentially the control. You probably think you should have walked away with that, but here in this matchup against Amigos, it's so close yet so far. It feels all the way through that series. You look at overtime in the S&D, you look at this control that should have been forced that further bit. It's just tough for Animus. They only had 3 days to prepare. Says had himself another good map. Feels like that's something we've consistently said through this, but it is Suiwa, MVP not just of this map, but the one before and the whole damn series. Absolutely. What a performance to book his team on through to fight for Saturday.
What a series there for Suiwa, what a series for Amigos. I do gotta say, Animus, it's gotta hurt. They tried their hardest, you know, they didn't have a whole lot of time. But in a sense, it almost feels like it came down to the emotions again, because if you think about it, you start good, but at some point in time, in the middle of the game, some mistake, some issue, some great play from the opponents happen, and all of a sudden you begin to question yourself every single time, and you cannot close the rounds, you cannot close the games. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, I do gotta say that Amigos had a really good series. I feel like they were really good, well coordination among one another. So, round of applause for them too, you know, that 3-0 was really clean for them.
Yeah, I think a big moment for them is taking that hard point right away at the start. We talked about how they're not necessarily fans of Hacienda. They had to really grab a hold of that match. They certainly did, grueled their way through the S&D. And you spoke about it. Growth is something that we've seen in this team. The fact that you can square up against one of the best teams in the world. Yes, it is not exactly Wolves, it is Animus, but it is one of those squads that you've still got to step up on a map that you didn't like to play, come out on top. This is exemplifying exactly what we want to see, that Amigos are getting better and better and are still an unknown quantity in this tournament. A squad that's making names for themselves. Some of their individuals, definitely players that we're going to be looking forward to seeing a lot more of through this afternoon. Amigos
will then book their way on through in this bracket. Will, of course, be against New Gen Ninjas to decide who makes Saturday. It's early exit for Animus, but it has been a case of a solid year. Unfortunately fell at that final hurdle, which meant that you end up with Sawo being passed over. Again, I do wonder if you'd had Sawo in there, I'm not saying he's going to turn the deficit against Wolves, but is that series very different?
Amigos, I feel like that's a real possibility, but well, before we move any further, we are going to take a look onto a quick interview with one of these players.
Congratulations, Spades, on that iconic win up against Animus. You send one team home. Are you guys ready to send home New Gen Ninjas? It's a rematch for you.
Yeah, we're ready for a rematch. We already know it's a really hard match, so we're gonna do our best to win this match and send home the New Gen team.
It seems like you guys are really good at search and destroy. And you kind of showed us in Animus that even though that they were up one round, it was very close. You brought it into overtime. How do you think that you can do the same case here? Because a while ago, against New Gen Ninjas and S&D, it was a 12-10. That was the longest search and destroy match that we've seen today. And that kind of determination and stamina is no joke. How do you think you can bring that to the table and change things around between this matchup now you guys are going to have again with New Gen Ninjas?
Well, I think the first thing that we're going to change, I think it's going to be more comfortable. We're going to try not to be more comfortable in this match, because I think the first thing that we did it wrong in the last match.
Absolutely, and even your control looked solid as well. And so I'm looking forward to your matchup. And again, what do you have to say to Animus that had just been eliminated by you guys?
Yeah, no, Animus are a really good team. Today we play better than them. That's true, and that's why we are so excited to rematch against them.
I have one last question for you. How was your performance in the matchup that you had up against Animus? You guys must be feeling so tired. You had really long matches.
Well, we're not thinking about that. We are just only focused on no match, no matter what, no matter how many matches we're gonna need to play. We are only focused to send them home.
I love to hear it. Another possibly LATAM represent, my dude. Congrats on your win. One more possible matchup for you guys to end the series. Man, that was a really tough match, but hey, we got another one up and coming for you guys. Don't forget, we still have a lot more of games today. We're not really complete yet when it comes to the matchup, but of course, Enigma Hillmania will get more action for you guys.
Thank you very much, Beef Mami. An interview there with Spades. I gotta say, very humble. It kind of came across, Animus are a good team. We just played better on the day, but very focused on what he's still got to do next. There's no opportunity to tune out. You're going to get yourself a quick turnaround time here, and we're straight back in for that rematch. A rematch that gives us an opportunity to tune into another banger, because when they played, yes, it was a 3-0 loss, but it was a very close series.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was very, very close, and it's another opportunity to see what they're made of. These two teams, I feel like they have a lot to prove. As we take a quick glance onto what has happened on Group B, well, that is it. The qualifier, of course, Wolves, and now we wait for one more. I'm not too sure who I'm going to be betting for, but let's take a look onto what has happened on Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see Galores have put their ticket through after beating Diabolos 3-0. I don't think anyone would win many prizes for saying that Q9 and Galores were getting through that, but it's there in confirmation, there in writing. For Group D, Star Wars Esports and Street Gaming, who beat TLE 3-0 to move on into tomorrow. So that is our two groups completely settled, essentially. We've still got one more match up here on B, and a couple of things still going on at A stream in order to find out what's going on. But here in your screen can be everybody that is currently eliminated. You'll see crosses through for Aunas, Sochitel, TLE, Diavolos, and Bear Clan. Your Africa's first ever representative, unfortunately, will be eliminated. It's just the name of the game here, my friend. Tough competition, best teams in the world. If you show up and there's a slight chink in the armor, you're going to find yourself out here early on Friday.
Yeah, in order for there to be a winner, there has to be a loser. But before we move forward on to the last qualifier on Group B, we're going to go on to a small break, so please don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Basically, our best map is everything in the champ set. Our worst map is none.
My best map will be Summit as a shotgun. Shotgun is very powerful in Summit. And my worst map will be Standoff.
My best map probably Hacienda. I really love that map. And my worst map, I didn't like to play Apocalypse at all. My worst map is Summit, and my best map would be Hacienda.
My best map is Tunisia, and my worst map is Corona.
I would remove all the SMG.
I will actually remove the Type 63. Is really broken.
Probably USS 9. The one weapon I would remove would be the Type 63.
The Type 63.
I could say it's fair, but at the same time, Type is still overpowered and it can still ruin the experience, just for me.
Believe it or not, I think it's really fair this year because there has been a lot of game rules with the updates, the nerfs, the buffs. I believe it's pretty fair this year.
Right now, it's really fair for me. Like the XM4, in the competitive same, like XM4, VNP, and Odin also, they are really good. But yeah, it's fair enough for me. I think with a couple exceptions, if you take out 2 weapons, I think the balance is pretty good.
Today for me it's not really fair because it's the same meta since a long time. So I would like to change, and maybe the SMG are too good with the USS 9. So if we can go on a rifle meta, for me it will be perfect.
Hey, can I be a little outlandish for a sec? Yeah. What I gotta do to get y'all respect? Give me the microphone, 1, 2, check. Let me go and run it, I'ma run up the check. Stay light on my feet, flow like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Tell you guys how you ain't outsourcing me. Said you want extra, it ain't gon' be cheap. Say what? We ain't gon' do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Finna go all out, finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard, and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what? Like you ain't heard me the first time, or you ain't see it with your third eye. I'm always ready like every time. Show and tell 'em my preferred style. I like jeans with a little bit of rip in the denim. Shows you how long I've been in them. Back and forth, I ain't gotta tell 'em. Take this work, now go sell it. Say what? We ain't gon' do a little this, do a little that, get a little crazy. Everybody wanna get busy, get steady like it's titanium. Finna go all out, finna go all out. Say what? How much time you got? Sit down, let me line them up. Hey. On a scale, like 1 to 10, I'm like way over 10. There ain't no explaining it, it's just the way I live. And I won't say sorry, beg your pardon. You don't wanna get me started. Ain't no I go extra hard, and I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping, I ain't stopping. So say what?
Yeah. 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 Okay, I've been at the bottom, let it down from the top. I can't let them feel. I got hit on my plug. We got so much to do. I gotta reload. Let me call you tomorrow. I got tests when I'm finished, but I keep it moving. If I stop in the process, you gon' run out my time. I need it, it's crucial. It's life in the top of the mountains where eagles will ride. How they find me, it's higher than ever. You can let fire, so run, make it down, make it minute of pressure. I've been on the way. I got no time to look back, and my family's gon' need some more cheddar, so let's get it poppin'. Told me to put up a setup, you should never been better. You gon' let it count, it fine. Bumpin', I'm crossing the line, we ready to sign. Yeah, ooh, can't I get out of my way? This shit no walk up a giant. Yeah, ooh, don't want me showing my teeth, might have some blood on my tooth. Yeah, ooh, I kinda settle the beef, so Lord, forget what I do. I'm at the top, yeah, been at the top of the mountain, I'm higher than ever. Yeah, mad at the satellite calling for all my endeavors. Yeah, I ain't gon' sweat on you, tweaking, you know I don't let up. Yeah. do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Been at the top of the mountain, I'm high to never, yeah. Made it decided like calling for all my endeavors, yeah. I go flat on you tweeting, you know I don't love it, yeah. So Lord, forgive what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. Lord, forgive what I do, cause it's now or it's never, yeah. I'm loyal to this till I die, I don't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. If you listen, I didn't gain as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. If you listen, we don't gain as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. If you listen, we don't gain as fast, do or die. I ain't taking L's, and I ain't switching sides. Tryna make some moves, but I can't until it's time. I've been taking chances, I ain't letting nothing slide. So no, I ain't looking back, I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind. I got wins on my mind, yo.
So good, I can't stop. That rhythm on top is moving my feet as soon as it drops. So you can try to fight it, but that music don't stop. Get it right, it just keeps on coming. Tell me if you've had enough. So good, it's got you stepping this way. My problems, I'm leaving at the door.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships here in Katowice, Poland. We've had 4 grueling matchups, great matchups, my friend. I'm Enigma, this is Gil alongside me, and we've been putting it in, but we've still got 1 more to go. How are you feeling ahead of the group decider?
That's right. We still have 1 more on us, and what a match is there for us to see. So far, it's been amazing, but we're not done yet, as you mentioned.
No, we're not. We're going to get a beauty of a matchup. This is a rematch from earlier on. This is going to be Amigos against New Gen Gaming. Let's tap in with the roster coming out of India. This is, of course, a combination of the teams from Godlike and Soul coming in from India. This is going to be Marvel, Jez, Fran, Warden, and Viper, as you get to see on your screens here. Team Last Minute is what we've been referring to them as a little bit, but they are overcoming all those odds to put themselves into a position to qualify for Saturday.
That's right. They've shown to us that they have definitely been able to just combine those forces, combine the level, the incredible level that each individually had on their own teams now together. They put walls against the wall at more than once, so as they will face again Amigos, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see. I feel like definitely we've seen Amigos trying to go further and further, but here New Gen Ninjas have definitely the one that I feel like, in my opinion, may have better odds.
Yeah, I mean, plenty so. We'll certainly find out when it comes to this next one. We look here at the roster, as we mentioned, Fran Marvel. I mean, ex-world champion. There's so much prowess in this team. Jez, Warden, but of course, there is one man that we love to hear a lot about, coming to this event with a lot of weight on his shoulders, one of the best SMGs, and has been putting on with some incredible performances. It is Viper, and we do have a bit of a video from him talking about their road to the World Cup, to the World Championships.
Guys, I'm Viper from Team Godlike, and I'm playing for New Gen Ninjas in this World Cup. So there were some unfortunate situations, so our players couldn't manage to be here. So both the teams players merged into one team to represent our country, India. It means a lot for me because I'm playing this game for quite a long time, and I really wanted to represent my country like once in international stage. It's my dream. The competition and the community is very nice. Our fans are very loving in India, and there is a huge audience for COD Mobile in India. We are like a whole new different team, and we have multiple ideas. So if we merge them and if it works, then it will be really great. If I'm in the finals, I'm not thinking of anything. I will just go all in. I don't care whoever is my opponent. I'm just gonna play my own game.
Doesn't care who the opponent is, he's just going to play his own game. Certainly been the way, has put on some ridiculous performances, huge clutch earlier on to put his team through in the S&D. He's been a joy to watch, hoping to see much more of him, but in order to get that, in order to earn that right, you've got to walk through Amigos. Now this is the team coming in here, and they will be looking to upset them, find revenge for what happened earlier on. This is, of course, Rafa, Sapuka, Spades, Crozin, Swiwa, coached by Dad. We've got a lot of love for some of the players here. We've just seen Swiwa do insane things to get his squad past Animus 3-0. Do you think that they've shown enough here? And I guess the theme of this team has been growth. Do you think they've shown enough against Animus to believe that they can win this matchup against New Gen Ninjas?
I feel like there's a very, very good opportunity for them to do so if they can manage to somehow translate the insane performance they did against Animus onto New Gen. If they manage to play the same way and continue to grow even more in their gunfights, I definitely feel like there's a good fight ahead of them.
I certainly need to find revenge inside of Group B. The thing is, you've had opportunities not only to play against Animus and see where it is you can step up in other ways and bring some momentum in, because of course New Gen Ninja's coming off the back of that 3-1 loss to Wolves. But it's also a case of, have you had opportunities to sit down? This is what they did last time. This is where we fell short. This is where we overran them. Can we make sure that we play to our strengths and against their weaknesses? All lies in the hands of those players. You can see in front of you, Spades, the nearest side. We got an interview with him earlier. Very humble in victory, very appreciative of his opponents as well as his teammates, giving a lot of love out there. And they seem, I will say, locked in, but he seems to be the motor mouth. Usually the humble ones are the quieter ones, but he seems the one leading the comms right now, talking his boys through what he wants to see.
Yes, and also on top of that, I definitely feel like, for example, Amigos has had better time to properly strategize against the side of New Gen. Reason being, well, New Gen was not sure who they were gonna face off. At some point, of course, you can get a general idea, but for the most part, Dad had the time to go ahead and, okay, we're doing this match, of course, we gotta focus on this one, but at the same time, I can start thinking about the next opponent who is already set in stone. And when it comes down to the vetoes and whatnot, I feel like that's really, really important.
It is very important. And you know what else is incredibly important? Having a fantastic partner for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Of course, we are officially endorsed by the OnePlus 15, the device that you'll see all the players running through today. That beautiful thing that you got on your screen right there. Thank you very much to them for supporting here in Poland. But coming back to what you said about Amigos and kind of the way in which they structure as a team, you are right. If I'm Dad personally, I'm kind of looking and thinking ahead. I'm kind of thinking, okay, what's the next hurdle and the next hurdle? It's what you've got to do if you're going to win a world championship after all. And the next hurdle for these 5 players is, of course, going to be the map set, which we're going to pull up in front of you after the veto. We're going to start yet again on a Hacienda. Then it's Tunisia. Then it's Crossfire on the Control. Apocalypse for the hardpoint if we get to 4. Coastal for the S&D if we get to 5. Anything you're seeing from this list that catches your eye?
I mean, as they should, the side of Amigos was the one to pick Hacienda, so it totally makes sense, right? It seems like that's a map that, although they don't play bad on the side of New Gen, they definitely can struggle at points. So if they can manage to properly rotate, properly have the right gunfights, they could put them in a bad spot. And with that, started with the right foot in this series.
Yeah, it's weird. Coming into this tournament, this is a map that, to the data, I will say, looked like a map that they didn't like that much. They struggled on it a little bit. But it is a case of, well, we've seen them look really good against Animus. We've seen them kind of grow into it. So it's clearly something that they're feeling quite comfortable on in this moment. Could that be the call that helps them get through to the next stage of this competition? Looking through the rest, I mean, you come to the control. Amigos looked pretty good last time out in the control. Very efficient with their operator usage. We saw them clutch up big in the S&D. So plenty of reason to believe that the 3-0 from last time could go the other way this time. But who makes it to Saturday and who only saw Friday? We're about to find out. We're locked, loaded, off and underway on Hacienda Hardpoint to finish Group B.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, straight into the action. Last match of the day, at least here in Group B, will begin to unfold immediately with so much action. So many kills all over the place. In here, Crozin, funny enough with the Tundra now, with a sniper play. Let's see if he can actually have an impact. So far, not going to be the case for him. It's going to be his allies trying to push through. Not going to be possible just yet. And a great couple of seconds to begin for NewGen.
Yeah, it's a solid start, I will say. If NewGen did want to take the wind out of the sails of Amigos off the back of their victory, the clean P1 would be a way to do it. It's all about that rotation in for P2. Watch for teams as we start to get towards the back points of this hill. Just push towards Lambo. If you're looking at the map, that's going to be off in the southwest corner. And Jez is already on that rotation, looking to play through the backline. If he gets to lobby here, he will flip the spawns, and he does, as we see Seppuku spawn out towards Tim. But it's not clean, it's all over the place.
It's not clean, that's for sure. Now, in point number 2, there's only one player alive, and he was immediately obliterated. That was Marvel. Not really having an impact in here, and the spawns are definitely not there for NewGen. That's a great transition, but a quick double, triple now kill for Viper with a Quadra using this Tempest, and a 5th kill. No one can stop him, already ramping up all of those utilities thanks to the Tempest. Yes, he gets killed, but he secures so much time for his squad.
Incredible operator usage there, uses the walls of the building to separate those fights into ones and gives him some clean kills. Predator in from Viper will get yet more work done for him on spades. And up to 12 if your Viper, make it 13 as he checks back, slides around and delivers a deadly blow. Amigos will continue to hit that back line. They have the spawns. The thing is, for NewGen Ninjas here, they only really need to play for the next wave, and then they can start that rotation over. That being said, there's been a spawn out here for spades. It's red, it's cut down, 3 in the feed. NewGen Ninjas looking hot to get us going.
It took over 40 seconds for the side of Amigos to contest point number 2, and eventually they lost control yet again. That's 67-14, a great start of game number 1 for the side of NewGen. And it seems like although it was Amigos who picked this map, well, NewGen have done their job at correcting the mistakes as you were talking about. They made sure that they were not falling onto the same issues back to back. And for that reason, well, they are going deeper and deeper into success here now with an over 60-second lead.
It has been dominant so far from the Indian roster. But well, we've seen this Brazilian team, this LATAM squad, they won't settle for much less than standing up tall, proud, and contesting this. But it's where it's going to come from. Looking to those numbers towards the top right, only one player on double digits. Make that 2 as Sweetwell finally finds his way in. It feels like he's probably the guy who has to step up. We've seen him do it against Animus. We've seen the firepower he possesses. And if you're going to stop NewGen Ninjas and the 16 out of Viper right now, feels like he's the man that his teammates are looking toward.
And right here, a nade is going to finish with his life, none other than Viper, who then follows through with a weapon kill onto Spades, immediately rotates for the next area, has another Tempest, and that's exactly what he's taking out for a road. The PEM is going to be used, going to cause a lot of uncomfortable situations for the side of Amigos. And, well, NewGen capitalizing on the usage of the operators through Smoke Marvel, just shooting a few shots, making sure no one's over there. He gets spotted at a distance by Spades with another death machine. Great bounce back for the side of Amigos. A little bit of damage onto Viper. A double kill for Fran, who tries to clean up this area. Not going to be successful just yet, but now he is with a double kill for Jess in the retake for NewGen.
Viper did so well through that, by the way. It just pops the Tempest, top halls, and it means that no reinforcements can come in through the top side and in through middle. Complete control lets you focus on one side of the map, and then he also pushes into office to squeeze that. Does a great bit of work to ensure his team clear that 100-point marker cleanly. However, Amigos, they invested a lot as well to try and get some momentum back into this fight, and Rafa's up to 19 kills, so he's on a bit of a passage right now. Warden will find 2. It's a bit of a back four. It's an instant transition from here to 1. It's a stone's throw, basically, so you don't want to die here. You want to wipe your opponent off and quickly move over.
And I mean, this heavily speaks volumes on the side of New Gen. Let's be reminded, Marvel, according to his own words, this is not their best game mode, and so far they are very comfortable, at least for the time being. This is barely early on to make a call, but they definitely are filling themselves in here with Viper, with 25 kills, and just being that very polyphacetic player, you know, making sure that he's getting the kills, he's interrupting rotations, he's getting inside of the heal as well, just making sure that he is doing as much as he can. Something similar to what we saw Suiwa do, and although he is getting a lot of kills, talking about Suiwa, he's not having that same impact.
Yeah, when it came to Viper, the conversations around him, I wanted to see it. Is this guy everything that they make him out to be? Well, it sure as hell looks like it as he approaches nearer to 30, and we're only at the start of our second rotation. Big lead gained by New Gen Ninjas, largely off the back of his incredible work. We will get a bit of a bloodbath back and forth here for P1, but it's all about this rotation. It's Jez locking down Lobby. It's a swimmer in Fran, I believe, who squeezes up towards Rock, does a great job, is eventually found in the end, but it's going to just pause any pressure that was coming through, slow them, and Jez through the middle of the map as well. Just means that you're trapped in a bit of a bottleneck, a cross box, and you are slaughtered. Viper now with the tempers, hits a beauty as he drops out, a bit of a fadeaway, up close and personal, and does enough. 132 to 62 on the board, but let me tell you, it feels like a hell of a lot more than that, because New Gen Ninjas are flowing right now.
Jesus, it almost does not make sense how good Viper has been playing, and I can say the same thing about Jess in here, just having so much to say in this matchup. Nearly 100-point gap, and in here it's hurting more and more onto the side of Amigos. They are trying their hardest to actually keep things under control, but the control is out of their hands, out of their reach. They are trying to rotate in here, but it just feels like they're always late to something.
It does feel like they're chasing, always having to react rather than dictate their own game. Suiwa will find two at least towards lobby side, but it's just trying to cut off a rotation. The thing is, the spawn's flipping. It's a case of, well, how much are you doing here at this point? What's the pressure rewarding you with? Spades, that doesn't get much with the death machine either. Marvel will shut him down. Suiwa with the Tempest has got to go big, finds one. Teammates go big at the front as well. You start to surround this 10 points. Suiwa, can you find the kills around Arch? Jez first to be cleaned up there. Fran's going to try and counter with the War Machine, but it's answered, and Suiwa does his thing. 4-4, and can that be what Amigos build off the back of and try and get a semblance of a hold in this game?
You definitely need to translate those kills onto time, and that's what they're doing, at least for the time being. 20 seconds left, and they are trying to defend. There's Sapuka with a kill, with a double, going for the triple. There's going to be Alex to help him out. That's another knock there for Crosine. Great job done here on the last few seconds of the heal. Amigos trying to stay afloat in here, trying to reach the 100-point mark. There's still 7 seconds left, and that is going to be sweet, sweet time for them. But there's still a long way to go. 176 to 99. The advantage is there, is solid, is heavily in favor of New Gen Ninja. So what else is there to say now for Amigos as they try to move on to the next hill?
Well, what you got to do is build off the back of that and not let New Gen Ninjas into Rockside. Marvel's already going to be here, and he's just slapping everyone with bullets as they come in through the door. He doesn't get a lot of kills for it, but it makes them all very weak. Viper's going to be there with a Tempest, gets two, plays with the SMG up close. Crozen answers very well with the War Machine. Two himself. Predator Missile's going to come in from Spades, and it catches. Crozen's unfortunate to fall to his own War Machine there. Close range blast going to go off, and it's too close. And that gives New Gen Ninjas a route in. And all they need to do, if you are the New Gen Ninjas, just continue to chip away. It does not need to be clean or pretty. You have already picked yourself up a sizable lead.
That's right, and in here, very much a back and forward fight for the control of this hill. It's going to end up being, for the last few seconds, seemingly in favor of Amigos. There's going to be an extra push getting down there. A good nade for Garden. Still not going to be enough. 4 seconds left, and that is going to be us going back onto point one, and another triple kill for Viper with already 40 bomb.
Yeah, Viper's having himself a game when his team needed it most to get them to Saturday. He's starting off hot. Gonna get immediately on the run there with the gloves out and pushes for office control. He will be traded, but every time he seems to be the player cutting off the reinforcements, cutting off the support network. It means his boys at the front can do great things, and Jez finds two with the Sparrow to kind of emphasize that point. Rafa finds a counter just in time. So he was going to pop the Tempest here. It feels like he's got to go big. We saw him go huge towards Tin earlier on. It's got to be his moment, really. Everyone else will fall around him. So it's truly on him. Beautiful little two-piece to read the player coming up lobby side. Diving the point now. Just keeping his team, just almost dragging them into the fight to try and keep it close. But it's a nearly 80-point lead for New Gen Ninjas off to Lambo. And you've got to break in through the front if you do not set yourself up properly for these back spawns.
Everybody on the side of Amigos are trying to go inside of the hill, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close. 215, 132 for Amigos. And inside of the hill, there's Rafa with a double, going to be executed with a double kill now for Garden. Garden trying to get inside. Yet another Tempest for Viper, who seemingly is just taking so many uses of that operator, causing so much damage. There's Fran with the War Machine. There's also Marvel with the Death Machine. And this is just pure pain in the side of Amigos. New Gen with a complete possibility to close it up in point number 2. This Lambo feels like sweet victories. Let's see if they can actually clutch it up in this one.
The equalizer is going to be the answer for Rafa. He finds 2. Can you get the third? The answer's no. Warden cuts him down from the backside. You spin, you turn, you burn, you find 2. It's pinstripe, feed. You will see Amigos continue to throw everything at this. It must be the kitchen sink. Don't leave it all on the table at all. Predator missile going to come over the top from Fran. He's going to look off to cut off the reinforcements. Finds the kills. However, you can give this up if you're New Gen Ninjas. You do not need to continually send. And, well, around about now, you can still win it technically, but it must be perfect. Find the first 2, the first 3 from Jez. There's 4, there's 5. Amigos wiped from the board. New Gen Ninjas will close it out here in map 1. Hacienda blood drawn, and it will be the same old story from the first time these two met. The hard point goes the way of the Indian roster.
That's right. Great job done, and even more solidified strategy on the side of New Gen, might as well add. It seems like although the side of Amigos are the ones who just finished off a match, they kept hot, you know. They made sure that when they were backstage, they were just making their gameplay continue to be clean. Look at all those numbers, all those kills. I would like to question how many Tempests did Viper had. I feel like it was like what, 5, 6? Was he like stealing them from somewhere? I didn't even know what was going on.
Scooping them from bodies, the corpses of his enemies for sure. Had himself a game. I feel like we talk so much about him, but he deserves it. He earns it with performances like that. Considerably up in the kill death column, but it's the impact of those. I feel so often, again, there was a moment where he pops his Tempest, and we talk about Slayers, and what they often do is go on the hunt for kills, and sometimes they can be a bit egregious of finding kills that make no impact. What he did was he slowed down, waited, bought time. If I just sit here, I control the entirety of the middle of the map, my guys can just focus the front, and it's easy. And it's moments like that, it's decisions like that that separate you from being a great player to being one of the best in the world. Absolutely. And stepping up to push your team ever closer to making the next stage of the World Championships. Incredible stuff from him. Of course, not to miss his teammates. I feel like we consistently call out players like Fran, Marvel. They're having those little pop-off moments. Jez is not going to be very far behind either in the kill column. A really impressive showing. We talked about map 1, my friend.
And I mean, a team is only as good as the weakest link, and I wouldn't say that there's no weak link here on the side of New Gen. They made sure that, yes, you have that star play style that right now he's been showing to us all, but at the same time, as you mentioned, everybody else is doing their job, making sure that they are capitalizing on the time, on the entrance that's closed thanks to Viper, to make sure that they do get the control that they need. They're making sure that every kill counts. So that's something very, very valuable to the side of New Gen Ninjas. And now, what are Amigos going to do? I mean, this next S&D, I feel like it's going to be deciding if it's a 3-0 in favor of the side of New Gen, or if Amigos can do something to make it happen as we move on to Tunisia for Search and Destroy.
Yeah, we are going to head to Tunisia for Search and Destroy, and I'm very glad that you're mentioning it. We've seen a couple of these series where it's a case of, okay, one of you's got the map you wanted in map 1, one of you's got the map you wanted in map 2. If we see a 2-0 at the end of this, we're going to see a 3-0. If we see these divided, we're going to go the distance, and I think that this sums it up very clearly. We will get that Tunisia Search and Destroy. This is a map that Amigos are actually solid on. They're quite comfortable on it. It's not
neither great nor bad. It's one of those where we can definitely see them stepping up here.
Toss up, yes.
In terms of the players on this roster, and again, what we've seen, we know that Sweewa has the potential to take over individual rounds.
Yes.
1v4 ace clutch with bomb down, by the way. If you've missed it, ladies and gentlemen, go and find it. But it's a case of who else are we looking at to chip in here? Because Sweewa isn't even a sniper on that roster.
That's the thing. He's not a sniper, but he definitely makes sure that... I feel like he was even picking up whatever weapon he could find so he could be even more valuable at both short and long distance. And I feel like that definitely helped his team a lot. I do want to say that, well, I'm not too sure about what's going to happen on this search and destroy. What it is at least favorable for the future on the side of Amigos is the fact that when we eventually do go to control, they are actually going to start on the blue side, on the defensive side, which is a plus. It's a bit of a situation where they can, you know, have that in mind, but at the same time, this is really, really important. Even if you have that blue side on control, you gotta make sure you're not starting with a 2-0 deficit.
No, 100%. The pressure only mounts. The challenges to overcome only grow. The further you fall behind. For map 2 in Poland, we will be off and underway. Tunisia, Warden, nade over the top, gets nothing, but also avoids being tagged. Just as important as he slips himself off into this corner, hasn't given that information to his opponents.
That's right, it's important for them not to know where you're at, not to collapse onto you at the worst moment. Here Garden is patiently waiting. It's gonna be the push from Crocine. It's going to be very, very important for the first pick. And there it is, Garden and Viper. Gonna take one for each. Causing discomfort on the side of Amigos.
And Ringers the ball is out, and Jez will slide and find, and 1v5 for Rafa. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Find little picks here and there if he can, or is it clean? And it is very for the New Gen Ninjas as Jez finds the final blow.
I definitely feel like New Gen has gotten their groove, you know. They are finally vibing. They are very, very confident in themselves, and it shows. It definitely shows.
It does. It certainly feels that way. There is a groove to them. There is a simplicity to their play and an effectiveness that Amigos cannot match just yet. Marvel, beautiful work to find Crozen through the wall, adjusts and hits what he needs. Fran gets 2 as well. 5v2 quickly changed into a 4v1. And well, I'm getting deja vu because it's another very difficult situation for Amigos.
I mean, difficult does not even begin to explain what they're suffering right now. Spade's completely on his own. He does not have control over the bomb. He does not control over the map. He's gonna get killed through a wall by Marvel. It is just issue after issue for Amigos. And where are those issues coming from? Genuinely, by Nugen. It's not necessarily that they are making a mistake per se. It's just that the aggressiveness, the cleanness in how Nugen's ninjas are playing that becomes super near impossible for Amigos to answer back.
Yeah, it does feel like Amigos have to pull something from the fire here to get back into this fight. I've got to see these first bloods. I've got to see you taking advantage of those situations. Otherwise, it's not looking pretty. We are still early, of course. Jez gonna peer out, throws a shoulder, gets some intel, backs off. Teammates will adjust. Who blinks first?
Who blinks first? That's the question. So far, on the side of Amigos, 1 kill for Rafa, 1 kill for Spades, and that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. Amigos needs to start something, because at this point in time, it's just beginning to get more and more difficult for them to try to keep track of what is going on. Now, fortunately enough, they haven't lost a player, which on its own, I feel like it's a win so far.
I agree. It's certainly better than the previous rounds. Oh, and the shot goes over, and actually Crozen finds the victory in the sniper duel. Marvel falls, and 40 seconds still on the clock here. Looks like the decision's coming to rotate towards B, which would hand them a numbers advantage. Jez does very well to find Rafa. That felt like a fight you should definitely lose. That should be intel out, but you get caught by the stun trying to escape. You get away with your life here. You're doing a fantastic job, and the fact that you pick up that kill on Sweeper coming back through mid as well gives you numbers advantage in the fight. Oh.
That was a great kill for Crossine, but immediately getting traded is just not the best scenario. 30 seconds left. 3 versus 2. That's another kill for Garden. Taking out Spades. Sapuka on his own. 25 seconds left. They're defusing. He's down. They will finish to defuse. That's a 3-0 lead. New Gen Ninjas. As I previously stated, I feel like they are more and more confident, and on the opposite end, Amigos are trying things. They definitely are, but nothing seems to work.
It's that moment there from Jez that's just showing the difference there. He finds a kill that you should never get, but then also he escapes with his life. And as Sui was trying to reinforce through the middle of the map, New Gen Ninjas are aware enough to turn, face it, clean it up. So it's just two tiny moments like that that were the difference between Amigos getting back into this or staring further down the barrel as New Gen ascended to a 3-0 lead. But slow and steady was the approach last time round. Looks like we're back to that. As Sapuka eyes a gap between the walls.
Everybody definitely needs to keep their eyes open to New Gen Ninjas, because although it's a last-minute team, they are not a last placement players anywhere here. So great kill to open up the round in favor of Crossine. Great execution against Jess here, but can they actually do something with it? Well, so far, they don't really have control over the bomb, so they're still thinking about what their next move is going to be, but less than a minute left.
Marvel will adjust. The players start to shift. Suira and Rafa trying to find some sort of ingress that will let them get close to Crozin. Sapuka finds Warden, and that's more like it for Amigos. We'll find 2. Marvel, though, returns fire to make it a 4v2. The thing is, as great as this is for Amigos, you've got to get past these 2 snipers who have been incredibly efficient in their play, and you do pick up Viper. Bombs going down, and it doesn't even need to. So I said you got to find your way through. They heard me, and most certainly did, to get themselves on the board.
It took them 4 rounds, but they finally do. And also 6 kills for Crossine. Definitely a heavily Crossine-orientated point, but a point nonetheless. That's a start, and that's exactly what Amigos needed. Let's see if New Gen can quickly stomp on their execution, or if Amigos can actually capitalize onto even more control in their way as they run away. They should have had that kill, but they don't.
I'm a big fan of the play on both ends, really. Sui was aggressive through the middle to change things up, but then the escape is also impressive from Jez. Marvel's caught rotating. Viper answers back onto Suira. Warden spots a player top, turns, finds Crozin, instantly traded. 3v3.
That's right, 3v3. Spades. Good kill there. At a distance, Rafa gets another, and so does Sapuka now. They're going to be placing the bomb, but before that, Spades with yet another kill. Now, not a single player orientated, but the whole team doing good to actually get another point. That was really, really well played. They have finally been able to wake up, you know. Amigos just realized that the game already started, the match already started.
It's about damn time. I wonder how much... I'd love a penny for Marvel's thoughts. He gets caught crossing there. Definitely didn't expect that. Sapuka with the Odin. Then take a quick look. Suiwa finds the first blood. It feels like the last couple of rounds, it's all gone the way of Amigos in the early department. And they're taking that numbers advantage, because look at them now. They'll group up, hit B together, recognizing that they should have the ability to trade out over the top of each other. That being said, Marvel, forever irrepressible, finds Rafa. Crozin trades onto Fran. Warden shuts down Crozin. 3v3. Bomb is still headed towards B. If you are New Gen Ninjas, though, here, you can hit this in 3 different directions if you time it right.
That could have been really, really bad there for Viper, but manages to survive. And Nate is gonna spook him out even more. Now Marvel is the one still defending here alongside with Garden. Let's see what they can do, though. They have control over the bomb, and Sapuka takes the kill onto Marvel, immediately trying to capitalize on more. They get the kill, the trade back, it's immediate, and all of a sudden we got a 1v1.
And both players repositioning. For Spades here, what's the decision making? Pause, hold, hope Warden crosses your path. Sometimes you can flip the map by not moving at all. And Warden's trying to do the same thing.
The bomb. We got the bomb.
Spades, scoops, heads. The thing is here, I think Warden's read this to a T.
The bomb has been planted.
Okay. Sniper in hand for Spades. We know how deadly he is with it. Bomb is down, so pressure is on Garden. So he begins to approach this area. Gloves in hand alongside with an AR. Neither of them have a great answer at such a close range, and there it is. He doesn't even doubt himself, you know? He just lands those shots, and although it was a very, very questionable at best start for the side of Amigos, they managed to actually tie things up.
Yeah, fell down by 3, and then found 3 to tie us here for the half. Will now give Amigos an opportunity to defend. That also gives New Gen Ninjas the ability to dictate. And they squeeze towards B here. Nades over the top are going to force you to back off and give up so much land, but the return from Sapuka is perfect. Quarterback's throw, if ever seen. That bomb was intended to go down and it never got there. 5v2, Crow's in as well. He's feeling himself right now. He's hitting different, and he will cross double digits with a beautiful couple of kills there to give his team the lead.
Oh my goodness, just getting into the flow state or something. By that point, he already had 1, that's 2, and then gets a 3-piece like it's nothing. Just so clean with those shots, and all of a sudden, with 4 rounds in a row, it is Amigos who's had the lead here on game number 2. Really well executed, and it is this time Crocine who's taking the heavy spotlight for the squad.
I think that's the play that needs shutting down if you're the New Gen Ninjas. That's the one who's taking over for Amigos, not just because of the 10 kills, but he's getting a lot of those first bloods. Last 3 have all gone to Amigos, and they've won the last 4 rounds. So he's the man right now. He's the X Factor. And as a sniper, it falls really to Viper and Marvel. Can you find him? Can you remove that queen from the board? Sapuka taking his time. Spades playing a closer angle. Oh, hello. Viper, do you recognize? And he just about gets out.
Right now, I'm still fairly surprised with Suiwa only getting 1 kill, but maybe he's not the most comfortable when it comes down to Tunisia. That would be understandable. Now Garden gets a kill, but then immediately gets traded. Corsin with yet another kill. Marvel pushing forward, gets the kill into Corsin, which is huge for the side of New Gen. We know how impactful, as you mentioned, Corsin has been so far these last few rounds. And because of that, they got the perfect opportunity to plant the bomb.
The bomb has been planted.
And they take that opportunity. So what's the post-plant setup? Fran's going to try and cut off the route in through the arch. But Marvel has this backside. He has a great look, actually, at this backside. And, well, COD timing might go against him, but if he glances over again... Oh, and Rafa's just laid down on his belly, crawled forward, closes the gap to something that Marvel's a bit less comfortable with, and you don't read Spades because of all that distraction. Then again, you find 2. 1v2, Suiwa, we've seen you do far better, but you will not get that same result here. New Gen Ninjas finally answer back and stem the flow, cut off the bleeding.
All right, okay. They both are getting to know what each other is made of for each. So we approach round number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, this begins to get more and more interesting as time goes on. The bomb is going to be taken by Viper in the first blood. To no one's surprise, is actually going to be Crocine onto Jess. Great shot onto the player from New Ninjas. New Gen Ninjas now with 1 less player in this round. What can they do as they seemingly were thinking about pushing towards Alpha, but the defense is also heavily orientated by Amigos that I don't think that's going to be easy.
I think it's a blind counter coming through here. My Amigos. Spades picks up Viper. It feels like he has quietened down the last couple of rounds. Marvel will return onto Rafa. Of course, it's Crozine that we're all interested in. He's on 12 with his rifle. But Marvel's doing his best. The Frenchman finds Spades, and can you bait another in? And there's Crozine operating onto Fran, and oh my god, just about zips over the top. 2v3 in favor of the Brazilians.
That's right. Brazilians trying to keep the dream alive. The second-seeded team for Latin America, and there's Guard. Oh my god, if he happens to lose that gunfight, I would have been atrocious for the side of Amigos, but he doesn't. I'm pretty sure that he even surprised himself with that one, but lucky enough for him, it works out.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're trying to be a little bit too cute there. And this is one of those that could have ended up on Twitter for sure. Warden does just about enough. I think, though, if you find that kill cleanly, you're not pushed out into the mid-space, you don't lose the following fight. So the one that got away, could that come back to haunt you? Well, Marvel tries to correct things by instantly opening up onto Rafa.
That's right. Headshot onto Rafa. Great start now for the new gen crew. Now, it seems like both teams are constantly heavily orientating themselves towards A, which, you know, maybe at some point we will see one of them try to be crazy, to be creative, but this time around, the sniper fight, it is Crozine who ends on top.
He cannot be beaten right now. It almost feels like Marvel and Viper are pulling their shots a bit earlier. They're a bit tetchy, a bit nervous about taking the fight against him. You do clear out B. One will start to go down. You have company close in Spibuka, and you don't expect it if you're Viper. So Sniper's removed off the board. It will be a 2v3. But importantly, one of those two is Crozine.
Yes, it is. 14 kills under his belt. Only 2 for Swiwa, but as a team, they can manage to come up with something. 3v2 is not impossible, but it's not going to be easy either for the side of Amigos, and even less so with less than 30 seconds left. They need to go forward. They need to come up with something. What is that something? I genuinely don't know, because the side of Nugen are actually quite vigilant of both entrances. Swiwa to the ground, Crozine on his own, 1v3, they're pushing for him, Garden with a double, and just like that, they secure another round, secure another point. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but it seems like we may go to another overtime.
Don't say that. I love the way the new gen play that, by the way. They know that it's Crozine on the other end of it, so they don't play any long lanes. They just tuck themselves into corners and say, walk through that archway. We're waiting for you. We'll welcome you into our lair. Do enough. Make it quite comfortable in the end. Viper gets aggressive, and I think he actually mistimed the pull out of the sniper for a second there. That was terrifying, staring down 3 opponents with the boxing gloves. And one will throw a shoulder.
That is, wow. That ego push is actually wild to come out from the player from New Gen. Didn't really work out. Garden gonna be executed. Crozine with yet another kill now. 15 as he takes down Jess. The bomb nowhere near to be planted, and that's a double for Crozine. 3 in total in this round. Crozine doing it again. Now all of a sudden Fran is in front of him. I'm not too sure how Crozine did not see him, but at least they get the intel of where he's at. It's a 4v1, so not a whole lot to say there for Fran.
Yeah, that's probably the fairest way of putting it. This is going to be tough. As Fran backs off, tries to put all of his enemies on one side of him. And at least let him focus forward for now. And play close corner. Spades is there. It rips him off the heady at least. And I saw your reaction. I'm also curious about why you're handing him a free jowl as Rafa sets up in the backside. Fran didn't expect it. And I prefer that, which is that Rafa will run away. I know where he was trying to go. I can back off. Don't worry about it.
That was a very weird playstyle here now for Amigos, but they still get the round, you know. Swiwa with the 3rd kill of this game will allow the side of Amigos to have the lead. And as we are starting with what could be the last round, it's going to be very, very important for New Gen to be cautious, to be careful, to make sure that they don't do any sort of mistake. And in here, look at that aggressiveness coming down from 2 players on the side of Amigos.
And they get very far pushed up. Did you see them cross? Is the question. Because the bomb on Fran suggests that he's considering moving forward here. You're also going to have Viper in close proximity. Early nades. One's going to land flush for Rafa. He's fine though. I don't think it actually connects. It bounced just the other side of the wall, so he's okay. And Spades will find Ward, and these snipers have taken over for Amigos and Rafa. Well, it was a little bit messy for a moment, but you get the job done. That's all that really counts. 5v3.
5v2. 4v2 now as Sweetwa gets executed by Fran. Fran and Marvel still alive. Trying to get another round for the side of New Gen, but it's definitely not going to be easy in here. Definitely doable, but they got to be extremely careful now as Marvel hears the enemy, tries to do something, but not landing a shot just yet.
Did you hear the slide? Surely you did, and Rafa does, and does enough. Against Fran, turns it into a 1v4. And you never want to call it, but this would have to be something beyond heroic to be anything but the last dance, and it's not. Amigos will tie us up 1 apiece in the series, and while there's so many different things to break down there, I think when we take a look at that scoreboard, we're going to see exactly who it is that took over in the map.
I mean, I gotta say that they're not necessarily super happy. I'm pretty sure that they're not playing as well as they would like, excepting for, of course, Crocin.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it did not seem clean, you know? I'm pretty sure that they were expecting more from themselves. They're not reaching that point, but look at that. 17-9. Great game there for Crocin, and surprisingly enough, all the way to the bottom is actually Sweetwa.
Yeah, quite a game from him. I don't know if it plays into what he did on Karahana, right? He played a lot of those close corridors and such, whereas these long lanes on Trinity just leave it so that he can't move very much. I think the interesting story here is not only that Crozine picks up 17-9 here, that's obviously impressive, it's the opposite side of the story. The snipers for New Gen Ninjas never really got going. Marvel's 8-10, Viper's 6-8, and we saw a couple of moments in the gunfights where it's like they're pulling their shots early. They're trying to just hit a quick scope because they don't feel comfortable about the fight. That kill there being one of the few moments that we saw Crozine lose a sniper duel, and quite frankly that was excessively outrageous from Marvel. So the man took over, MVP for very good reason, and gives his squad a chance to see Saturday.
Yes, indeed, and with that we will have, at least for the first time of the day, a game number 4. They're gonna be tied up, 1 for each. We're no longer gonna have a 3-0, and with that I feel like it opens up a lot of room of opportunity for both teams. Like I mentioned, Control is something that the side of New Gen have been playing good, and at the same time, well, Amigos, they're going to be starting on the blue side, they're going to be starting on defense, so it's going to be interesting to see how they come up to strategize on the side of New Gen by them not being on the comfortable side, but at the same time, Amigos, although winning, they are still not playing as clean as I'm sure they would like to.
I agree. I think right now, if you're Amigos, the question has to become that you can't expect Crozine to take over like that all the time. You've got to play better as a team, so surely that's what's coming out of Dad right now. And by Dad, I mean the coach. And he's very much so just reminding everybody, look, Crozine's having his moment right now, but we still got to find plenty of ways to improve here. New Gen Ninjas will not allow these respawns to be dictated by one player. There's far too much talent in that team to do so. I mean,
it's one of the things that we spoke about, the fact that Amigos don't necessarily have a single star player, but as a whole they tend to do good. In this time it was Sweetwa doing amazing, it was Crozine doing amazing, and for that reason I feel like that's why they're not that happy with the results.
I agree. I think you're totally right. For New Gen Ninjas, this feels like a team where, although yes, we've had superstar pop-offs from Viper, for example, in map 1 there, all 5 of them contribute. It's rare that you see someone really bottoming out when they're having a pop-off play. Yes. So it's, tough. And we've seen this map already today. New Gen Ninjas were solid on it, defensively in particular, and played the map incredibly well to get themselves through to this point of the competition. And, well, instantly very aggressive, actually, with Fran with the shotgun to clear out the Amigos' pressure early on. 4 life advantage already picked up, and Amigos are going to have to rethink their approach.
Yeah, they gotta do something different. That was just not looking pretty. They finally managed to get a few kills for themselves, but it felt like NewGen was getting too comfortable, specifically Fran with that triple kill and immediately going into enemy's territory. They were finally able to stop that, but not for long. Fran is back, and so is his shotgun. Doing great things with it. Immediately going for more. Gonna miss that shot. Gonna go for the second and lands it. No, never mind. He gets executed by Sapuka. The trade continues to happen. 20-15. The advantage in favor of NewGen. And I actually gotta correct myself. I thought that it was gonna be Amigos on the blue side, with NewGen being now here with the defensive first. I'm intrigued to how Amigos can answer to this.
To be fair, I understand that because Fran was so aggressive with that shotgun in the other direction that it took me a moment myself. Jez going to just clear out this deep left side. 3 kills for NewGen. And it feels like that's one of the problems for Amigos right now. When Amigos are doing okay, it's a pinstripe feed. When NewGen are doing well, it's clean. A couple of unanswered kills. And, oh, Marvel. Glorious work, surely not. Rafa, show your face again. 3 on the board for the Frenchman. Machine pistol in hand as well. Going to cut off this doorway. Fran maybe gets a little bit over exuberant. That's going to hand Amigos the opportunity to squeeze towards A, but this has been incredibly one-sided. Usually at least A goes. It's all about how you then take B. We're not even going to get close to talking about that B thing.
Nope, we are definitely not. And with Marvel taking that shotgun, being chased by some gloves, doesn't matter too much. There's Fran to take care for him. Round going in favor of NewGen with, I want to say, what, 8, 9 lives left? Well done in there. Not allowing them to take the third tick off of Alpha is going to be very important for the side of NewGen. And for that same reason, Amigos has to make sure that they get 2 or less when it comes down to the opponents taking these objectives.
Yeah, I think it's got to come from a really strong start, but it will be cleaner for NewGen this time round. Fran's going to invest the War Machine, catches Rafa as he pushes through the door. Oh, it does find a second, actually, to be fair. But probably thought he had a few more in his sights. It's a great job to actually shut him down. Spades, Suiwa finding a few bodies. Or creating a few, I should probably say. Warden's nade. Did you miss a player slip through to your left? I think you did, but thankfully the teammates catch him. And actually, no, they don't. It's a different kill entirely that comes through. So that slip through the mid, that smoke out of Amigos gave them a route to kind of claim that point back.
That's really good for them. There was the usage of the Tempest by Suiwa, which didn't really have a whole lot of impact, but still going to allow them to try to push for more in here. Now Sapuka missing a lot of shots, eventually gets taken down by Marvel. Now with the shotgun, Suiwa with a double, looking for the triple, not going to be happening anytime soon. Great kill there for, I think that was Marvel. I do gotta say, heavy focus now on the shotguns, and that's why it is so important to have someone specific. It's still impressive to me the fact that, well, New Ninjas prior to this did not have a specific player going for the shotgun, but so far Garden has been an incredible job.
Yeah, I love the idea that Warden and Viper have kind of gone, the shotgun thing's alright, you know, I might try this out again in the future, because they're making it work certainly through this series. Viper will get Crozen with a nade. But the 3 ticks means that you do have the advantage in the map. Obviously, you want more than that. 10v14, you want to squeeze that life count as much as possible. And a 4th tick would truly be the cherry on the cake. Kills yet again. Amigos doing a wonderful job of defending. It is easier once you start to talk about B, but also the fact that Rafa's so far pushed up here on A side is a great thing for them.
It is, it sure is. Now I'm intrigued to see, they all have a lot of utility to be used, but are they actually going to be using it or just wait for the next round? So far, well, it's not looking pretty for the side of NewGen. They only have 4 lives left. That was a great double kill there for Spades. Jess also executed by Crozine, so highly doubt there's going to be the usage of utilities on neither of these sides. Garden executed, so this next round is going to be really interesting, because it could be an opportunity for the side of Amigos to surprise, but at the same time NewGen has to make sure that, well, they don't lose their defense.
I think what we're about to see, my friend, there's a hell of a lot of operators coming swinging out in this. Clearly NewGen Ninjas realized that they were down too much in life count. Felt like that they should save it for the investment into this round. Sparrow to kick us off. We're also going to see a War Machine. Sparrow on the opposite side as well. And both operators immediately killed on Amigos, and Jed's going to squeeze forward with his.
That was really, really unfortunate on the side of Amigos. Now, there's 2 being used right now by the side of NewGen. Annihilated by Marvel. So far missing, I feel, 5 shots. I don't think he's landed anyone yet. And he gets executed by Suiwa. Tempest in the use of Viper. And there are still 3 available on the side of Amigos. I feel like that was a waste of operators on the side of NewGen.
Kind of questioning whether or not it was worth bothering with them at all.
Totally.
In the team, NewGen Ninjas, they've been so good at just playing the game out themselves. They're going to look back at that and realize that they might now be in a spot of bother because Amigos still have plenty of opportunity for utility. Crows and Seppuku find 2, Warden with 1. 21 apiece in terms of life count. A has fallen. It's all about B. This will be a siege for a long time. And again, Amigos, they have the opportunity here to really squeeze up on this, should they use these operators correctly.
I mean, they're prolonging it a lot, not using it. Finally, there's going to be the equalizer popped out by Rafa. Let's see how much pain, how much chaos he can cause with it. Here, Fran trying to surprise, has the War Machine available. Double kill there with the weapon itself. Operators may not be the jam so far for NewGen, but the weapons have. There's Rafa, finds a kill before running out of time. There's the Tempest for Suiwa, takes 1, turns around, goes for 2. Can he do it though? There's a slight kill lead in favor of Amigos, and there's 2 operators being used at the same time. That I'm super surprised that operators are definitely not having an impact for either of the 2.
I think if you get this attack round for Amigos, you're happy with the investment. 11v5. War Machine's going to start to ring out for Fran. It's just diving them onto the point. And it's because you don't want to invest bodies, but you lose 2 of your teammates. So it goes from bad to worse, realistically. And, well, for everything that we spoke about, how good NewGen Ninjas had looked, it's turned on a dime. Amigos in complete control. 7v1. 2 ticks of B through. And they're going to slow it down and potentially try and stack a few more operators. Again, we've already seen this once today. And NewGen Ninjas know they have no choice but to try and push this fight.
And I have to totally question the value of those operators on the side of NewGen. It was not great on the side of Amigos, but at least it was slightly better than using 4 operators and getting, what, like 2, maybe 3 kills total for 4 operators. It was not great. He was not there in here. Garden's gonna take a kill, but the side of Amigos are doing it again. They're just waiting to get more and more time for their own operators, while Garden is just struggling, rushing for something to happen, because they are the ones with things completely under control.
Well, you've eked out a lot of time here for your Amigos. A lot of extra bonus charge towards the operators. You'll currently only have 1, but I mean, how many did we see invested in this round? 8? Something like that? And Amigos certainly felt better about theirs. And they'll capture as well.
Well.
So 2-1. Honestly, we came into that round, I was thinking NewGen Ninja in a great place to potentially take this. All of a sudden, yeah, all of a sudden, staring at defeat. Amigos will instantly pop the War Machine and the Sparrow, squeezing forward. Can you be as efficient as you were previously with them? Seppuku will find one. Marvel's trying to snipe back just to counter, find Suiwa. And for now, Crozon's just buying time. It might not be a lot of kills, but it does instantly stem that push.
It certainly does. It certainly puts a stop to it. Seppuku gets a double kill there with a Sparrow. It's executed by Marvel, but the trades are here, and they are definitely favoring the side of Amigos. Look at Rafa immediately pushing deeper with that shotgun. Suiwa, the 100-killer drone, gets another kill. That's 25-21. Great start of a round for the side of Amigos, who begin to feel more and more confident in themselves. They were not happy about the results, although they won on Search and Destroy, but here in control, they're doing a good job. Now, Suiwa with the Tempest can cause even more damage, can keep on pressing on that wound that NewGen has suffered so far this game.
Warden's going to try and get aggressive here, buy his boys on the point time. You're down by 3 lives, so a couple of kills as well would be lovely, but you miss the shell to the face, and no such thing when it comes to Rafa. His is doing the work. Suiwa staying alive here, taking his time. You're happy to give up A. The priority comes to making sure that this opposing team can't get in through your backline. That's his job in that moment. Sapuka's going to play close with the shotgun. Anyone coming through that doorway should be dead to right. And you're 5 lives up as well, with 2 operators to spare. Realistically, Amigos in a wonderful position to close it right now.
Absolutely beautiful position to be at. Equalizer going to be popped by Garden. There's also the death machine by Spades, but he gets executed. Double for Garden, tries to push for more. Gotta be cautious, gotta be careful. They know where he's at. Rafa with his own equalizer gonna take him down. There's 3 operators being popped at the same time because of the last push, the last opportunity. Double kill there for Marvel, double kill there for Viper. Now that's a triple, eliminating absolutely everybody while at the same time pushing for the objective, and that's exactly what they should have done with the operator last round. It didn't work, but this time it is working to perfection as they get more and more and more kills roaming around this map, nearly taking Bravo in here. Spades trying to get inside, but gets quickly destroyed, and that is going to be round going in favor of New Gen. Amigos thought they had it, but then New Gen Ninjas comes back again and shows them that they are still alive.
It's crazy to think how effective that operator usage was, considering what we watched 2 rounds ago. It's almost a flip opposite. Last time it felt like you may as well have not bothered. This time they sealed the deal and pushed themselves to a wonderful position now. War Machine's going to come out instantly from Fran. Goes over the top, catches Rafa beautifully, bouncing it off the wall there. Predator missile from Viper. Well, at least give you plenty of intel about where this next push is coming from. Sends Fran on his way. Sapuka's trying to play close. Has AR and SMG to use in the moment, but we'll see very little in terms of progress as Viper and Marvel find 2. Oh, and Marvel tracks well, recognizes exactly which wall to hit to put it through the doorway, and does it beautifully.
He does definitely a beautiful, beautiful job in there. And with the gloves, Garden takes that kill and immediately pushes for more. Spades gonna stop him right there, but still not gonna be enough. That's gonna be 26-18. And all of a sudden, what seemed to be favorable in going off Amigos, well, New Gen are dominating them like crazy, and they still have more utility for them to use.
EMP systems incoming.
You can go from good to even better. Marvel calls in the Pred, takes his time, picks up as much intel as he can, calls it out to teammates, calls in the hammer. Fran does the same thing. Marvel twisting and turning the knife in the chest of the Brazilians, who will pop 2 operators as a Hail Mary, a final send, a last dance.
Last resort in here. They only have 6 lives left. They may be able to prolong what to me seems inevitable. 18-6, tripling lives in favor of New Gen here. Marvel with the knock gets traded down. It does not matter a whole lot. 8 seconds left, but they are seemingly going to be taking Alpha. They need to be perfect, and so far that's not being the case. Double kill for Garden. All of a sudden, only Crocin is alive, and they push for that kill. They're gonna be taking it with 16 lives to spare. New Gen Ninjas may have struggled, may have, in my opinion, truly wasted a round, but they managed to come back really strong.
Yeah, they did. It kind of makes me think of Wolves from earlier, where they maybe one of those positions where it's in such a good standing for them that they potentially switch off for a second, just allow their teammates to run ahead a little bit, but they pull that leash, drag them back in, and fight through everything to claim the map. There's so much talent on this team. You just can't count them out at any time. I feel like it goes back to that adage of how we feel like Amigos are a very well-rounded team. We've had a couple of individual pop-offs through this tournament for sure. It feels like New Gen Ninjas have this abundance of ability littered throughout it. While they don't really have a system, they're kind of figuring it out as they go. 34 from 20 from Marvel won't be a bad way to help you do that.
Yeah, is that unexpected X factor on the side of New Gen? Sometimes it's Marvel, sometimes it's Viper, sometimes it's Fran or Garden or Jess. Someone all of a sudden begins to just rise so high, and alongside with him there are his teammates to help him just build this type of scenarios where it becomes difficult for their opponents to actually fight back.
It does. And Amigos could not stand in the face of the pressure that was coming. As we get a look at some of the stuff Marvel was doing in this matchup, and was putting the sword to the Brazilians, who now stand on the precipice of elimination. They've got to go big in the next 2 maps, otherwise they too will join a list of growing team names that fell on Friday. That issues out the orders. Could be the last you do for the 2025 season. And staring at the faces, they look glum, and for good reason. They'll understand what's at stake.
Yeah, that's the tough thing to think about the fact that it could be the last thing you do on the side of Amigos. No more mistakes. There's no third chances because this is already a second chance they have already lost against this same team. They have to do something and they have to be as perfect as they can. We're going to be moving back onto Hardpoint. We're going to be moving this time around onto Apocalypse, which definitely puts a lot of focus in so many areas to the close range action. That is going to be super difficult for Amigos.
Yeah.
But they have to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of Viper, right? I'm thinking of how deadly he has been with that SMG in close confinement. Does not mind getting up close and personal and swinging fists. He's done it multiple times today to great aplomb. And it's a case of, okay, if you are then this Amigos team, who do you look for? Maybe Swiwa? We've already seen his ceiling and where he can hit.
That's the thing.
It kind of has to be. I wonder what kind of pressure that adds when you know you're the guy that's got to go toe-to-toe with their star. It's an unenviable position for sure. But, well, we lock in. Is it for one final map for Amigos? Or will we see a Game 5 today? It's Apocalypse. I love this map personally. I think it's got a little bit of everything. But it's been a while since I've had the opportunity to cast over it. Can't wait to do it alongside you, my friend. Let's go then. Let's do this. Let's dance. The New Gen Ninjas and Amigos squaring off yet again.
What could be the last dance has begun, ladies and gentlemen, and so far has been amazing, but everything that's pretty must come to an end, and it could be an ugly one for Amigos if they don't manage to make it happen. As we begin with point number 1 inside of the hill, there's going to be Fran currently holding alongside with his teammates who are making sure that no one gets close. Eventually he gets killed at a distance, does not matter too much. They keep clean control. Viper gonna be executed. The next one is gonna be Fran, a back and forward which finally allows for Amigos to get in, but let's see for how long. It is Sapuka who bounces in.
Sapuka's gonna squeeze as well, sees through the smoke screen and finds an important kill. It's a good bounce back from Amigos. Initially, New Gen came out swinging and found all the early kills, but Amigos apply the pressure. It's then going to be playing over towards P2. It's going to be, well, contested initially, but there's a lack of numbers for New Gen. And as Fran falls, that should give Amigos the opportunity to set up. This midline pressure in particular going to be what they have to deal with first. It's 2 kills in blue. Viper does well to, okay, doesn't get the kill, but he puts enough damage into Swiwa to slow him. And you find 2 more if you're Amigos and make that 4 dead bodies. 1 will stick around to try and fight this, but it will not last for long. Viper cleaned off the board. Amigos an opportunity to scramble some points together.
That's right. Still 40 seconds left, and they got plenty of control. Let's see if they can maintain it. Pushing forward, there's going to be Viper trying to get inside with a VMP.
Ouch.
Oh my goodness. The 100 kill run to the face to completely deny the entrance there. That's a double. That's a triple kill now. 4 spades from up above. There's the Pred missile for Swiwa, and all of a sudden the continuous control gonna allow Amigos to be the ones on top. There's still 20 seconds left. The control is in their hands, but let's see if they can maintain it at a distance. There's Swiwa now with a Tempest, trying to keep things clean, but the battle continues. Fran is inside. The next one to fall was a Viper, and for that reason, there's 10 extra seconds that are gonna be so sweet for Amigos.
Well, we talked about how this map plays out, and while it's very early days, it was close confinement fight. Viper's only on 5 kills, Swiwa's on 12.
Wow.
That is just opening up so much of the map for the Brazilians. Rafa's going to hold from deep left. He's going to try and push out of Temple. Warden's got the equalizer. What can you make work with it? And the answer's nothing. Swiwa finds that opener. Sapuka then answers with 2, one of them being Viper. Spades pops the death machine, squeezes forward, and while it gets you some kills, sure, probably not as many as you would have wanted, doesn't matter because the boys are flooded forward.
That's right. Everybody's putting in their own weight, and because of that, Amigos are doing a great job in here. Losing a little bit of control just to make sure that they are staying alive. There's Rafa with the equalizer. He's going to run out of time. Does not matter too much. There's Marvel trying to cause some pain through the wall. Not going to work out. Finally gets a kill. Tries to get inside, but at a distance, there is Christine to take him out, to tear him apart. Amigos with back-to-back super good hills that allows for them to build a solid advantage.
Solid advantage indeed. I don't think New Gen Ninjas will know what quite hit them. The opening fights were far too easy, and Amigos said, not today. We are standing and fighting for our tournament lives. As Swiwa, already on 18, is going to push. Has himself time in the hill. That being said, spawns actually flip out for a second. You get a collapse coming from New Gen Ninjas. We'll give them a clean couple of seconds here. The ability to push a line forward, set up to defend. The War Machine's going to stop any push through that bottleneck. Krozen's going to find one in mid. That could open up a lane of entry. But Fran's reading it and times it to perfection to catch Krozen hopping through.
Perfection is exactly what they need right now with complete control. They got 40 seconds left. They got to make sure that they squeeze as much time as they humanly can. Now, they are actually losing control inside of the hill. There was a solid, I would say, 8 seconds where they had the control, but there was no one inside of the hill. Ergo, no one's actually taking the points. 25 seconds left. And once again, that's going to happen. It's going to be Rafa trying to get inside, but the fight continues, does not manage to get the control, and it is actually going to be Suiwa who bounces back inside. We've been talking about him so much, but I'm not necessarily super fan of how Nugen are managing the objective itself.
Yeah, it's a tough one because I guess that role isn't specifically assigned. I guess you've not got that kind of balance between your team. They complement each other in many ways, but it could be a mentality moment of, well, I thought that actually belonged to you. Rafa finds 2, Spades finds another. You've got the hill under control and you will get across that 100-point marker. It's no longer that 50-point lead that we saw not long ago, but it is still enough for now to feel like you have breathing room. Suir on the Tempest could make it a lovely little buffer. But how does he approach this? It looks like he's going to wrap back through P5 and in through Chicken. And if he gets in through the back here, he could cut off any reinforcements, and he does activate to find Marvel. The boys have hill control. And, well, I actually think he gets that timing just off, but do you find Warden? You do. Another land in your lap. 2-piece for Suiwa. 24 on the board already.
The exact same thing that we were praising Viper for is exactly what Suiwa has been trying to do this game so far, which is making sure that you are at least denying as best as you can an entrance into the opponents so that your allies continues to focus on the other areas. There's so many different angles where they can come from that if you close one of them is definitely going to help your team a lot, and because of that, 135-87 in favor of Amigos. And let's be reminded, this was the hill that started it all for Amigos with that double, now triple kill for Sapuka, the death machine for Spades. The control is there. He missed so many shots, but still, the initial hold is for Amigos.
Yeah, the thing is, you do miss the shots, and you would have liked more from it, but you do at least push forward enough to continue to hold time. That being said, Viper answers beautifully with his Tempest. Feels like he's finding his way into this a little bit, heating up, breaking through the earlier struggles. He's at 20 and could make that 21, trying to find time for his teammates to get into the fight. He's given them the back spawns now. Trophy's going to go out. This should give you a chance to squeeze. Jez with the Sparrow, just going to thread the needle. Spots a gap. And you cross 100 points as well if you're New Gen Ninjas. And every time Amigos think that they've fended them off, they come rolling back in. And the problem, the writing on the wall is with Viper starting to get hot, can he start to dictate the second half of this map?
That's exactly what I was thinking. Viper has finally took on the action of actually getting as many kills as humanly possible. There's another double kill for him. As I begin to talk about him, there's a few more for his squad. That's a triple kill for Viper. Viper continues to push for more. Viper also had a pen system that he used just a few seconds ago as we're pushing into the next hill. It is finally happening for Nugen, where they're controlling the objective while at the same time taking the kills. They were lacking that in the first half, and now in this second rotation they have fixed that mistake, and for that they have at least closed that gap a little bit.
Kill feed just lights up in blue. So many kills in a row here for the New Gen Ninjas. Fits and starts at times, sure, but when these boys flow, they are on fire. 2 operators invested. You'll see the Tempest, you'll see the War Machine. Fran's going to cover one side. Rafa will try and break in, does enough to cut down one, but instantly traded. However, that does allow Suiwa and Sapuka moments to fly forward, find the kills. 3 on the board, and with that, you should get a little bit of this scrap time. New Gen Ninjas don't really know how to give up any fight. I don't think it's in any of their nature, so they'll go back to fight for that while also considering the rotation. Nades are going to come over, though, and land flush at the feet. Amigos doing very good to slow that, but they won't really be in position to contest just yet.
And all of a sudden, 161 to 150. The over 50-point gap has already reduced to only 11 seconds. Inside of the hill, there is going to be the bounce from Fran, if I'm not mistaken. He got taken down. There's Marvel now trying to fight fight, trying to defend, and with the help of Viper, that is actually going to work out. That's some great teamwork. They have finally managed to fix their issues, and for that, they are now the ones in the lead. And now you got to question the side of Amigos, because Suiwa, I want to say in the last 2 hills, he's gotten like 5 kills.
Yeah, he's suddenly found himself countered. One with the equalizer. Oh, loses that actually to Sapuka. Death Machine comes out from Marvel. As New Gen Ninjas take this lead, Suiwa's going to try and answer with his Tempest, and that kind of sums it up a little bit. You pop it out, you're instantly shut down. Can't get his way going. He's on 30 kills, but Rafa's the one leading the way for them right now with 35. I think for once it's Crozin that I'm looking for a little bit more from down there on 15. Make it 16. Squeezing forward with the XM4. And right now, New Gen just hitting a different level, a different beast entirely to what we saw through the first rotation. Sapuka will do his best to slow that, to stem that, to tide. But, well, every single time it feels like Amigos are trying to get back in the fight. New Gen Ninjas answer with a nice passage.
That's right. Somebody flipped the switch, and all of a sudden that Amigos momentum completely flips onto the New Gen Ninjas. And in here, they are doing a great job, already approaching the 200-point mark. Inside of the hill, there's going to be none other than Jess. Jess trying to maintain the control is going to be executed by Rafa. Rafa with the double will try to regain control, but a good nade by Marvel will take him down. Amigos trying to fight back. Amigos trying to make sure that at least the side of New Gen are not getting too far ahead for themselves. And ladies and gentlemen, this game is beginning to get close to conclusion, but who is going to win? I have absolutely no idea. The advantage continues to be in the series 2-1 for New Gen, so Amigos are struggling but trying to make sure that we go to a game 5.
Nothing better than a close, hard point to decide who progresses in tournament play. And we will be staring at it very soon. Both teams hit 200 as the next hill pops.
200.
You will hit New Gen Ninjas in the back line. If you're Amigos trying to play in through Temple, flip those spawns out. Do you manage to do it with those kills? The answer is yes. You're going to have to cross the entirety of the map. If you're the New Gen Ninjas, they're going to play in through P5. 3 kills on the board for the Brazilians. Equalizer's going to flood you forward. Equalizer's going to get you a couple of kills, and it gets you damage as well that lets your teammates trade. 3 points between the two, and the operator investment is huge from Amigos. They've recognized the opportunity in front of them.
And on top of that, the double kill with the Pred missile is going to be huge. Viper trying to get inside here with the SMG. Let's see if he can do it alongside with Marvel. Marvel to the ground. Viper is killed, and so is Fran. Ladies and gentlemen, AMG. Amigos inside of the kill. 25 seconds left. It's not going to be enough, but it's definitely going to get them super close if they manage to keep the control. A lot of nades and a lot of stuff going on at the same time. There's going to be the retake now going in favor of New Gen thanks to the hands of Marvel, and because of that, he's trying to survive through the smoke. He's getting the help from Fran, but still not going to be enough. The retake is once again going to be in favor of Amigos. We're going to be moving on to the next hill, and the advantage is barely but still there now in favor of Amigos.
Suiwa used the Tempest in order to ensure that you didn't give up that scrap time. Both teams split by just 4 points. There will be an operator coming in from Jez. There's also going to be the Hunter Killer drone going out, and here comes the Death Machine from Marvel. Run into him if you dare. He's just going to stand on the point and free fire forward. The problem is, does he get dropped on from Rafa from above, and he reads it. He understands exactly what's at stake and knows how to counter the play. Sapuka is going to be trying to trade that out. He falls to Marvel, who finds 2 in the feed, and his double kills all over the board. 235 to 230 coming up here as AMG send their own Death Machine into the mix.
All of a sudden, inside of the hill, there's going to be Jez gets taken down. The next one to fight is going to be Sapuka. Sapuka inside, trying to hold. There's 2 people coming in at once. Garden gonna execute him. There's the equalizer. 20 seconds left. That's more than enough for the side of New Gen. They can take it home, but Suiwa from behind gonna take a kill. All of a sudden, Garden has to turn back around and gets executed. Amigos are still alive. 10 seconds left in that hill, and that's more than enough for 2 teams trying to defend themselves. There's Suiwa with a double. Suiwa with a paper plane at a distance will connect, and now with a weapon will defend, and all of a sudden, Amigos are 1 second away, but they're not gonna get it just yet.
New Gen Ninjas will get on the rotation. You just need the 1 second if you're Amigos. It might even be half. 3 kills though for New Gen Ninjas. The bodies will fall. The Tempest is out. Viper can squeeze forward. You've got yourself the trophies.
Oh my God!
4 and 5 and 6. Now you push and you find everything to clean it out. New Gen Ninjas will be victorious at the end of our Apocalypse hardpoint.
They're so happy. Look at him.
A second was needed for Amigos, and Viper recognizes the pressure, the pedestal that he is placed on by his region, and finds the final blows.
I'm shaking. I'm actually shaking. That is the best map we've had the whole day. Just a second away. And you can see it in the faces of New Gen that they are so happy, but at the same time probably feeling so much anxiety about what just happened.
I don't know if they're feeling anxiety. I'm feeling anxiety. That was an incredible map. 45 and 45 is the stat line for Viper, and we talked about it so much there. It was a case of he started off slowly. He started off sluggishly. He'd been slowed down. Sweeper was taking over the map. This is where Amigos had looked so good. Suddenly, we both recognized, hang on a minute, Viper's coming online a little bit here. A couple of kills turned into a Tempest, which turned into another, which let him take over towards the later stages. It's weird because every time we've spoken about these two teams, it's been about how New Gen Ninjas are the slayers, the fraggers. It's Amigos who are actually the more balanced team, and they're the squad that were more efficient with their slaying prowess. Very much so flipped in that one. Rafa puts up, what, 52 for the loss?
55, I think.
55 for the loss. It's tough reading for the Brazilian lineup, but let's make it very clear, they were brilliant. I think it's just a tough group to play in.
Yes.
Anything else, any other group, I think you're getting through. They have so much talent. It's so close and yet so far, but they can certainly stand proud.
And I mean, at the end of the day, in order for there to be a winner, someone has to lose. This time it's got to be Amigos, but what a valiant effort they had shown throughout this series. Amigos did put on a show, you know, that at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, to see the best of the best, and that's exactly what we've been shown in this map, in this series, in this day, that every single team are trying their hardest. We see the highlights. It was just a massacre all over the place from so many different players, but it is New Gen Ninjas who from Group B will secure their ticket onto day number 2.
They will. They'll figure it out. This is the last minute team, but they have certainly figured it out in the moments on the day. We talked so much. How was this team going to work? Were they going to work? They most certainly have. And the man who can tell us exactly why is waiting down on main stage. Interview with Viper.
Oh my goodness, Viper, my dude. I interviewed you in the very beginning of today, and you were feeling a little bit nervous. Of course, it was your first ever World Champs. How does it feel like to qualify for stage 2?
It feels amazing. It feels amazing. That was like intense hard point, but I got that in the last point, and yeah, it feels amazing.
Honestly, at this point, like, everyone's minds is just jumbled, right? It's a very emotional day, and day 2 tomorrow. Of course, the match isn't done yet. And especially in that hard point, this is the closest game we've had so far in this entire competition. And Amigos, how did you feel like when it comes to playing against them? Because they gave you a hard time.
Yeah, they were good. And I mean, we didn't care what the others opponents are. We just played our game.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Viper. And now let's head on over to Hill and Enigma.
Played their game, they did, but the palpitations that must come through if they do that every single time, I couldn't imagine it. It is incredible to get to watch them, and none more than him. What a talented young man for sure. You, my friend, you cover over so many of these players so often. A player like Viper stepping out at his first World Championships and doing something like that, that feels like a man who's got so many chapters to write in his story yet.
That's the thing, right? It's his first time here, and he has shown so much potential to the highest level. Let's take a look onto what the bracket looks like at the end for Group B. As we have already witnessed, the qualified teams are Wolves and New Gen Ninjas. Wolves 3-0 Animus, 3-1 New Gen Ninjas, and then New Ninjas, although they fell against Wolves, they managed to secure their own ticket for the playoffs.
They will, beating Amigos Gaming out twice. That obviously concludes B, but let's take a look at Group A. We know that Elevate walked through that relatively comfortably. It was a 3-1 against OUG and a 3-0 against Mythic Dream, but it was OUG who ended up booking their ticket through. 3-2 win against Exclusive in the lower bracket, and a 3-0 against Unmythic. After losing to Elevate early, we'll see them march on. Group C and D, of course, remain unchanged because we already know how they looked earlier. They'd concluded their game, so what that gives us is a playoff bracket for tomorrow, which will look as such. A reminder, this year we are a double Elim bracket, which means that teams that fall will get that second chance. Elevate and Street Gaming will start you off. Wolves and Galoris. Q9, New Gen Ninjas, Stalwart and OUG. Look at that, my friend. Any of those games that you're rubbing your hands at and hoping that we're casting tomorrow?
I mean, I'm hoping for Wolves and Glorious and Stalwart and OG. If I'm being honest, I feel like those are going to be amazing. But being truly honest, any of those 4 matches are going to be pure fire. I'm just so excited. This was only day number 1, and look at all the emotions that we've already lived.
It is crazy so often in tournaments, as everybody knows. Doesn't matter, traditional sports, esports, whatever. Day one's usually, we're pushing a couple of these teams aside. The big fish are here to step out in the pond. We've had close games, we've had 1v4 ace clutches, we've had all sorts, and that was just here on Stream B, let alone A, C, and D. So many wonderful things happening here in Poland at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. But well, that will be all of it for today, my friends. So thank you very much for everything. It's been wonderful to cast alongside you. Can't wait to do it tomorrow. Of course, do check us out then. But for today, I'm Enigma, that's Gil, and this is everything.
Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight. Know my reputation, ain't got it tight. Let me show you this trick I like. Yeah, baby, I'm the best. That's why I ain't taking no less. I'm like the Royals, don't sweat. The haters look little from the jet. Woo, little to the left. You always hit the spot, yes. Think I'm just blessed. Red souls with that new couture dress. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? Welcome to another world, one where they let out all the girls. Them boys, they don't know where to look now. We're stripping cause it's winning's hot work. Yeah, little to the right, just so I hit the spotlight. I want everyone to see now. This is how you do the thing right. Hey. I'll show you things that you won't believe, no. Yeah. Stand back, baby, here we go. Baby, here we go. Use that magic. I'm the queen of all suits. I'm doing just fantastic. Said they got us a little loose. I roll up in old classics. It's all diamonds, no hoops. I'm doing good. How about you? I guess you heard they call me good luck. Cause with me you'll be on the good stuff. Cause we go harder than the bedrock. Shot like the neighbor when the bed rocks. All you need to know is I'll be back. Eyes shining, you won't need the flash. Said I'd be a light, you can see I got it right about that. Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Like that magic, do ya? Want a little more, do ya? Pick a number, any number you like. Now forget it, you won't need that tonight.
We breathe without thinking. It's automatic, like a pendulum swinging. But I feel myself slipping. Everything's static. My body can't map it. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. We move with intention. It's automatic. Don't need no direction. But I walk to slow motion. When you're around me, it's like holding up the ocean. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. In and out. In and out. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. I need you to breathe for me. Breathe for me. You take my breath away. So breathe for me. Breathe for me.
Thank you.